We are streaming, Councilman.
Thank you. Colleagues, it is 8:05. I now call to order the September 1st, 2020 meeting of the Personnel Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Covette, Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Wait.
present. Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren, Chair Carlisle.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Colleagues, we have one item on our agenda today. If any council members want to speak on this item, please let me know in the queue. And item number 1, an ordinance amending and restating Chapter 25 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances governing the city pension system. This item is sponsored by the administration. May I please have a motion and a second to move this item to the floor for discussion?
Johnson moved.
It. Well, second, Jones.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I've got Councilwoman Johnson with the motion, Councilman Jones with the second. Is there anybody here from the administration that would like to say a few words?
Chief Smith here.
Thank you, Chief Smith. Colleagues, has everyone reviewed the documents, and does anybody have any questions for the administration?
Yes, I do.
Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
What would be helpful with this, we have what the proposed changes are, but if we could have an outline that sort of gives us an idea of what the changes are, what the previous document read, and what we're changing it to. You know, it's a voluminous document, but just to better be able to digest it, can you provide us just an overview of what is being changed, what's being asked for here?
Yes, if I can get share privileges, I can give an overview of the items. They really fall into 3 main buckets. The first bucket is that we have some mandatory IRS related language that we have to add into the pension ordinance. The second component is that we have some, I'll call it alignment between the 1948, 1978, and 2016 plan language that we need to align in terms of similarity in language. And then the third is the aligning with the voters' wishes for the tax referendum and allowing for police and fire employees who are currently in the hybrid program a one-time opportunity to be able to move from the hybrid pension plan to the 1978 plan. And so these amendments allow for those items.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Oh, yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
Did Chief Smith say we're going to get a visual presentation on this as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Or
I think,
I
think we are waiting on some technological, sweet technology.
Okay.
So if everyone can see my screen, attached to the pension ordinance changes. So as I mentioned, there are 3 main categories. Essentially the Internal Revenue Code changes, reconciling and clarifying existing language between the 1948, 1978, and 2016 plans, and then also allowing for current police and fire employees to move from the 2016 plan to the 1978 plan. We anticipate about 700 employees that would be eligible for that one-time opportunity. I'm going to go through at a high level. It is a lot, and that's why we wanted to send you the information in advance, and we can send you a red line document, if you will, kind of a summary of the changes so that you can look at it more closely. I'm not going to go in too much detail, but at a high level, I'm going to try to summarize. And our pension attorney here, Frank Carney, I think is on the call as well, can go into some of the legal discussions. Also, we did give a briefing to Alan Wade as well, so he can also have a discussion with you from a legal standpoint in terms of what's necessary. So, and from a mandated by IRS standpoint, there's some key sections where we needed to align the language that is considered critical from the IRS standpoint to ensure that it's consistent with the rules and regulations set by the IRS. And that is identified in the different subsections you see here. For 415 limitations, HART Act, leased employee definitions, also for USERA, and also for our rollover language as well. Death benefits and prohibition of assignment for qualified relations orders. These are all things that the IRS has given us clarity that we need to have a more defined language within our pension plan to be in alignment with the IRS. And then in terms of language cleanup, between the 1948, 78, and 2016 plans, there are some things that we need to do from a board administration standpoint to ensure that we can have clarity on election in terms of members. So the first section is avoiding a vacancy being unfulfilled, and make sure that we have a fulfilled board, ensuring that that a mayor or a mayor's designee would be chairman of the board. That wasn't clarified in the language. That a quorum is necessary for the pension investment committee, allowing more to ensure that there's still protection for participant, for employee contributions, allowing the 1948 plan is in alignment with 1978 plan in terms of election rights, benefits rights in terms of reemployment. For the 1948 plan, similar to the 1978 plan, and same thing for the pensioner survivor benefit priority, making the 1948 plan in alignment with the 1978 plan. Residual benefits for employee contributions permits a participant to file for a document to designate beneficiary other than the participant's spouse if such choosing. So giving that ability to an employee, allowing for them clarity around how an employee can refund, the timing and when a refund can be made for contributions, the employee being able to elect different contribution types. And then I can send you this deck. There's some other changes that are in the appendix as well, similar in alignment with the same language. I just didn't want to repeat the same sections over and over again for this presentation. Then the last section in terms of related to the tax referendum, we are proposing an amendment to allow for that one-time irrevocable election for the 2016 hybrid pension plan policy return to the 78 plan. And then the other language that needs to change to go along with that in order to allow for that to happen, and ensure that that can be done properly in terms of their retirement benefit along with that. So I'll stop there to see if there's any questions, but that's an overview. And I can, of course, send this presentation along with the other document outlining all of the changes.
Thank you, Chief Smith. Nothing more electric than IRS code compliance at 8 a.m. I know I'm fired up. Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Councilwoman Johnson are in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chief Smith. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious, when did we know that we had to change our wording in the pension document? When were we made aware of that?
From an IRS standpoint?
Yeah, or whomever made us aware that we had to change it. Because I'm just curious. I know part 3 is about the tax referendum that just happened last year. But parts 1 and 2 mentioned some years that were way before my time. So I'm just curious on when we had word that we had to change the verbiage.
Yeah, so that has been, so I've been in this seat now 4.5 years. So Frank Carney and I started having discussions related to the IRS components. I wouldn't say within the first 2 years when I first got here, so between 2017 and 2018. And then we started talking through administratively as we started to see kind of the operational challenges with our pension administration. What are some other things that we needed to work on and kind of evolve in order to make sure that the program was working as the board intended. So I would say it's definitely over the last 4 years for sure it's come to my attention. And Frank, I don't know if you're on the call.
I am.
Yeah, and maybe you can give more detail around the IRS component.
Well, basically, Chief Smith's correct. As she and I kind of came on about the same time with respect to the plan, and through working over the last couple of years with the plan, we'll notice things that are in operations that need to be in the plan document, and we'll work on operations. And so this has kind of evolved over that amount of time. And in that process, we did a complete review of the entire plan document, along with the IRS code. And in the process of working with just administrative issues, we would note changes from time to time that have been made by the IRS that need to be in the plan document. Is that helpful?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, so much. And thank you, Ms. Smith, for the presentation. I have a question in regards to when will these particular changes become applicable?
So, upon once the council approves. So once the council, from a timeline perspective, once the council approves the ordinance changes on the third reading, then the ordinance goes into effect. And then once that happens, we'll be able to, for the police and fire in particular, open enrollment opportunity, we'll be able to open enrollment for police and fire in the November timeframe. And then it would take effect in January of 2021.
Okay. I was trying to keep up with that presentation and trying to read it as well. But one issue that you did mention was, I think I saw, was if a spouse, I'm assuming surviving spouse of an employee, if they remarry after the age of 65, the pension ends. What was that about?
So Frank can give more detail, but that's something that is currently in our pension ordinance language. Frank, can you share some more insight about that?
Yes, your pension plan traditionally has had a provision that if a surviving spouse remarries before age 65, then the surviving pension to that spouse terminates. When the state of Tennessee made governmental plans like yours subject to quadros, that became a very difficult thing to enforce. And we really haven't had it occur very often. So the proposal here was just to remove that so that we no longer terminate a surviving spouse's benefit just because the surviving spouse should marry before age 65.
Okay, so
go ahead, I'm sorry.
So in other words, remarrying, they're not being penalized.
That's correct. They have traditionally been penalized, and we've proposed here that there's no reason to penalize somebody, in that case. So they would not be if this ordinance were passed. Their benefit would continue whether they remarried or not. The administration wouldn't have to be keeping up with all of that. And it's just a ease of administration.
Okay. I have another question. Thank you for that answer.
Yes, ma'am.
The other question, we were saying we had to line up the various years, and I think we started back in 1948. I mean, how many individuals are still on that plan that we're trying to address?
That's a great question. Darius, who's our top ward officer who's on the call. Darius, can you quickly look up how many people we have in the 1948 plan?
Yeah, I believe it's about 3, but let me confirm. It's, to her point, not many, but I'll confirm real quick.
And if he says 3, how are those 3 being directly affected?
I can probably answer that question easier than anybody. There should be no direct effect. The amendments that go in the second section were amendments that were made to the plan because the plan has been operated in a certain way throughout the years, and the plan needed to be very clear that the plan said the way that the plan was being operated. So it's been operated according to these provisions. There won't be any change in operations. It's really just a language to make the plan clear that that's what should happen, that has been happening.
Okay. Is that also, I see where you're trying to keep look like you had a average of 5 years and now you're trying to go to a 12-month highest pay. How's that going to be placed into effect?
Well, that's an interesting question. The plan was amended in 2012, predates both Chief Smith and me. And there was an amendment to the section that actually took out the 3-year average for police and fire. I don't think it was intended to ever be taken out, and the plan has not been operated with that provision. And so that provision just put back in what had always been in the plan that somehow Scribner's error or otherwise got deleted from the plan in a 2012 amendment.
So that will only be affecting the police department?
Correct. And it doesn't change the way the plan has been operated. It's been operated under that provision. It's just that when the plan was amended in 2012, it had 3 sections, and one of those sections, the one that dealt with the 3 years, was I wasn't there as to why it didn't show up. It looked to me like it was a Scribner's error, but anyhow, it was deleted, and so we're just putting it back in.
Mm-hmm. Is there I don't think I saw it, but like a breakdown on how many years of service before you can actually qualify for pension? Was that in the package?
It's not in this amendment, but it is in your plan. Okay. There's basically a 10-year vesting period. If an employee leaves prior to 10 years, they get their employee contributions back with whatever applicable multiple there is. But to start a monthly pension benefit, you have to have been there at least 10 years.
And that the amount varies from the years of service, the percentage that they will receive?
That's correct. The formula is years of service times final average pay times a factor. So
what's
the years
I'm sorry, continue. I'm
no,
sorry.
I mean, go right ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say, what was the max percentage in the number of years in order to reach it?
Darius may have a better idea than I, but let's see, I can probably tell you from the plan document.
We have it in our RRAP document. Frank, I'm looking it up online right now in a table.
Yeah. Just a minute. $72.5% of pay, basically. There's a max in the plan under the accrued benefit.
72% with how many years? Please?
Well, the formula the formula produces an annual benefit. So it's years of pay times final average pay times a factor. And when you use that formula, it maxes out at 72.5. So I don't know how many years it takes. It would depend on the final average pay. It could change depending on what the pay is. But when you calculate that formula, if it calculated to be 80%, then the max annual benefit would be 72.5%.
35 years.
Yeah.
35 years. Yeah. That's the maximum. So 35 years or more, you're going to max out at 72.5.
Right. If your pay will max out a little bit earlier than that, but that's basically a good guideline.
Okay. I thank you. Thank everyone for your answers. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Great questions. Thank you. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you. I know as part of the referendum that was approved, there were provisions that relate to the healthcare expenses as well. So I know that the health provisions are not part of the pension per se, but from a total cost standpoint, do we have an idea if we add those same 700 and give them back what the health benefits were? Do we have a cost associated with that?
So if you think about from a cost standpoint, from a healthcare perspective, we estimated $7 million the first year in expenses with adding back the retirees, pre-65 retirees, plus the eliminating the spousal carve out. And now we're estimating about $2 million by adding in the total 700 if they were to take the opportunity to come back into the 78 plan per year. Now, of course, with healthcare, there is a multiple that goes with that because of the increase in healthcare expense. So it's not going to stay stagnant at 7 million. It will be increasing anywhere from 5 to 10% per year because of the nature of healthcare claims expense growth. But for the first year, 7 million, and then 2 million for the pension.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's 5 to 10% if we're lucky. If we're lucky.
Yeah. Actually, I thought of another question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
Generally, so the 72.5 was given as a max out. Is that under both plans or is it under the 78 and the new plan? Generally there's a difference where that max is reduced when there's a newer plan. Does that 72.5 apply to both plans?
It does.
Okay.
The 72.5 applies to it's one plan with 3 divisions is basically how I view it. I don't view these 3 separate plans, but yes, it applies across the board.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Colleagues, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Ms. Hayes, if you'll let the record show that Councilwoman Logan and Swearingen are present, as well as Councilman Warren are present as well.
Smiley.
And Councilman Smiley is here. My apologies.
And Robinson.
There she is. Chairwoman Robinson, good morning.
Good morning.
Colleagues, seeing nobody else, I will move this for a vote for approval. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Covette,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye. This item passes. Colleagues, does anybody have any other business before this body? Seeing none, we stand in adjournment. Thank you.
Council members, we have about 15 minutes before we begin our next meeting.
Can we move ahead, Brooke? Since this body's
that
but
is,
not the best
that
time,
is the
maybe,
will
I
of the
think we
body.
can take
We are
advantage
happy
of
to
it.
oblige you. If we could do this, just 1 second, we'll switch over to system. Hold
All
on.
right.
I'm offended, Councilman Canale. I think
Well,
we manage our time well.
it is what it is. The record shows.
Council members, we are ready for the next committee meeting.
Good morning, colleagues, members of the public that are tuned in. This is the September 1st, 2020 meeting of Government Affairs and Annexation. And this meeting is hereby called to order. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilman Covett,
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren, Chair Canale.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today. If any council member wishes to speak on this item, please let me know in the queue. Item number 1 is a resolution urging state legislators to revoke and ban business licenses for payday lenders. This item is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? So moved.
Second, Carlisle.
Item's been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. At this time, Councilman Carlisle, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you, Chair Canale. Colleagues, good morning. I'm going to read the resolution, just into the record, the last 2 paragraphs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council has a right and a responsibility to protect the economic health, welfare, and safety of all citizens of Memphis, and urges state legislators to revoke and ban business licenses for all payday lenders. Be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council urges the state legislatures to propose legislation that will cease predatory payday lending and improve the financial lives of families within the city of Memphis and throughout the entire state of Tennessee. Colleagues, I'm bringing this resolution because far too many times payday lenders come into our communities and ultimately harm the economic growth more than they help, if they ever help at all. Payday lenders have exploited deregulated interest rates, won special treatment from state legislatures, and designed products that slip through legislative or regulatory loopholes. As a result, payday loans cost borrowers triple-digit interest rates, trap borrowers in repeat loans, foster coercive debt collection practices, and endanger bank account ownership for families that live on the financial edge. It's been proven that on average, borrowers renew their loans up to 8 times before they're able to pay the loan in full. During devastating times like now, it is easy for customers to have access to the short-term loans they may need to feed their families today. However, I find it mostly devastating that these lenders take advantage of those who need assistance. I ask that you all support this resolution to urge state legislatures to revoke and ban business license for all payday lenders and to ultimately cease predatory payday lending and improve the financial lives of the families that live within Memphis and the rest of our state. Colleagues, those are kind of prepared remarks, but ultimately, I don't know about you, but I've seen this firsthand. And what you hear from payday lending is, well, we provide a service to the community by offering liquidity. And the reality is, if anybody is desperate for money, whether there's disclosures or there are everything is printed out in the proverbial black and white, people need help, and these lenders take advantage. And so we need to do what we can to remove them from our community. And then the response is, well, what do we do? Well, we need to work with our banking partners in the city of Memphis and in the region to provide branches and opportunities like microloans and programs like the Office of Business Diversity in Memphis to figure out how to get liquidity in the communities that's not predatory, that charges a fair and reasonable interest rate and helps lift people out of poverty versus crushing them down and crushing their credit scores. So with that, I'll turn it back to the chair, and I hope to have all of your support. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you. I think that, well, first I just want to say, Councilman Carlisle, I think that this is very needed. I guess my question comes from, what can we do locally, legally, that also pushes this a little further, or is this the most that we can do?
Great question. So it was one of the first things that I dug into several months ago, and we've done all that we can locally from a legal standpoint. Our land use control board, let me say it this way, any land use control decision that is made cannot be grandfathered or cannot be retroactive. So payday lending facilities that are already zoned accordingly and operating through zoning are, can stay where they are. Any future payday lender must come through the Land Use Control Board and Office of Planning and Development for a special use permit. And according, I believe, to Mr. Whitehead, we've only had one case since they passed that change, and it was denied. Unfortunately for us, this is something that we, the city of Memphis, have gotten crossed with the state several times over, which is business licenses and privilege taxes. They hold that very near and dear at the state of Tennessee. And we fought with them several times under different issues about what we can and can't do. But the professional service licenses and business license is a state level thing. And so unfortunately, this is the best plea we can do. And by the way, it's not easy, obviously. The federal government struggles with it. And I don't know if I wrote it in the resolution, but the payday lending industry was actually founded in the state of Tennessee, which is something I didn't know until I started digging into it. So we're in the heart of it, which makes it even more difficult. So I hope that answers your question. Unfortunately, it's not the answer I was hoping for when I was going through it.
So I heard you mention zoning, and whatever payday lenders are already there are grandfathered in, so that zoning cannot be changed currently.
Yes, ma'am. There's a law. Yes, ma'am. There's a law called the Vested Rights Act, and once a building permit has been issued, whatever the zoning is in that case is those rights, the zoning rights, the property rights are vested into the owner of the property, and so we can't take those away from the owner. However, if they wanted to move or they shut down and try to reopen, they would have to come back and reapply for that special use permit. It doesn't run with the land. But to answer your question, I guess more clearly is yes. Once they are open and operating, we can't go back in and shut them down by changing the zone.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Morgan.
Thank you. A couple quick questions just about the scope of the problem. Do we know how many payday lenders we have in Memphis and what the total amount that they loan out on an annual basis is?
Great question. I do not have that answer, but I could tell you just anecdotally, it's got to be in the 100+ range at a minimum.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
All right, colleagues, anybody else have any questions or discussion on this item? Ms. Hayes, will you please take a roll call vote?
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Covett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Yes. Councilman Ford,
Aye.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley,
Of course.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Canali.
Yes, that item passes. Colleagues, any other business to come before government affairs and annexation? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, colleagues.
Council members, if you could give us one moment, we've checked it.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman. Good morning. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct, the hour is 8:42. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Covett, Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Morgan, Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, present. Councilman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
Present.
Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilman Canali,
Here.
Councilman Warren,
Here. Swearingen,
Councilman
present.
Covett, Councilman Covett, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
and is there anyone else present, logged on? And Chairman Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda. The first is a resolution that allocates and appropriates the fiscal year 2020 Community Catalyst Fund balance in the fiscal year 2021 budget in the amount of $721,225.44. This is sponsored by the administration. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Well, first I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Carlisle second.
It was moved by
Robinson.
Robinson, seconded by
I think it was Carlisle.
Smiley. Okay. Okay. Moved by Robinson, seconded by Smiley. Mrs. Zena, I take it that you're here to speak on this item?
Yes, thank you. John Zena, Director of Division of Planning and Development. Good morning, council members.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. At the close of the fiscal 20 year, we had over 700,000 remaining in the Community Catalyst Fund account. We had not started spending directly from this account until later in the fiscal year in order to allow the fund to accumulate revenues and also to do some necessary planning ahead of the spending. We also had some grant funds available that we were drawing from initially as well to be able to get some work started. So at the close of the fiscal year, the remaining funds rolled into the Catalyst Fund's fund balance since this is a restricted fund. And today we are seeking approval to appropriate that remaining fund balance into the FY21 budget. And as you recall, there were no funds for the FY21 year for the Community Catalyst Fund. So this would allow us to continue spending the fund balance from that prior fiscal year and keep work going in neighborhoods across Memphis, particularly Raleigh, Whitehaven, and Binghamton, where we initially got started. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, we have Councilman Carlisle in the queue. Mr. Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. First off, colleagues, I just want to say that it's a pleasure to see Chief Ford. You've been missed. We love you. I had a quick question. So the Community Catalyst Fund was created. This is a 1 cent peel off of city property tax. Is that correct, from pilots?
It is an allocation of the property tax that comes into the city. And I'm sorry, Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis. It was an allocation when the fund was established as a piece of the property tax as it came in, as receipts came in. As council will recall, for our FY21, we were desperately seeking every penny we could to pull back in to the general fund, and it was decided this year that we would not make allocations into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund or the Community Catalyst Fund, and that we would retain those pieces of the pennies into our general fund. In terms of the fund itself, and just as a quick reminder, especially for our new council members who may not recall this, this is a special revenue fund. It is a restricted fund. The money put into that fund can only be spent in accordance with that fund. So the amount that was not spent last year or that was in process, just by the natural closing of the books, fell to the fund balance. But in order for us to actually spend the funds in FY21, we have to be able to open a budget for that, because as you recall, we have to be in a balanced budget. So this is really a formality, just requesting the appropriation of the remainder of the funds that carried over into the fund balance.
Thank you. I have another quick question. Is it the intent of the fund, is it the philosophy of the fund to typically extinguish it? Or are we going to move? Is the long-term goal to make this standalone, like an endowed fund, so to speak? So it builds up a reserve, it's invested, and we peel off 4 or 5% income every year and distribute that. So what is the intent?
And John can probably speak. Oh, good morning, Chief McGowan. I think, as you recall, this was the first year of the fund. So I think there were some timing issues in the processing, but certainly Chief McGowan or Mr. Zena could respond in terms of, is the intention to use every penny of the fund throughout the fiscal year.
Chief McGowan, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis, 347 Stonewall, 38112. I just wanted to say that this was meant to bring to life the Memphis 3.0 plan that our community invested so much in. This was 2 cents off the debt service fund when we had a reduction in debt service. We split that 2 cents 3 ways: one to Capital Paygo, a third to Capital Paygo, a third to Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and a third to Community Catalyst Fund. We weren't that far down the road, whether it was endowed or not. We wanted to make an investment from the city in bringing to life those anchor areas that our neighborhoods identified. Hopefully, we would get some of our philanthropic partners to match the city's investment certainly this was, just a start, $700,000 per year just to get us started. But it was a dedication to bringing that plan to life that our neighbors invested so much in. And we're hopeful that philanthropy will come aboard and match some of those dollars so that we can get a double the impact or triple the impact. But we weren't quite so far as getting to an endowment. We did not have nearly that much money, and we really needed to deploy all of this to get some movement and action in the early days.
Thanks, Chief. That's very helpful. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Carlisle. Ms. Logan, you recognize?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Jones. Good morning, Chief McGowan, Chief Ford, and Director Zena. Good to see you all this morning. I just had a quick question. How will this impact the project? I heard you mention area in my district, and I'm just wanting to know how this will impact this project. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Councilwoman. As I mentioned, we've had some work that's already underway in a couple of areas, Raleigh being one of them. We've done some design, planning and design work on crosswalk improvements. We've also been able to do some Wi-Fi at the Raleigh Community Center, public Wi-Fi, and bus stop improvements along Austin P as well. But there is additional work that has to be done in terms of the installation of the crosswalks. There's a pedestrian trail that was that's sort of along the Raleigh Town Center property that was included in the small area plan that still remains to be done. So a lot of the more physical improvements that were in the planning stages in the last fiscal year, there's the remaining work to be done this fiscal year on that planning and then getting started on that construction. So we do have a good bit pending, and these funds are needed to keep that work going.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more council members in the queue, Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call on this item, please?
Yes, Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Irving.
Aye.
Councilman Colvett.
Yes.
Councilman Robinson. Councilman Robinson said yes. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Abstain.
Councilman Ford.
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Johnson. Oh, thank you. Easter Thomas says yes. Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Canali.
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Warren. And Chairman Jones.
Warren is an aye.
Thank you, Councilman Warren.
Aye. That item passes. Colleagues, the next item we have on the agenda, actually what I'm going to do, we're going to take item 3 before item 2 because it'll provide an overview of the overall CARES Act. So at this time, we'll have an update about the CARES Act allocations. And this was something that was requested by Councilwoman Logan. I take it that Mr. McGowan and or Mrs. Ford will provide this update.
Yes, sir.
Councilman
Chief
Jones.
Ford, the distributions to this point, so I'll turn it over to Chief Ford and her team.
Okay, before you start, Chief Ford, Ms. Hyman, did you
Yes, sir. Councilman Jones, we were a little ahead of schedule, and Ms. Ryan from administration was going to come on and send us a presentation, but we were a little ahead, so she was sending that over right now. For item number 3.
For number 3? Okay,
yes,
well,
thank you, Brooke. You should be receiving that email. It should be coming from Deputy Director Shandell Ryan.
Okay.
So if you see an email from her.
I have it. I'm pulling it up now.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you all. And I know this has been an incredible time for us. And we've been through a lot trying to get, kind of heard all these moving pieces of what's going on with us. And I know it's been very trying for some of you. And we had to push agreements out. And every time we would get an agreement ready, then our Office of the Inspector General would send us new updates and new requirements. We think we finally hit that plateau of, I don't know what else could possibly be required. And so we have sent all the agreements out. And I think all of the agreements except maybe 2 or 3 are here, but I'm going to give you an update, and this is the presentation. As we worked through the agreements, the legal team and the finance team worked diligently together to bring those in. Thank you. To get our contracts out, many of our subrecipients, and I'm going to focus in on the subrecipients through the allocations. Many of our recipients were anxiously awaiting and more than willing to participate with us and to provide any information we needed for support and documentation for our audit and proof that we are being good fiscal agents of the funds that were presented to the city of Memphis, and that we are using them and allocating them in accordance with the guidelines that have been presented to us. So I know it's been a little bit of a long process, and I appreciate your patience as we worked through some of the contract complications. But as you can see, can we go back to, there we go, sorry. So now this is for our subrecipients of our total 31, and I'm going to round 31.5. We have payments that have been processed to the subrecipients in the amount of $20.4 million. We have approximately 1.5 that is an AP process today. And what that means is we have received all of the contracts back. They've been fully executed. We have confirmation of their DUNS number. They are either have provided their small awards number or have applied and are in process of doing that, so that we are comfortable distributing those funds, leaving us with approximately 9.6 in a pending status. So if you go to the next page. Okay, so here are the pending status. 1.2 million for the personal care professionals. We are still pending an identification of a fiscal agent for that process. The stabilization fund that we'll be working through the Office of Business Diversity and Compliance is in process. The other Office of Diversity Compliance grants are also in process. Our hope is to have those ready to roll by Friday of this week. The contact tracing with the Shelby County Health Department is in a pending status. And then the 3 in our economic support and relief is the 901 block. We have the agreement in process. We are waiting for the signed agreement to return back to the city of Memphis. The Back on Track summer program, that program is under review, and we will need to revisit with Councilwoman Robinson, since the intended date of that process has passed. I think that was a June date that we were not able to get that 36,000 executed in that program. So we will review that back with Councilwoman Robinson. And then the workforce development, I give great kudos to Councilwoman Logan, who has helped us identify. We were unaware that from the original resolution that was presented on May 29th, that WIN had separated from Shelby County, and I don't even think it's called Workforce Investment Network anymore. So we really appreciate Councilwoman Logan helping us and identifying the right party that we should be working with. And we are working to get that contract executed this week as well. And those are the ones we still have pending. And then our next slide. These are the ones that are in process either yesterday or today that we have now received the contracts. We have everything that we need to move forward on those. And some of them, if it is possible with the vendors, we are directly wiring the money to them. Many of these are grantees of the city before. We have them already in our vendor program, and many of them are set up for ACH, which will process. But as you can see, these are the last ones that we have in process with AP. And next slide. Oh, that's it. I thought we had a total of there it is. They're the ones. These are the ones that have been paid. Payment has been sent, and the date that those payments were fully executed. And that is a summary of where we are in a review of the subrecipients for our CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Fund proceeds allocations.
Okay. Thank you. We have questions. I see Dr. Warren, were you in on this item or was it the previous item?
It was the previous item and it was answered. I wanted to know where we were as far as giving money to the health department.
Okay. Thank you. Chair Robbins.
Yes, back to the program that's under review for the youth this summer. That was Ike Griffin's program. And I'm almost sure he came back and gave us a report about where they were on the program. So do we have a program that we haven't paid for? Or he's paying for it out of his current budget? And
so if he's, yes, ma'am, if he's processed that program, then I just need to get an update on that so we can record it and get it into our grants portal recording, and then we can transfer those funds from the CARES Act funds, which are segregated funds, back into his operating account. But I will confirm that with Director Griffith. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
Okay, we have Councilwoman Logan, who's in the queue. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. I just wanted to thank Chief Ford and Attorney Sink for their diligence in this area to get this information to us. I spoke with them and we kind of cleared everything up and gave the update, but I did want this presentation so the public can be updated. It's important for everyone to know that work is being done and to keep this in the forefront, especially during these trying times. So I appreciate you coming with the detailed information, and that this information will be available to the public so they'll know that we have not forgotten and that we're still working on it. So thank you for your work in this area, and hopefully we'll get everything wrapped up really soon.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. I really appreciate it. And again, it was kind of one of those where we had to get all of the agreements in place and get the requirements in place. The grants reporting portal for the Office of Inspector General is open effective today. And we will start making the requirements. We've already done one preliminary before they got the portal open, but we are required to report after each quarter. And so our September reporting, which is required by September 21st, will be for the period of March 1 through June 30th. Even though they have preliminary information in an Excel format, we must enter it into the portal. And then our next report for activity of July 1 through September 30th is due in the portal on October 13th. And then the last report from October 1 through 12/30 is due January 11th. So it is the intention of certainly of the Finance Division to update council on a regular basis of any changes that are being made, and to provide this information to you, and it will be readily available. That goes into the federal grants solution portal, and we will be making those reports as required to the federal government.
Was that all of your questions?
Thank you. I appreciate it. You're back, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Issa Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about, can we go back to the slide for the pending grant transactions? I just want to make sure my question is going to make sense before I exit. Not that was the one before. Okay. And I don't know if I missed it, but do we have a date that the personal care professionals and the Office of Business Diversity grants will be available? I know last week we were given a time frame, but today it just still says in process, even though we voted it in April. And just because I have constituents constantly asking, and I don't have an answer. So is there a date for the personal care professional grant and then also the minority business grant?
This is Chief McGowan. I'll take a stab at the first one. So the personal care professionals, talked with Councilman Jones a bit about this. This was his initial proposal. And so Mayor Strickland and Councilman Jones were set to have a conversation about the fiscal agent here. I think there were some questions about the one that was proposed and whether they had the capacity to do this. So still, I'm waiting for that determination for Councilman Jones, Mayor Strickland to come to consensus on that, if that's possible. And then the Stabilization Fund, Office of Business Diversity and Compliance, I think Chief Ford said that should be ready by Friday.
Okay. So
our goal is we are working, yes, we are working with Director Joey Massey and Ken Moody just to make sure we have those. I do have Chief Jennifer Sink is also on if there are any specific questions related to how we were organizing that and ensuring that those grants were in compliance and that we were able to execute on those as requested.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. McGowan, there was that day, you sent me a text message asking me to call Mayor Strickland on that. I called Mayor Strickland, I have phone records to prove it, and his voicemail was full. So he and I never talked about that. I know that there may have been some consternation on the administration's part on the fiscal agent that was identified, but the fiscal agent that was identified has notified me that they are willing, able, ready, capable to do this. And so I don't, we approved this back in April. So if they are ready, able, and capable, has there been any further outreach to them to provide these funds to the professional care professionals?
Not at this time. Again, I requested that you and the mayor have a conversation about that fiscal agent, and that has not occurred to this point. So I was in a position of, council has suggested one, the mayor has suggested another, and so I asked that y'all come to agreement on that.
Well, I will produce publicly my phone record showing that I made a call to the mayor on that day and the text message that you sent. And so the fact that I didn't get a return phone call, that's the only reason why we haven't made any progress with that. But that's between the mayor and me.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Carlisle.
Chair, I'm going to yield back. It was regarding the fiscal agent, but I'll leave that to you and the administration.
Okay. Seeing no other council people in the queue, we'll move on to the next item. The next item is a resolution to transfer and allocate $5,731,700 to the MIFA Utility Assistance Program for citizens impacted by COVID-19 global pandemic. This is sponsored by me, so I would ask that Councilman Carlisle that you would chair this so that I may introduce this item.
Yes, sir. Councilman Jones, you were recognized.
Oh, did I say call out? Actually, I
You
meant
did, but it's Canal. We same thing, Canal.
Who's the vice chair of the committee. I apologize.
Yes, sir, Chairman.
Thank you.
You want to go ahead and get a motion in a second for this before we start discussion?
Yes, I will move it.
Oh, second, Smiley.
All right, this item's been moved by Councilman Jones, seconded by Councilman Smiley. I will turn it over to you, Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Canale. Colleagues, you have before you, and I won't go through this entire document and read this 3-page resolution, but before I reference a couple of the whereas provisions, I think that all of us are familiar with the news reports that accounted for, or that gave an account of how when the utility moratorium was lifted for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, the first one that I saw was the pavement center on Lamar for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. And the first call that I received said that from that pavement center, I don't know if you know where it is, it used to be the old Cherokee bowling lane, but the line to MLG&W was backed up to Pendleton. So you're talking multiple city blocks for people getting in. You know, it's for Memphians to have $31 million worth of back MLG&W fees, $7 million worth of late payments. You know, it goes without saying that these are trying times and these are difficult situations. Memphis being a tourism spot, a lot of people who work in Memphis work in industries that are not back up to 100% capacity and where they were pre-COVID. And so after seeing those news reports, I came up with this idea for us to help people who, you know, probably, I don't know about anybody on this call who may have been in situations that some of our colleagues, some of our constituents face. And this was just a way to address the needs of people. First thing I want to say, this is not an attempt to defund the police. This is not. This is a way to help people who are going through difficult times here. So one of the whereas that's listed here says, whereas the needs of our citizens have grown exponentially in recent days, as more than 31,000 Memphians face imminent cutoffs of their utilities due to delinquent bills totaling more than $30 million and more than $7 million in late fees. Whereas $5,731,700 reduction of the approximate $473,000 of taxpayer funds allocated to the public safety for the police and fire divisions would be equal to 1.2% of the combined public safety operating budget. Whereas Memphis City Council believes that measures must be taken to ensure CARES Act funds are reaching our citizens. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that $5,731,700 be transferred from the CARES Act funds for city-owned assets, economic and support relief CARES Act allocations for Memphis Zoo to the MIFA Utility Assistance Program funded by the CARES Act, bringing the total allocation for MIFA Utility Assistance Program to $8,231,700. Therefore, be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council requests that the administration present a plan in writing for the disbursement of MIFA Utility Assistance Program funds allocated from the CARES Act funds within 5 business days and determine feasibility of replacing funds for the Memphis Zoo through reductions in the public safety operating budget. Therefore, be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council also requests that the administration provide an update to the Budget Committee regarding the disbursement of CERP funds and implementation of CERP programs on September 15, 2020. And I know that based upon the previous presentation, that according to that presentation, that these funds have already been sent to the zoo. But I would note, colleagues, that the notice of this resolution went out at 3:53 on Thursday. And so knowing that there was a pending resolution to discuss this, I find it, I really find it offensive that it was taken the day after that this was made public, that this was coming before, that the payment was sent to the zoo, knowing that there was going to be a resolution coming before the council for a reallocation of those funds. So I yield back for any questions that my colleagues may have on this side.
Councilman Carlisle, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chair Canale. I agree with Councilman Jones when it comes to these unprecedented times. I agree that people are hurting. I saw the news as well. We have a bucket of money that this body met and allocated. And I guess since we're doing updates, I really would like to go to the administration and get an update on the current funds that are available for MIFA. Chief McGowan, could you speak to that? How much funding is currently available? That have we expended all the funding for assistance?
Thank you. Well, short answer is no, we have not. MIFA spoke with their leadership and they have continued to provide utility assistance. They have never been in a position where they have not had funds to provide utility assistance, and they haven't had any interruption of their service to provide utility assistance for those who are requesting it. To date, and I guess I'll say that I understand Councilman Jones' frustration, but we also issued forth payments to many of the other agencies that we have been getting those agreements back, and it was our intent to get the money out the door, including to MIFA, the $3.5 million. So from the city of Memphis, MIFA has received $3.5 million. 1.5 of that is CARES Act funding intended for utility assistance that has not been tapped into yet. $1 million for rent and other assistance, and then $1 million of unrestricted funds. And those unrestricted funds, according to their leadership, may be used for the highest need, which if utility assistance is the highest need, then they would use it for that. In addition, they still have $700,000 that was allocated to MIFA from the city's utilities assistance fund that comes out of the general fund. There was $700,000 remaining from that. They also have about $60,000 from this year's fiscal year allocation from Share the Pennies from MLGW, $75,000 grant from MLGW, and another $75,000 from TVA for utility assistance. All of that money remains available but to be distributed today. In addition, Shelby County government has allocated $1.5 million from their community services agency for utility assistance from an allocation of $4.5 million. So today, from the city and from the county through MIFA and the CSA, there are $3.9 million available for utility assistance that are available to citizens today, in addition to the $1 million of unrestricted funds that City Council provided that may be used for utility assistance as well. So that's where things are. I know that the 31,000 number was initially reported. I think that Mr. West is on from MLGW who can get that down to probably give us an update on that number if that's desired. I just saw him join. So sorry, Councilman, go ahead.
No, what I believe, and there was also an allocation from the county commission. Do you know what that total was?
I believe that was what I mentioned through the CSA. I think they put about $4.5 million, and Ms. Young, who's the director of their community services, has indicated about 1.5 of that would be for utility assistance.
So $4 or $5 million is currently available to help people that hasn't been extinguished. We may be getting ahead of ourselves here by allocating additional resources. This body has been recessing instead of adjourning its meeting, particularly to meet emergency needs. And if there's a time in which we need to address additional funds for utility assistance, I think it would probably be down the road and not today. Everybody on this body is very concerned. And certainly when we talk about public safety, there's probably nothing more dangerous than a bunch of neighborhoods that have dark homes without utilities and creating unsafe conditions. I'm not sure that going to the police and fire budget would be the appropriate place for that, but I certainly, colleagues, think that giving the administration time to probably work with Councilman Jones and any other member that wants to go through it and look for opportunities. If there is a future need, would be the prudent approach to reappropriation and budgeting versus kind of shooting from the hip, for lack of a better phrase. I think people have adamantly spoken how they feel about public safety. And at this point, I think we're just getting ahead of ourselves. And there may be a time that we need to address additional funds, but it's certainly not today. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Before we go to Chair Robinson, Chief Ford wishes to provide some additional information regarding the timing of the zoo payment. Chief Ford.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. I just wanted to express to council, and I hear your frustration, but I also just wanted to express to you that we received our last guidance on August 10th and immediately got out agreements as quickly as we could to everyone based on that additional updated guidance. We received our contract back from the zoo on August 19th, well before this initiative from Councilman Jones. But I just wanted to let you know and to assure you that as soon as those are coming in the door and my finance team and our legal team are checking off the boxes that we have everything we need in order to pass an audit and to provide the information that we will be required to provide in the portal. As soon as we check off those boxes, we are processing payments, and we are doing it as expeditiously as we possibly can. We are calling our subrecipients, asking them if they prefer a wire, if they do not have ACH and they are actually in process of a real paper check, we are FedExing it to them for next day delivery, or I have waived the rule and allowed for a physical pickup of a check. So I just wanted to assure the council that we are doing these in the order that they come in. There is nothing intentional about this other than the fact that we are trying to process the money as quickly as possible in accordance with the guidelines that are presented to us, and we appreciate your support on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Ford. Chair Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning. I think we have on a call today Jim West available from MOTW because I had a similar concern about the dollars that we have allocated. Plus, there are other organizations in the city that have allocated dollars, and I'm hearing some share the pennies dollars thrown into the pot. Can we get some clarification on where we have dollars going to MIFA that the city knows of? And it's my understanding that the city has some money for Department of Human Services for children that are in homes without electricity. We also have dollars coming from United Way. So Jim, are you available to share that information and how, so we'll know what really available, and then share with us what the need is.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I might ask Gail Jones Carson, who's also on the line with us, to assist because she might have a little more current information. So in addition to the funding that Chief McGowan described, CSA also has some light heap dollars. I think the total amount that came to Shelby County CSA was about $8 million. So there is definitely money available for assistance. Not only is there money available, but we at MLGW have expanded our payment plan options for customers that might be behind. We announced in June, when we announced that we would resume disconnecting for non-payment, that we would allow customers up to 12 full months to repay their delinquent balance. And so far, we've had over 9,000 customers take advantage of that extended payment plan. Just a quick update on where we are as of today. There are just over 15,000 customers that would be subject to disconnect for non-payment. I'd like to point out that we are not presently disconnecting. We did not disconnect yesterday. We did not disconnect today. And largely that was to allow Shelby County school systems an opportunity to get started and have things stabilized. And we've been in not quite daily, but almost daily conversations with Shelby County schools, with City of Memphis government, with Shelby County government to work out a way that community services at Shelby County can assist those households with students who either have been disconnected or might be subject to disconnect. So there's active efforts underway to focus on households with students enrolled in school that started virtual learning this week too. I've said a lot. Let me pause and see if Gail has an update that she'd like to add.
Basically, Jim, so far you've covered everything, but I did want to put an emphasis on that we are, as you mentioned, working with Shelby County schools to make sure students have utility services, and CSA is allocating those dollars to make sure that they are taken care of.
Thank you. Council member, based on the reports I have asked for and I've gotten, we don't know exactly how much money is out there and available. They're giving us some numbers that they are aware of. We don't know where United Way is. We don't know where Community Foundation is. We have TVA did a matching grant with MLGW, and I think they both ended up $75,000. I do believe that we need to get a full report about where these dollars are and how they're being spent. I know that some of our dollars, we stated that, you know, it didn't matter about people's income, but we do have people who've gotten paycheck protection. They've gotten unemployment, more money than they've possibly made over the last 3 months. We need to know how these dollars are really being spent, who's getting those dollars, to ensure that those who are having the most problem and cannot get the dollars that they need, that we're being able to reach them. And it's my understanding that citizens can apply for all programs out there that are available. So if you have the technology savvy, it can do that. What about those people who are on fixed income, Social Security, elderly, needing medication, don't have computers? I think as a council, it's our responsibility to get a report or ask for one to tell us where those dollars are coming from, how much is actually available to the public, and what public is actually getting those dollars. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we'll be more than happy to work on that to find out, you know, where the dollars are coming from and how much. But I do want to point out that those dollars are lessening every day as these agencies are providing dollar support to our customers. So this going down, the numbers are changing every day. And the TVA money that you mentioned, actually it was $400,000, $200,000 from TVA and $200,000 from Memphis Light, Gas and Water. $150,000 went to MIFA. $150,000 went to the food bank. $50,000 went to the community grant, and $50,000 community foundation. I'm sorry, and $50,000 went to United Way.
So now you understand you got money that's across the community, and we need to know what, how does a person qualify for those dollars? Okay.
We'll work on that, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilwoman Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. Many of my questions have been addressed already in regards from Chief to Chairwoman Patrice Robinson in regards to what actually exists in regards to available funding. And I think we do need a complete outline of expenditures and what's still available. I've also know that TVA gave some credit. Maybe that funding could be possible to be included in these resources to help pay for utilities. But I think we do need a complete picture. And I maybe Memphis Light, Gas and Water, and maybe some of the MIFA need to be advertised and somehow better in regards to how individuals can actually receive these funding. And we need to know where we are before we start adding additional funds, because it seems like the money is floating, but we just don't know where it's coming from. And I'm concerned that we shouldn't be adding anything to the pot until we know exactly what we have available still. I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward, I guess, to hear from Memphis Light, Gas and Water in the future for a complete outline of how do they see the problem.
So Councilwoman Johnson, the monies that you're talking about from TVA, some of that money went to the food bank, so we know how that's being used, and some of the money went to the community foundation. We don't necessarily know how they use those dollars. However, the monies that went to MIFA definitely are being used for utility assistance, and the money that went to, well, United Way, we're not sure how they did it. No other community foundation, but the food bank, we know where that went. So we know of the 400,000, at least 150,000 will be used for utility assistance. And as far as notifying customers, we did an extensive communication plan on making sure our customers knew about these dollars. We did a direct mail piece, not to just the customers who were going to be disconnected, but to every customer that we have. 430,000 customers received a card, not in an envelope that they might not would have opened, but we sent out a colorful card that would get folks' attention, and it gives directions on how to access those funds. And we put our communications daily on that. And we even did TV and radio in addition, on top of all the other communications that we did.
I agree that you did do it. I even saw it myself, and I know you've been doing it for some months. But unfortunately, once the cutoff started coming, our proposed cutoff, it seemed as though individuals couldn't recall which the efforts that y'all had put out there. So I think we're still going to have to work on that, because a lot of the concerns are not just from the people who actually are facing possible cutoffs, but it's from family members and friends and community leaders. And all these individuals need to be reminded that there are opportunities for these individuals to get funding. And the best way to do it is constantly push the message. Don't stop with it.
Every day, ma'am. We're going to do it every day.
Right. And I guess my question is your office, Memphis Light, Gas and Water, do they have a plan on how they see how this is going to play out? Where all the possible funding could come to assist with this situation that you're in? Has anybody sat down and said, okay, we got 15,000, out of 15,000, we may be able to provide funding for 10,000? I mean, is there a thought process or plan in place to address the 15,000?
Okay, Memphis Light, Gas and Water never, to my knowledge, since I've been there, we don't say which customers should receive funds. The grant agencies, the nonprofits that have the dollars, they do the screening process. We don't. We just receive the dollars and attach those dollars to the accounts.
Okay, I guess my question would be like, if you know you have 15,000 subject to possible cutoff, then look like you could send those 15,000 to CSA and ask, has these individuals received any additional funding in the last year? Or can you check to see if they received any funding from any source? And maybe you can zoom in on those particular individuals and make sure they are aware this is what they need to do in order to qualify for these funds.
Well, we can do some additional work on that, but every time a person calls in, our customer service agencies are directing them specifically and directly to those funding agencies. When they call in, they get that information on our recorder, but when they talk to someone, every customer service person is informing them about where the available dollars are.
Okay.
We can do a targeted communications. We can work on that, Councilwoman.
Can we work on, I mean, what's the reason for the long lines? I mean, can you come up with a plan where you can reduce the long lines, or can you add telephone lines? what can you do to assist the customers?
Well, many of the customers who are in the long lines, I think they're going in to pay, but right now, we have far more than 100 pay locations. People can pay online on my account. They can also use the MLGW app. They can do the chat. We have many ways that our customers can pay and not get in line to pay. And those customers who are in line, they're not trying to get on payment plans because the extended payment plan, they must call in if they want to be able to pay their bill in 12 months. They have to call in. However, if they want to just get a payment arrangement, they can use any of those avenues I just mentioned. If they just need a few more days to pay their bill, they can use our chat. They can use my account online or either via the app. So we have many ways for our customers to get on a payment plan, but for the extended payment plan, they have to call in. So then, like I said, we have more than 100 authorized payment agents for our customers to pay their bills.
Well, obviously, they're not using because it appears as though they believe they have to go to those particular locations, unfortunately. So maybe I can help you spread that word for those 100 different sites for people to actually go and pay their bill. But that's if they intend to pay it in full, I would assume. At the 100.
Well, some of them may not have to pay it in full. They may know some customers, if they are a good pay customer, they can pay their balance down to $399. If they're not a good pay customer, they can pay their bill down to $199 to avoid disconnect. And most of our customers know that. And we always communicate, and we never assume that every customer knows. So we stay on top of communicating.
And just to clarify, Councilwoman Johnson, this is Jim West again, Vice President, Customer Service at MLGW. But if I understood your question, a customer can pay any amount at a pay location. They don't have to pay the full amount owed at the payment location. Councilman Jones mentioned the lines at the Lamar office, and one of our newest pay locations happens to be a Dollar General store that's right across the street from our Lamar community office. So we're aggressively trying to communicate the expanded locations because we added last month 100 new locations roughly with Dollar General stores and Family Dollar stores to the already existing network of authorized pay locations. So it is a constant challenge to communicate and make sure we're being as broad as we can so that everyone is aware of those.
Okay. All right, thank you so much for that information. I think it was very informative, especially to me, but I'm sure many listening are finding out that all those locations are available and that they can go there to pay those bills. Again, I thank you and I look forward to any updates that you can provide in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Colleagues, we have a lot of people in the queue that would like to speak on this matter. But before we go to Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Dorcas Young, I believe, is on the line, the Division Director for Shelby County Community Services. Ms. Young, would you be able to speak to us on what Shelby County is and can do?
Good morning. I hope you all can hear me. Can you? Okay, great. Dorcas Young, Division Director for Shelby County Division of Community Services. Thank you for allowing me to speak for just a moment. As you all have talked about this morning, the Division of Community Services for many years has operated our utility assistance program. One of the things that's really important about this program is that it is 100% grant funded from the state of Tennessee. Because it is a grant, there are particular eligibility requirements that an individual must have in order to qualify. One of those eligibility requirements is that a person must be 125% of the federal poverty level. That is not eligibility requirement that we can change. And so if a household does not meet that income threshold, they do not qualify for this assistance. Of course, we also have the eligibility requirement that anyone living in Shelby County is eligible for this service. It's not just the city of Memphis, but all people who live throughout Shelby County. And we also give priority in some ways to seniors and those with households of children. As I mentioned, this is a regular course of funding that we receive year after year. You will hear a lot of numbers floated around about how much is available, but that is because at any given point during our fiscal year, that number could change. We may have expended all of our funds at some point. We may have received more money from our funder, but typically we receive about $10 million each year to help customers throughout Shelby County. That fiscal year is October to September. I think that's really important because many people will say, hey, CSA, Community Services, has $10 million available, but we don't have $10 million available right now because we're at the end of a fiscal year. At last check, we had about $1 million that was remaining through the end of September. The one thing that I also want to mention is that there are some possibilities. I heard, I caught the tail end of some of the conversations about SCS and the students and ensuring that those students had access to utilities. We are exploring ways that we can target help to those households through some more flexible funding that we have through some CARES dollars. I know that the city has been really willing to have that conversation with us as well. Some of the difficulty is just the devil is in the details of how you share data, how you protect customer information. We want to do the right thing and help folks, but there has to be some thought given to some of the legal and confidentiality requirements when you're talking about customer data. But we are plowing through that. We are working in total partnership to figure that out. And I'm hopeful that we'll have a plan that does target our students very, very soon to make sure that they have access to what they need. I hope that helped. If you all have any specific questions, I am more than happy to try to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Councilwoman Isha Thomas, you recognized.
Thank you. Ms. Young kind of answered a lot of them, but some of them that still remain was, do citizens only get this assistance one time?
Good morning, Councilwoman. Yes, that is another requirement of the grant. You are only eligible for this assistance one time through the program year. And so one of the things that you may hear as you are getting calls from citizens is urgency for them because they do not qualify for this CSA assistance because maybe they accessed the funds earlier in the year. Another thing I did not mention, but this is very important. The funds that we have, this $10 million that we get, it's not just for folks who have a cutoff notice, right? So we have people, if you meet the income requirement, you are eligible for this help. And so we have a mixture of people who may not have an emergency situation, but have accessed the funds. And then we have people who are in an emergency situation that need it today. And so we try to manage that, but it is important to know that this is not just crisis money. It is money to help folks relieve their energy burden in general.
So I know you said that your fiscal year ends in October.
Yes, ma'am. It ends September 30th. So we got 30 more days.
So if your fiscal year ends September 30th, are citizens who accessed the money earlier this year able to apply again after September 30th?
Yes, they are able to apply on October 1st. And honestly,
Okay.
you know, as we get a lot of calls in, we are making sure that we share that and push that out to current customers so that they are aware of that eligibility date.
So I know that you said, and just thank you, Ms. Young, for just working to constantly and consistently providing these services and alleviation to our citizens. How can we better, and I think some of my other colleagues, 3 of them asked the same thing, but I'm asking you since you just got on the call. How can we better advertise this option to our citizens? I know you said it's not just crisis money, but right now we in a crisis. So how do we advertise that and get that information to them? I don't know if Ms. Carson is still on the call, but do we have information pieces at these pay centers, or is a card or a pamphlet sent in the MLGW notice that says you're getting cut off? Does it also include something in there about assistance available? How, in your opinion, how can we better give folks access to this information and to the application?
I'm sorry. This is Gail. We have worked with CSA for more than a year now. We have actually partnered with them on helping get the message out about their dollars. We use all of our communications, even our talk shows and everything to communicate and work with CSA on getting their message out about their funding.
Thank you, Gail. This is Dorcas again. I actually agree. I was going to say, I think that we, in my professional opinion, we are doing what we need to do in terms of getting the information out. It's hard, in all these different ways that we can: social media, mail-ins, talk shows, all of these things. And we know that there are still people who may not understand or know that they qualify. I think the next level of something that we are looking at and we're exploring, even with this SES partnership, is to find ways that we can identify people who need help. We have data, MLGW has data, SES has data. And so there are ways that we can proactively identify people and encourage them to get help. And we're trying to work through that. I do think, just putting, I've had to put some realistic expectations in my idealistic emergency way of doing things. It takes time to figure out those data agreements because there are so many nuances there. But I think we're working towards that. I think that's one thing that will help us. I also think that, just quite honestly, with CSA, because it is funded by the state, we have things that we have to do or cannot do because the state tells us. And so one of those things that has happened recently that's been helpful is an online application system. I think some of the issues that we have is that everyone knows we have overwhelming need in this community, right? The need existed before COVID. And, unfortunately, it will exist after. And so there's overwhelming need. And quite honestly, our systems, our capacity is just not structured in a way that makes it as easy as it needs to be for people to get through the process. Now, we're trying to work through that process, but we're also trying to serve people at this time. And so it is difficult. It's not something that's easy, but it's something that we're committed to trying to figure out every day. And I think that you can rest assured that we are having the conversations with MLGW. They are working extremely hard with us. The schools are, senior centers are, and we're hopeful that we can get some kind of resolution soon while still meeting the need that exists now.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Young. I know if anybody's working, you working. And I do see some things that Chairwoman has put in the chat with 211, and then also library staff helping. And I know that, and you know that, and they know that. But like we just been saying, citizens don't know. I'll just be listening and paying attention to however these new partnerships, especially with SES and helping identify, I think that'll be pretty helpful. So I'll just be standing by, but supporting the work that you're doing at CSA. Thank you, Ms. Young.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the things we need to look at is the operational feature of how this came about. I know, listening, it sounds like we really sent out a lot of information, but if the lines can only take 200 calls a day and we shut off 1,000 people a day or whatever, then there's going to be panic.
And I think maybe what we need to do is we're looking forward and we're moving forward is MLGNW, instead of having cutoffs of 10,000 people in a day when they can only take, they know how many phone calls they can take in their call center. They should assume they're going to have to handle all of it. And then they can redirect people that call, but you can't shut off 10,000 people in a day if you can only answer 400 phone calls that day. So, that's the operational issue that I think we're seeing with the line. So as we move forward, I'd like them to think about whatever plan they're going to use with that. Another issue or question I have is, I saw that TVA is going to give us a 2.5% rebate. Can we figure out how we can use those funds, either us as a city take our portion of those funds in that savings and reallocate to our citizens, or work somehow with MLGNW to do that? And what I'd like to do is maybe have administration look into that, maybe have Alan Wade look into that and see what proportion of that savings can actually be given to the city for us to be able to use that money to help our citizens in this time of need, not just with only power, but also with housing. We're looking at a major family homeless issue. We're going to have families that are in homes without power. We're going to have families being evicted from homes that are going to be on the streets. So we've got a big, big problem coming up, and we need to be thinking ahead on how we're going to deal with all those things. But the 2.5% rebate from TVA, how can we get some of that to use? And we may want to use that on power. We may want to use that on housing. TVA money may want to use their part on rebates for the people who own that. And I think as MLGNW may want to use that for rebates. But as we move forward, I think MLGNW probably needs to not cut off more people than they can answer the phones for and redirect to these sources that we've been hearing about in the community. Because no one's really acting on this probably until they have to. And once they have to, we need to have a way that they can react and we can get money to them and keep them in their homes so we don't have a huge homeless crisis.
Dr. Warren, this is Gail again. We looked at that matter about the number of customers we were cutting off at one time, and the plan has submitted, and we are following through on cutting off significantly less customers than we rolled out with. We will not be cutting off 10,000 customers at one time. That will be far, far less. We have already began that process. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that is great. I really appreciate that. These are unprecedented times. I mean, if y'all had it to do over again, there's no way you would have done it the way it went rolled out. So I understand that, and as long as we're not going forward with that process, I think that'll help.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm gonna kind of be brief because some of the things I would like to have another meeting and not on this particular meeting. Gail, you still on the line?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I need to ask you a few questions and things that you still, look, I need you to get me one thing. I need everybody that was cut off. I need every zip code that it was.
Yes, sir.
Can you get me that? Now, let me ask you.
Well, can I say one thing? We initially, the first day on August 24th, when we did the cutoffs, we, to make it fair and across Shelby County, we cut them by billing cycles. We have 21 billing cycles. So the first day we went through cycles 1 through 7, which is spread out all over Shelby County, because we didn't want to look like we were targeting any one area over the other. But I would be more than happy to get those zip codes for you.
Well, I can understand that, but I want this for a different reason, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, each and every one that was cut off. Now, let me ask you a question. We're trying to discuss this. Is there any way, if you can get the administration, can we hold up on cutoffs for the next 2 weeks?
Now, Mr. Councilman, I don't know about that. I have to check.
Well, I need that because if we can hold up on cutoffs, that'll give us a chance. And Chair Lady, I appreciate what you said. And maybe we can have a meeting next week and then we can talk about this one issue, because there's some things in which I need to check. Okay. And I want to make everybody happy. There's a lot of money out there. I want to make sure this money is used wisely. And y'all, please forgive me. Some people gonna get mad at me right this minute. You know, some people didn't want to pay no bill. Okay, they got $600 a week, and I just got to say this: when you start adding $600, then it's a 4 weeks in a month. Some months had 5. You're looking at anywhere from $2,400 to $3,000. That didn't mean you go get your hair fixed. Okay, that means this money was to pay bills, feed your family, everything else. $3,000 is more money than the average person that decided to get up at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock to go to a job at 8 o'clock. A lot of them didn't make this. You know, some households, according to how many what was in that particular household, there was more than $600. You know, that's what I'm trying to get at right now. That's why, you know, I like to hold this, at least for Chairwoman Robinson, to try to set up a meeting maybe first part of next week where we can discuss this only. You know, I worked all my life. Some people don't want to work, okay? And you got elderly people, I sure don't want them cut off. I don't want people that have disabilities, I sure don't want them to get cut off. You know, I don't want the wrong people get cut off, and the ones that just didn't want to pay anything keep their lights, and they get all of this different funds. I have issues with that. And then I got to go back, you know, with monies. And then, hey, we've given a lot of money. Shelby County's given a lot of money. And then we want to move money from the police department. And then you want to move money from the zoo. Not into that program. The zoo means a lot to me. I ain't been to the zoo in years, but we have one of the finest zoos. That was one thing that I wanted to put money in. And I don't want nobody to take that out of there. You know, they could have talked to me first because they knew that was one of my things, to try to keep that zoo. But please don't do that without talking to me. You know, that was not a good thing. I have issues with that. You know, I want to help everybody. But, you know, you can go to some of these fast food places. People had jobs. They wouldn't go because they were getting all of this money. Everybody knew. Light, gas, and water. Your housing, a lot of people, and Dr. Warren, you were saying people gonna get put out. Of course they're gonna get put out because they didn't want to pay. But they were getting this money. What did they do with it? Nike got rich. You know, I got issues with that. You know, the wig place got rich. But we trying to help somebody that took this money and did not do anything other than, hey, didn't pay a bill at all. I got an issue with that. Okay, that's one reason why I want everybody's zip code, you know. And I would ask, hey, Chairwoman, hey, let's sit this, move this, hey, and sometime next week, this will be a discussion only, this particular item, if you all don't mind. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Councilman, I'm going to get that information for you, and I don't really want to speak up for CSA, but in addition to trying to work to make sure the children have utility services, I think if Dorcas is on the phone, she can confirm that they're also trying to make sure some of the senior citizens are taken care of as well.
Right, that's very important to me because they're on a fixed income because, hey, if they don't have utility, they can't buy their medicine, they can't buy this, they can't get groceries, they can't get anything. They're hey, that's a concern to me. Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Ms. Canal. Ms. Jones Carson and Ms. West, are you able to provide just an update on the number of arrears, the number of bills, the dollar amount of the bills outstanding? Colleagues, one of the things, and Ms. Robinson, Mr. Warren, you may recall this, when we were on the school board for the longest time, Memphis City Schools had operated without paying its water bill because we thought that the MLG&W can provide those services for free. And for a while they did. There was a point that maybe it was just the enforcement of state law that essentially said that nobody gets to receive their services for free, including people who have arrears. So these bills, if somebody's looking at an $800 utility bill, those bills cannot be wiped away. They just can't go away. And so this was a way to address that. And if this allocation is approved, it's not taking a cent from the zoo. I would remind everybody this is 1.2%. So would be the equivalent in our households if we had $100, we would be reallocating $1.20. So Mr. West and Mrs. Jones Carson, although there may not be cutoffs, can you give us an idea of what the financial picture is for MLG&W as it relates to late fees, as it relates to past due bills, even if that number has been reduced of the number of people that may be eligible for cutoff?
Well, Mr. Councilman, the last number, initially we were looking at a $30 million deficit. And the last I heard, we were down to about $28 million loss. Well, it's not a loss. Customers are getting on payment plans and they're coming in and making payments. But the last number I was told was we were $28 million non-payment.
Okay. So what has been talked about here, though, colleagues, is various pots of money. And these various pots of money don't necessarily have to be for utilities. They can be for rent assistance. They can be for other needs that people have. So from what I've heard, there's not $28 million. There's nowhere near close to that amount that's available for that assistance. And I doubt if anybody was keeping a tally of how much funds are available, but that could be something that we would come back to. But I just doubt that there is $28 million that's available to offset what these late fees would be. And without some of those needs being addressed, aren't people still going to be facing, whether it's September, October, November, still going to be facing some of these challenges because these bills and obligations will not go away?
Councilman Jones, it's Jim West. I might just add an updated number from what Gail had. The delinquent balance in total is about $22.5 million. Since we began disconnects, we've received about $7.6 million in payments that's brought that total number down. One other note is because we're offering customers expanded payment plan options, a customer doesn't necessarily have to come up with that total amount owed. If they come up with a portion of that, then we'll set the remainder of that balance up on an installment plan up to a year to repay. So, not to downplay the significance of the number at all, it's upwards of $20 million, but individual customers aren't always going to be required to come up with the full amount. We'll be happy to work with them on a payment plan.
Okay. One thing that was mentioned earlier was that we had $1.5 million that had yet been tapped into, but those funds were not made available until last Wednesday. That's when the mayor publicly announced that he'd authorized a wire for 3.5 going to MIFA. So, this to think that we would have blew through $1.5 million from then until now, I don't think that's reasonable. I know that may not have been what was intended by that statement, but it's not like that 1.5 or that $3.5 million has been available since April to address those needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Carlton, recognize.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Colleagues, first off, a lot of really great dialogue, great questions. I've learned a lot. I think this goes back to a couple of things here. One, Councilman Jones brought up an interesting question. I was not on the school board. However, I do remember reading about the water fees. I would like to get Cheryl Patterson, if she can write an opinion letter on whether or not they can forgive. I know that late fees are forgiven, but but I'd be curious to know if they have the legal authority to forgive arrears. And not that I disagree with Councilman Jones, I just wasn't there, and I'd like her opinion on it. Don't need it today. Want to keep the meeting moving forward, but I'll have that conversation offline with her. We can talk about vernacular all we want. I fully support looking at ways to figure out how to keep our citizens' lights on. Whether or not the money was delivered last week or 2 months ago, the money is there today, and it is imprudent to start arbitrarily cutting the city budget, specifically our public safety budget. Keeping people's lights on is a matter of public safety, no question about it. But I do not support defunding the police, and we can say it's not a defunding of the police, it's divesting. We can say it's cutting, it's reappropriating. At the end of the day, it's removing funds from public safety to somewhere else. And as far as I'm concerned, that's defunding, and I don't support that. I think that it would be prudent for us to take the time, and I agree with my colleague, Councilman Ford, to have a conversation next week after everybody can go back and do some homework, get a little bit more information, and take time to think about it. So with that, I move to table this resolution for the time being until this body can come back and reconvene and discuss it with better information and resources.
Second.
Morgan, seconds.
Before we do anything, this is Councilman Ford again. Gail, are you still online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I need you to give it to your people. We need to put a moratorium. Do not cut anyone off for the next 2 weeks until the council can get everything kind of situated. So the council, and I mean, if we have to, we need to vote on that particular item, and I make that as a motion if we have to, but no cutoff for the next 2 weeks.
I already saw the motion.
Hold on. We've had one motion made and seconded. We've had another.
If I may, to Councilman Ford, I support your motion. From a mechanical standpoint, let's table this item, and then if we could have the staff draw up a resolution requesting a moratorium for 2 weeks, sponsored by Councilman Ford, we'd appreciate that. We can vote on that during executive.
We all did.
In fairness to all of our colleagues, we've had several that have been in the queue for quite a while. I want to hear from every person that asks questions for MLGW before we go to a vote on the motion. So that includes Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Morgan.
Point of order, Chairman, Vice Chairman. Point of order. I have a motion on the floor in a second. Either a discussion or a vote on tabling the item.
All right, Brooke, call a vote on this item, but we're going to hear from the rest of the people that have questions while we have MLGW on the line. It's only fair to the colleagues you got in the queue after.
Are you ready for a vote, or?
Yes.
Point of clarification, Chairman, Vice Chair Cannell, a point of clarification. What is the vote again? Please clarify what.
Councilman Carlisle's motion to table this item, seconded by Councilman Ward.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to have a vote on whether to table this item. Councilwoman Logan. A vote yes would be to table. A vote no would be not to table.
Aye.
Councilman Colvette.
No.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
No.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
No.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Smiley.
No.
Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle.
Yes.
Councilman Warren.
Yes.
Chairman Jones.
No.
What's that vote total, Brooke?
It's tabled. Yes, sir. There's more than seven for the tabling of the motion.
All right, that motion passes. Colleagues, we still have Councilman Morgan, Councilman Logan, Chair Robinson, and Councilman Smiley if you wish to ask questions, discussion on MLGW, where we stand with cutoffs. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. Mr. West, also for reference on that delinquent balance that's now gone from 30 million to 22 and a half, what is it typically? So if we were to ask this question this time last year, isn't that balance typically around 14 or 15 million on a monthly basis?
It is, Councilman Morgan. That we in the height of the pandemic at 30 million or so, we were roughly twice the normal level that we would see. So it's trending downward. And again, you know, we're doing everything we can to communicate about expanded payment options, new pay locations. But normally, this time last year, it would have been around $15 million.
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad we tabled it. I want to see again where this delinquent balance goes over the next couple of weeks. We do have funds available. And remember, it doesn't take that full amount of the delinquent balance to get on a payment plan and to get going. One of the things we talked about is how to communicate this to our constituents. I had a conversation a few weeks ago with a group of landlords, and I thought that was really helpful and effective. Landlords are incentivized to have their tenants pay their utility bill and to pay their rent. And they already have the ground relationships with the people that might be struggling to pay the bills. And they are a really good source to spread information to our customers. That probably number one thing is if you owe MLGW money, don't try to ghost them. MLGW is your best friend. Stay in communication, and they will help be able to connect you to an assistance program. So anything we can do, I think, to talk to the landlords, to be able to talk to their tenants about staying in communication with MLGW is a productive avenue to get the word out. I understand that fire and police are the largest parts of our general fund, but I also think they're the most important parts. And down the road, if in maybe only days or weeks down the road, we decide that we need to act and put more money into MLGW systems, there are other parts of the budget that I would prioritize cutting than the public safety portions. And we may have to open the entire budget back up, and it may be one very specific line item by line item, 50,000 here, 10,000 there. I think each council already have some ideas of parts of the budget that they consider less important than MLGW assistance. One example would be, honestly, agenda item number 1 in today's budget, the new Community Catalyst Fund, which isn't something that's really been up and running all that much yet, and it's a new expenditure that we could probably hold off for. Wouldn't have to be spent this year; it could be done in later years. So, but it's been held already, so I'll leave my comments at that. And I've really enjoyed the discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Glad to see you at home and out of the hospital. Councilwoman Logan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. I had a couple of questions about the promotions or communications. I want to first thank President Young and Ms. Carson for expediting verbiage and text and information for us last week to send out to our constituents. I made a call and they were right on top of it, giving us some bullet points to share with our constituents who were in dire need of direction. So I appreciate that. But I do want to ask that we continue with messaging that the community can easily digest and is readily available. Whether it's an ongoing ticker on the news, just some places in which our constituents can access the information quickly, easily, 1, 2, 3 steps, where to go, how to do it, as you did last week, but even in more so. Also want to know if all the payment centers are easily or have signage are noticeable. Are there banners or signs out front that says make payment here? As you're driving by, maybe all of them can be identified. I know you said you added some new ones, but just wondering if they're all readily identified driving by the street. And the third point is a question as to ongoing discussions and solutions for our constituents, because this is just the beginning. And I think Dr. Warren mentioned earlier, you know, as we move forward, this is only going to continue. So are we at MLG&W, are you all having discussions about how to, you know, mitigate these types of things moving forward? Or do we need to discuss that at our meeting next week? You know, if we could come back with some ideas, because it's going to continue as we move forward through this time. And there are no quick fixes, even if, like Councilman Morgan said, if we need to go line by line item and look at the budget, that may be something we need to do. I do thank Councilman Jones for finding a way that we can do that, because we have to continue to look at this as a new normal in some situations. So just wanted to encourage everyone to be open to some, opportunities that we have in the budget at the beginning of the year. Then maybe we can discuss that at our next meeting. And with that, I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Chair Robinson, before we go to you, President Young's on the line and he wants to address something that I believe Councilman Senior brought up.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me okay, Council?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning. Just wanted to apologize. I had a double booking this morning, but I did want to acknowledge, I didn't hear all of the conversation, but I do want to acknowledge that we will extend our moratorium until September 14th, and to allow customers better opportunities. We've actually suspended it the last couple of days. Mr. West might have mentioned that before I got on. And working with the school system, we're trying to help facilitate that transition. So we had done that for the last couple of days, and certainly would love to work with the council, make sure we accommodate the needs. So a 2-week extension is something that we are committing to do today.
Thank you, President Young. Chair Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, President Young. And I just wanted to thank each of the council members today for your input and your thoughtfulness. The staff and I will discuss what day next week we will meet again so that we can talk about these issues. And I just wanted to make sure that you send me a personal note about what you stated today that's important for us to discuss at our next meeting as we look at what we can do or where dollars are and how they're being shared with the community. And I know that we're going to need some attorneys there, because we're probably going to have to do some cross-agency sharing of information. So I want to make sure that we alert our attorneys that they need to be available to assist us in this process. Send me a note so that I will have the information and get everything that we need for our next meeting. And thank you, Councilman Ford, for making sure that we do this immediately. So in the future, we have a process in place that will support our community at any time, not just during a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. Councilman Smiley, you recognized.
I was concerned that I was going to get an opportunity to say something today, but thank you, Chair Canal. Real quick, I think this question is for Chief McGowan. Are you still with us?
Sure. So I was wondering whether or not Michael was making the funds available to individuals who are in need of assistance on a monthly basis, or was it a one-time grant? I don't know if Sally's on with us today, but I can, someone from MIFA on. I can certainly get that information back to you. They do have a process of screening, but of the monies that they do provide, they'll provide utility assistance, and they continue to do that through the money that we provide them every year. The money that you all provided will also be used for rental assistance, clothing clothing assistance, and food assistance. So they have an array of those, and all of those can be tapped individually. So you can get more than one grant for different purposes from LIFA.
So the reason I'm asking is I'm in the May budget hearings, I think council's resolution called for individuals who are in need of utility assistance to be able to apply for monthly grants. I just want to make sure that the monthly grants were available. It wasn't just a one-time grant. It was a situation where if you were impacted by COVID, thank you, Brooke, for putting it up while I'm running my mouth. If you read toward I think it's the last, now therefore be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council requests administration to work with MIFA to allow applicants to apply monthly for grant assistance for the duration of the pandemic. So I just wanted to make sure we were sticking with that and allow individuals to apply monthly as opposed to a one-time grant, because we know that this pandemic has had a toll on the individuals in the city, and it's not just a one-time fix. I think it's a situation where we can help people for the duration.
Yes, sir. I'll verify that that's the case. I believe that was in the grant agreement, so I'll just verify that's the case.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Canale.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Jim West, you still on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Would you respond to Councilman Johnson's question in the chat box? While you do that, we'll go to Councilwoman Logan for one more question, and then I've got one question before I toss it back to Councilman Jones for his last item in budget. Councilwoman Logan.
I'm sorry, I was actually typing retract. I was going to mention the resolution that Councilman Smiley just brought up, that it was monthly.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jones Carson, are you still on the line?
Yes, I'm still on, yes.
So I've got a quick question. Before we cut anybody's power, are we going to them and saying, hey, these are your available options for utility assistance, giving them a notice before we just go out and cut their power?
Every customer gets a cutoff notice.
But are we giving them information on who they can turn to for utility assistance before we cut it off?
Yes, sir. We have sent direct information to customers' homes.
Okay, I just want to make sure
about all of the dollars that are available. And we have it everywhere, but we have sent it, sir, to their homes.
Okay, does that include not limited to the share the pennies and the +1?
Well, we're not talking about, well, we're not sending information on share the pennies, because share the pennies is for weatherization. We're sending information about the various organizations that have COVID-19 dollars and how to reach those organizations.
Okay, I understand, but in a crisis in the global pandemic, weatherization doesn't mean much if your lights are cut off. I just want to make sure.
No, I only mentioned it because you mentioned share the pennies.
Right, because I know that those are 2 buckets of money that we have through MLGW to help with utilities and home weatherization. All I'm saying is before we go cut someone's power, I just want to make sure that they are given plenty of information who they can turn to that can help them keep their power on.
Yes, sir, we're doing that.
Okay, thank you.
And we will continue to do that throughout this whole process, pandemic.
And Mr. West, Councilman Smiley asked another question in the chat box.
Yes, I see that. I am not sure I understand the question. Are they applying the $200 monthly retroactively for those who are in need?
So let me clarify. Thank you, Chairman Canale. Essentially what I'm seeking, so in May budget hearings, either whether the first or second meeting in May, whatever it may be, council passed a resolution to allow individuals who were in need of utility assistance to apply for grants And what I wanted to know is, since we passed it in May, since it's taken so long for the funds to be allocated, would the grant be applied retroactively? Like if I had a $2,000 balance in May and somebody was able to take out a loan and, pay it down, would I be able to receive funds to address that balance at that point in time, or would the funds that I'm able to receive only apply, let's say, starting in September? Are you following me?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilman Smiley. That's a great question. So it is in effect applied retroactively. So the way the billing system and the payment process works, it sort of gets applied to the oldest balance. We're trying to make sure we can get people caught up with us, if you will, and it's not just applied to the current month. So it does in effect apply retroactively.
Okay, I think that answered my question. I'm gonna think through it a little bit more, but I believe you answered my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues, for the discussion. Chairman Jones, I'll turn it back over to you for your last item.
Thank you, Mr. Canale. Colleagues, we have, look like Mrs. Easter Thomas just jumped into the queue. Mrs. Easter Thomas, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. Question, since we have a lot of people on the call, and I know my internet is acting up, how does in the opinion of MLGW, are they supportive of funds being made available to help and assist citizens catch up on their utility bill? Or how is it seen in the MLGW office? Is it seen as a burden? Is it seen as helpful? I've never heard their opinion on it.
So this is Jim West again. I was waiting to see if someone else wanted to weigh in. So if I understand the question, it is, are we in favor of, or does it create a burden for additional funds to be made available in the community to assist customers with bill payment? Was that the question?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think anything that assists customers with bill payment assistance, I think we're generally in favor of. We would not weigh in, for example, on the appropriateness of one funding source versus another, and that discussion that's gone on a little bit this morning. But
that's not what I'm asking, though.
Yeah, no, we're entirely supportive of additional funds, whether they be grants from government agencies, whether it be CARES dollars, whether it be philanthropic grants from foundations, but anything that would assist our citizens with being able to pay bills, we're in favor of.
Thank you for that.
Okay, colleagues, the last item on our agenda is a resolution to appropriate CARES Act CRF proceeds for community-based testing initiative. This item is sponsored by the administration.
Move it.
Okay, has been moved by Carlisle, seconded by Canale. Is there anyone to speak on this item?
Chief McGowan, I'll start. In the response to the COVID pandemic, one of the keys is testing, and then the next key is contact tracing, and then obviously the isolation and quarantine. On the testing side, it's important that everybody who wants a test has access to a test, and we have done a good job of that so far. What this funding, when council, we made the allocation of about $12 million to support this testing. This appropriation today will do two things. Number one, we'll continue the community-based testing that has been in place since about late March, early April. We will expand it to 2 hard-walled locations, one at Appling, former inspection station at Appling, one at the Lamar former vehicle inspection station. Our partners, University Clinical Health, which is an extension of UT Health Science Center, and Christ Community Clinic, have been doing the work. This will continue that work all the way through December 30th. It started at about May 25th. And so that's the community-based testing, and I'm happy to report that every week we have more than 10,000 tests available for people to make themselves available. It will also allow us to provide a dedicated laboratory space for testing through the University of Tennessee Health Science Center such that we can maintain turnaround times less than 48 hours. The second part of this is what we're calling enhanced testing initiative. As you know, children are at some school systems are going back to school. Teachers are back in the school system as well. And so we started a pilot with first responders and some selected teachers and some selected students to do asymptomatic testing to ensure that it was safe for people to return to school. We have expanded that now. Ms. Tiffany Collins is on with us here today, who's leading that particular effort. And our hope is that as we continue to ramp up our pilot on this program, that we will be prepared later this fall if more children are ready to return to school so that we can do so safely. Now, this will be our ability to make sure that we are actively surveilling the environment such that we catch any kind of infection early on. As you know, many young people especially are asymptomatic, but they can still transmit the disease. So this first push of $7 million will take what we are doing today and get us through December 30th, leaving some balance available for us to significantly ramp up this testing in the late September, early October range, should a larger number of students go back to school. As you know, Shelby County is virtual today. Depending on how the pandemic unfolds and the numbers drive down, they may choose in-person learning. So the balance of that $5 million is to keep us prepared for that significant uptake of asymptomatic testing later this fall, hopefully as we get more children back into school. And that's what that $7 million appropriation is for, Mr. Chair. Shirley, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Chief McGowan. I was just going to, just on a technical point, that this is money that Council has already allocated from our CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Fund proceeds, and that we are, this resolution is simply asking for the appropriation as we prepare to spend. So it was just making sure there was clarity on the technicalities.
We lose Chairman
Councilman
Jones.
Jones was kicked off the meeting. Councilman Canale, if you would go ahead and
All right,
take over the chair.
Councilman Warren, you're recognized, followed by Councilman Manisha Thomas.
Thank you. Guys, this is the next big step, I think, in controlling COVID in the city.
We've had major, I guess, social changes to where now 6-foot social distancing is the norm. We've been able to go making masking the norm, which is why we saw our rate go down. In today's COVID task force, which I had to attend while we had our first 8 o'clock meeting, I tried to do both. But one of the things about that is the RONOT is now back up to 1. So for 2 weeks, we've had the transmission rate less than 1, which means we were going away rapidly. And now we're back up to 1. We're back to a steady state. So we've done what we can now with social distancing and with what we can do with masking. We've got to keep that going. The next thing we can do to drive this down and get our kids back to school and actually get our businesses back open is we've got to really crank up this testing, and we've got to make testing sort of more, it's got to be the norm in businesses. It's got to be the norm in schools. It's sort of random testing to where you can find people when they're not sick. And that's what this money is going to be used for. And that's why we've got all these extra capacity. Right now, we're doing about 1,700 tests a day. We have capacity to do about 10,000 tests a day. And the labs are building up the ability to do batch testing, which makes the test cost go down to 20 to 30 bucks a pop. So in order to get our schools back open, we're going to need this money to make it work. So this is actually an investment in getting kids back in school, and investment in the new norm. So we're all going to get used to being tested once a week or once every 2 weeks or once a month. And that's going to be what we do until we've got vaccines or medicines for this. So I applaud the administration for bringing this forward. I think on the task force, we're starting to push this hard. So expect to see these messages come across. And we really need you as council members to understand and push this. This is the next step. We did the distancing, we did the shutdown, we did the mask. Now we're going to do the testing. We're going to combine this with rapid contact tracing, probably at the spot of the testing, because the county, just can't do this amount of contact tracing, even with everybody they've got. They're going to have to come through and clean up and do the pieces and make sure it's all buttoned up. But we can shut this thing down even harder if we do this testing and contact tracing. So I urge everyone to vote for this now. This is the right use of this money at the right time to get everybody back to work and back to school. Thank you. I'm open for questions if there's a question on that. Thanks.
Colleagues, I apologize. As my internet was acting up, I may have missed some of the things. I was looking for the actual resolution. I know that in our packet it said it was going to be emailed to us, so I don't.
Councilman Jones, we can get that from the administration and send it out to everyone. We'll get with the finance team to get that email during the lunch break.
I think your internet's still acting up, man.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you. My question is slightly related to this. I know that we allocate funds for testing, and this is coming from what we did earlier, but it made me wonder about the contact tracing. One, because we saw it allocated on the PowerPoint earlier, but two, I know that everywhere I've gone isn't doing any contact tracing. So my question is the update on that. What have they actually spent, or is that something that we can't monitor because we just gave them a certain amount? Because if we are allocating more money towards testing, then that means more positive cases will be uncovered, meaning that we also, bless you, also have to do our due diligence with contact tracing, but I haven't seen it done anywhere that I've frequented in the city.
This is Chief
Can I
McGowan.
give an update, Mr. Chair, on our committee meeting that we met with the county commission or the county health department on this?
I didn't hear what you said, Councilman Warren.
Chairman Robinson asked me to form a committee and meet with the county health department, and I had Dr. Jane and I had Keith Norman on that committee when we had the meeting. At that time, we had not given the county any money, so there wasn't really any oversight we could have. So once this money goes through, then I think we'll be in the position where we can ask for oversight to where they are and how it's been spent. I do know that they've hired about 150 people to be contact tracers, and they still have a few still left to hire, and they've had a few quit they've had to replace. But even with that, I think the take-home point is we've got to have plan B to where people who are doing this testing have some contact tracing capability that may be using electronic means to do contact tracing as opposed to person, where the county cleans up after the electronic thing goes and alerts people right away that you've had this. I mean, I just got a call from someone who works at Regional 1, their kid, he's picking him up from a middle school. He was by someone who was COVID positive in class, and they know that from the school, and they're pulling the kid out of school today. So that's the type of thing that the contact tracing will eventually be doing. But right now, we've had no oversight on what the county's doing because we haven't given them money, and they didn't really want to participate in our committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I'm just wondering because if we've allocated money towards them doing something, then they need to be doing it, even though we don't have oversight over the county or the health department. If we're giving them any amount of money that could be spent in other places, they need to be doing what they said they're gonna be doing. So, but thank you. That helps clarify it, and hopefully we'll hear something in our weekly check-ins with that. Thank you, Councilman Warren.
Okay, colleagues, I apologize. My Comcast has been acting up momentarily. I saw that Councilwoman Logan was in the queue. Okay, looks like she has retracted. Is there anybody, well, I don't know if Mr. McGowan or anybody else was, or Councilman Warren was able to hear me, but I was asking about, okay, I see it there. Okay. So if there's nobody else in the queue, Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call on this item, please?
Mr. Chairman, Councilwoman Logan, this is a vote on item number 4. Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Colvett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle.
Yes.
Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
And Chairman Jones.
Aye, that item passes. Is there any other business to come before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, the Budget Committee is adjourned.
Councilmembers, we have a moment to transition.
First 2020 meeting of the Parks and Environmental Committee of Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colvett. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm present.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Logan.
Present. Today we have 2 items on the agenda. If any council members want to be acknowledged, please note in the queue and I'll acknowledge you. The first item is a discussion of reimagining David Crockett Golf Course and Park. And I think Director Walker's here. All right, thank you, sir, for being here. The floor is yours. Please give your name and title for the record.
Sure. Nick Walker, Director of Parks and Neighborhoods for the City of Memphis, 2599 Avery Avenue. And if at some point I can get control of the screen, I've got a PowerPoint.
You have presenter rights.
Okay. Maybe.
Do you have it? Click the screen at the bottom.
There we go. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Oh, there we go. Share. Okay, so, all right, are you guys, yes, you are. You're seeing, I'm hopeful. This didn't go so well last time, so I'm hoping this time it goes well. I'm hopeful that you are seeing an outline of the Davy Crockett Golf Course right now. So at the northernmost end of Range Line Road, still in the city limits, is the Davy Crockett Golf Course. Here is just for sort of frame of reference purposes, a layout of the course as it exists today. Just to the south over here is the intersection of Range Line and St. Elmo. You come up and enter here, going past the maintenance compound, the golf course, and then so on and so forth. Here is a satellite shot with the Google does that weird thing with the trees. So this isn't a real good indication, but this is a little more zoomed out. And you can see here, this is a look going down the first fairway, which would be here going back south. And I don't want to belabor too much, but I want to give you guys sort of a frame of reference so that when I start talking about some of the concepts we're having, you can get a visual sense of what we're discussing. Along the easternmost edge of the course is the Illinois Central Canadian National Railroad line. And then on the top side of the course, the north side is the Wissahatchee River. All right. Here is sort of a quick overview of what our hope would be to do as we reimagine what this golf course could be to be a better, what we often talk about in this is the best and highest use of a facility. And so once again, as we're talking about context, to give you an idea, it is an 18-hole golf course that right now gets about 3,000 rounds played per year. To put that into perspective, it is by far and away the least used golf course that we have in the city at 18 holes. It and Riverside have about the same number of rounds played, but Riverside is obviously a 9-hole golf course, and it's just to put it in context, Galloway plays about 30,000 rounds a year. So we're seeing a significant underutilization of this space. The idea is sort of threefold. The first came to us when about this time last year, the folks from Mid-South Trails, who are a nonprofit mountain biking organization, came to us and discussed possibly putting a mountain bike trail around the outskirts of the property. It's done in a lot of places. The one example I can sort of think of to give you an example would be in North Brock, Arkansas at Burns Park. This is done where there is a mountain bike trail that is going around the outskirts of the golf course there. And from our perspective in parks, we're always looking for partnerships that add amenities, but don't necessarily add to our budget line. And so we were more than welcome. In fact, these folks actually do this here in the county with a couple of bike trails, one out at Shelby Farms and the other up at Shelby Forest. I believe there's a third, and if we need to get into that, Tulio from Mid-South Trails is on the call. But in any event, we have an MOU signed with, protecting the city, but also protecting them. They were originally scheduled to get to work on this spring, but you guys may be familiar, something, happened worldwide, which delayed the work on that. However, they actually went out last weekend and started looking at trailblazing and working with park operations to get the trail built. It'll be about a 5-mile trail around the outskirts. So that was phase one. You can see here with an aerial shot to give you an idea, it very closely skirts the fairways, but stays in the woods. And it would be a really interesting course. As a lot of folks know, North Fraser is different geographically than really anywhere else in the city. You have topography and rolling hills that you just don't have anywhere else. Another look at it. One of the things you'll see here is that we mention walking trails, which will fold into sort of the third phase of this, which actually may be the second phase, which is we have built infrastructure there, which is highly valuable. 2 pieces of built infrastructure in particular. So let's talk about what the 3-phased approach is. The first is already underway, which is partnering with Mid-South Trails to create mountain bike trails on the present day course with an MOU already signed and course construction plan. The second came a little bit last year in the fall when the new dean over at UT Health Sciences approached us and had some conversations about community gardens. We engaged in the conversation with them, already knowing that we were starting to think about best and highest use at this facility. And we've gone out there a couple of times, walked the course. This is where the second piece of infrastructure comes into play, because Davy Crockett is one of the few courses we have that actually has double line irrigation, meaning that each fairway has 2 lines of irrigation running down it, in addition to having irrigation on the greens. So there's already a well-functioning irrigation system that could be used by the University of Tennessee Health Sciences to look at the possibility of expanding the concept of gardens, and possibly, this is where I like to, you think big, look at possibly community orchards. Anyone who's been up there would see that there's ample light access, and trees grow pretty well up there. So the possibilities exist, but all of that is sort of in the thought process phase right now. And with any luck, Dr. Alfred Stewart from the University of Tennessee is on the line if you have some questions about that. And then finally, the third phase, which will probably actually be the first phase. I don't want to get too caught up into the terminology here, but if we are going to take funding that we currently have to operate Davy Crockett as a golf course and look at reinvesting it into the park for other uses, I think that we would be foolish not to think about putting in amenities similar to what you would see at Audubon and a couple of other of our courses, where you look at fitness paths and equipment to encourage folks to use this as a healthy space. One of the big things that we accomplished last year with a partnership with Blue Cross Blue Shield was the Healthy Places Park at David Carnes. To me, this would seem an extension of that. We're obviously not going to reach back out to them and see if they'll build us another park, but the same concept still applies. Encouraging people to get outdoors and use the facility in a way that it's currently not being used now. To put that 3,000 rounds once again, in a frame of context, the golf course is currently open about 240 days a year for golf. With 3,000 rounds, that means that we're averaging less than 15 golfers a day, 15 rounds played. If you contextualize that a little bit more, you realize that there are a couple of large groups that play semi-regularly. It actually drops the average down to, on most days, fewer than 5 or 6 golfers that come out there. So these, just to give you a visualization, I almost hate doing this, and my staff asked me to not do it, so I apologize, but I like to give people an idea of the type of amenities that we're talking about. These two in particular, which are, given the palm trees in the background there, you can see are in clearly a little bit warmer climate than we have, are specifically targeted, the one on the right specifically, for older clients. And it's something that we've heard that when we've built outdoor recreation spaces, we haven't always made them adaptive to seniors. And given the fact that that's a group that, particularly with work with Project Diabetes and other groups, we've tried to focus on, I personally will make sure that that's something that is a focus of ours going forward. Anytime we're building new park facilities, we want to make sure that they're adaptive use, both for kids with different abilities and for adults and seniors, to make sure that we're not limiting the use. And then here's, once again, I just, to me, the thought of rolling orchards out at that park just is a natural fit. I'm sure that if Dr. Stewart's on here, she's shivering a little bit right now, because that's a big ask and that's a big lift. But I think when we think transformatively, we have to think about the end picture, because otherwise we're setting ourselves up short. So that being said, quick presentation, but I want to make sure that you folks understand that that the council understands that we are trying to find a good use for this facility to make sure that the citizens of Memphis have access to different things that they always haven't had. And this would be different from any other park options that they currently have. So that being said, if there's any questions, I'm happy to do my best to answer.
Thank you, Director Walker. I see Dr. Warren in the queue. You're recognized.
I think this is absolutely brilliant in that I think you're going to see a lot more rounds of golf played at Davy Crockett once you have that mountain bike trail and hiking trail in there, because I think it's one of these jewels that we have in our park system that no one knows about. And to be able to bring people in walking and to bring UTS, University of Tennessee Health Science Center in with health programs, all this stuff is really good. And I think it's probably something that can be done relatively inexpensively. And it's another thing we can do during COVID. So having people know this and know that it's there will A, increase their golfing, but B, the mountain bike trails, that's a great area to mountain bike. You see that zigzag going back, that's got to be going down a hill or going up a hill when you're looking through there. So I think anything you can do to make this happen, I want to help you do it. And I'm going to go be one round at Davy Crockett. I played there 20 years ago and haven't been back. I'm going to go back again. I've got my free elder pass.
Quick point of clarification. I think that the goal is ultimately to transition this away from a golf course. The city, and this is something that as a part of our master planning process, we've gone around about. The city currently has 8 golf courses. And I think anyone in the golf industry would, that's probably about too many. That being said though, that's part of the reason that I'm bringing this to y'all, is that if we're talking about philosophically changing the facilities use, there is to just caveat that real quick. There's 2 things that we will do to try to lessen the impact to the users in Fraser who use the golf course currently. One is that Mickey Barker, who's the administrator over golf, has essentially set up a procedure that anyone in the impacted zip codes, the folks in the 4 zip codes that touch or are surrounding this golf course, would be able to play at any of the other courses for the same discounted rate that we currently offer at Crockett. Crockett, while the most underutilized golf course, is also by far the cheapest golf course. And so to make sure that we're not putting financial burden on anybody who's having to drive the 3 to 5 miles, 5 to 6 miles to one of the other courses, that we're also not punishing them. We're setting that up. The second thing is that the touches that we'll do on this will be light touches, so that if at any point we realize this isn't best and highest use, I think Mickey said that the time frame to transition back to a golf course would be about 6 weeks. That being said, obviously the orchard part, that's part of the reason that it's long-term and down the road, because if we planted trees in the middle of the fairways, that would be a different thing. But for the foreseeable future, we would view this almost as a pilot project. But we would
my question is,
transitioning away from the golf course.
You don't want to look at this and see if you would make a difference in the amount of people going and playing golf and if you have more people coming through it. That's nothing you're interested in giving it a little time and see what it would do. You just want to close the golf course.
We could do that, but I will tell you that this is where I sort of put my faith and trust in the staff and Mickey Barker's ability to know how golf courses operate. We have tried several different things, including pricing strategies, improvements to the course to try to increase the rounds played. But golf as a sport is contracting and not expanding. In the city of Memphis, we've had about the same number of golf rounds played. I want to say it's around 120,000, slightly going down every year since sort of the height of golf in the mid 2000s. So
I'd be willing to bet you in the age of COVID, you may need to run your numbers again.
We have, and I will tell you, the amazing thing is that our numbers haven't gone down, but they haven't not gone up. There was an article run the other day talking about that. But with limited play, you're right. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that you put into the formula, and we could look at that. But I will tell you that sort of some of the funding for this initiative would come from the money that we use currently to operate it as a golf course. So we could certainly do the mountain bike trail because that's a zero cost, and we could partner with UT Health Sciences, assuming that they could chip in on some of the capital costs associated with it, but we couldn't afford to put equipment out there.
Did you have anything else, Dr. Warren? Okay, thank you. Next, we have Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that when Director Walker shared this with me earlier this summer, I thought that the time is, what is a season? But I thought that the idea was great and fitting, especially with the different transformations that's happening in Fraser as we see all over the community. And I do understand what Dr. Warren was saying when thinking of like usership, but Davy Crockett is definitely not seeing that. I actually didn't know. I grew up in Fraser down the street from St. Elmo, and until Director Walker told me this year, I didn't know it was a golf course at Davy Crockett, but I knew where the other parks and community centers were because that's what different families were looking for in that area. And I think as different initiatives are coming to Fraser to increase home ownership and just vibrant communities, that this would flow well into it. So I just want to offer my support of this initiative in my district and ask council members to do the same. And just thank Director Walker for working with UT for this idea for this area.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. And last in the queue is Councilman Jones. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Walker, I want to commend you for this presentation. And you and I had a conversation earlier this summer about this project. And while I like the idea, I still see this as taking something away while giving something as an alternative to it. And so what would be a little bit more pleasing to me, can they not coexist where we have the biking trail but keep the golf course?
They can. What couldn't coexist really would be the long-term idea of community gardens or activated walking trails. We can certainly do it in a phased approach, but like I said, I think that the bike trails definitely can coexist. The other things become questionable.
Okay, because if we wanted to do the walking trails, let's show a commitment to this community. Let's put it someplace else. I know that may require a greater investment, but the fact that, and what would be helpful is if we had a map of where the existing golf courses in the city are, and if we take that away, and you've indicated it's 5 or 6 miles from the nearest one, but conceptually, if we see it, I think that will paint a different picture before we look at taking this course offline. One of the other things that I mentioned to you is that I personally do not hold the view that we need to necessarily have a profitable golf course. The city's in the business of providing services, not providing a profit and loss statement with every activity that we have, because we know so many things that the city provides is a service, and if it was a profitable venture, you would have private industry looking to do those things, but they don't on so many things that the city provides. So I would be more amenable to this if we did look at it on a coexisting basis between maintaining it as a golf course. Do you have, over the years, what was the last renovation to David Crockett? I'd like to see what type of investment have we made to David Crockett over the years.
Mickey can probably speak to that, but I'll tell you that the last in real serious investment in any golf was back in 2003 when the city purchased the Whitehaven Golf Course and put in the new clubhouse at the Riverside Golf Course. But Mickey, can you talk a little bit about what we've done at Crockett here recently? I'm hoping he's on.
Yes, the most recent renovation at Davy Crockett was in early 2000s. We put in the double row irrigation system in order to maintain the fairways, greens, and tees in a better fashion. That was just under $1 million, I believe, $750,000 there. And then We've always maintained the same level of golf cars and things like that as we do at all the other courses.
Yeah, Mike Flowers is way on the other side of the room, so we're still socially distant. Said that it was in 2005, and Mickey's right, it was a little over $1 million.
Well, I would like, like I said, before we replace something in this community, I'd like to see it coexist and not give the perception that, yes, we're giving you this, but in order for you to get this, we got to take something away from it. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Chairman Jones, and we appreciate you, Director Walker, for your presentation. And if does anyone else have any, Councilman Carlisle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Walker, the internet and I are having a war today, and I am losing. I missed almost everything, so I just want to let you know I'm going to get with you after today and just run through this really quickly, because I used to go out to David Crockett all the time when I was a younger single man and had the time to get over there. And so I'm really interested to see what can happen here, and I know Councilwoman Logan is as well. So really excited that some thought is going into this, and I'm sure community input and all that good stuff. But I just want to let you know I'll get with you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You're muted, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Director Walker, for your presentation. Our next item is a presentation regarding the Mud Island Amphitheater. Mr. Price, are you online?
We are here. Thank you, Councilman Logan. Can we be allowed, there's two different accounts we're on here. One we're going to present from and one we're going to have visuals from. The one I'm speaking from now is going to be the one we present. The other will be, it's on the icon on the screen is JPD.
And while they're doing that, would you please give your name and your title for the record?
Yes, Jared Price, Downtown Neighborhood Association President, and we are here, a group of 5 Neighborhood Association Presidents as the Neighborhood for Memphis Committee.
All right, you have the floor.
Okay, we're still waiting, I guess, on the
privileges it's given to Neighborhoods for Memphis. That's the group that has presenter rights. Can you see that at the bottom of the screen?
Yeah,
you just click share screen. It'll ask you to confirm that you want to be the presenter.
Present. Okay.
Do you see the icon at the bottom of your screen of your GoToMeeting app, GoToMeeting?
Yes, it's want me to open system preferences. Hold on. All right, we're in system preferences.
No, you would only need to, at the bottom, there's going to be a microphone, a camera, and then a little icon that says screen. Yours should have a play button.
When I click the screen button, as you're indicating, it says, it just says open system preferences as it's needing to obviously give some type of permission.
Well, that would be a computer setting if you don't have if you haven't given it permission to share.
Yeah, it's not.
You'd have to do that.
Okay.
You want an app or a desktop computer?
On a MacBook.
There you go. Ashley's going to put it up. It's done. We got it up.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Let's see here. All right. And if you will just start there, we're actually going to, is the other camera, can you see us all at the table on the JPD icon?
On that account, if you're showing from another account, you would need to turn on your camera. There's a little camera at the bottom. If it has a line through it, then you're not showing. If it has and just click it and it will turn your camera on. But you may need to give permission for your camera to be shared, but just try that.
There we are. can see us now there. All right. I'm going to actually turn the floor over to Joy Terrell. She is the president of the Founders Point Association. And Joy, right there is at the camera.
Good morning. And council, thank you so much for lending your ear and your time this morning to us. I have with me Jenny from Island Crest, Glenn Martha from the Memphis, from the River Tower, and Steve Phillips from Waterford Place, and Marcus Pugh from Island Place. We are a group of neighborhood presidents who are very concerned about some of the issues with the river parks downtown. We'd like to bring up the project management concerns this morning, maintenance concerns, and project projected cost for maintenance, and then just plain transparency with who's running what and where the funds are coming from. With that, I'll turn it back over to Jerry.
All right, and can everyone hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So as you see this next slide, all of our river parks are managed, of course, by the Memphis River Parks Partnership, which is it's a private taxpayer-funded government contractor that exists to manage the city-owned public property. Every year, city funds millions to the entity that provides little to no oversight, from what we've seen, to city council about budgets, maintenance costs, expenditures, other information as required from other government contractors. And then the contract that is with RDC, MRPP now, is to manage, operate, and maintain these properties. Next slide, please. So first thing we want to bring up is project management concerns. It's a grave concern when looking back at the execution and management of nearly every project that MRPP has been involved. We look at Bill Street Landing. The mantra for the FedEx Forum was on time, within budget.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is this a presentation on Mud Island River Park, or is this a presentation on the partnership and your disdain for them?
It is a presentation from a group of neighborhoods that are concerned about not just the Mud Island, but it leads into what our concerns with Mud Island are and why we are concerned about that particular park.
All right, we're running behind schedule.
Councilman Carlisle, I also am in agreement with you. I just noted, I was getting ready to say the same thing. I wanted to hear about Mud Island. That's what the presentation is supposed to be about. If we could just limit it to Mud Island, you can forward any information that you have to council after the presentation, but let's limit the discussion to the Mud Island.
Okay. Well,
information that you wanted to share.
Yeah, Rhonda, we sent this email to you guys and to the council a little while back, and I said that one of the concerns with Mud Island is the managing entity, and we sent this presentation to explain a preview of this presentation to you guys earlier a couple of weeks ago, which is what this presentation is. It's almost the same one that we sent you guys that you approved to be on the agenda.
To discuss the Mud Island ideas that you had, and you had the things that you mentioned about Mud Island is what the presentation was supposed to be about. You're welcome to forward the information that you have to the council members, but if you could move along to the Mud Island portion, I'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, well, if we'll go forward, click a couple of slides. Again. Here we go. You can stop at maintenance concerns, go back. So we are really excited about Mud Island and the committee that to help save and generate ideas. One of the things that brought the Mud Island Amphitheater into the picture was just maintenance concerns overall by the Memphis River Parks Partnership, the managing entity. So often we see projects go over budget and not finished on time. So the Downtown Neighborhood Association and several other entities such as local developers, local business owners, and architects came to the Downtown Neighborhood Association and said, Jared, we would love, and DNA we would love, and they spoke to other association presidents stepped up and said, yeah, we're really concerned about the condition and the lack of management of this park. Go ahead and move forward. This is Mud Island now, some images of it, and just why we were concerned, why it was stepped up for us to create this plan to save it. It's not been a priority. Go ahead and move forward again. And this is the sign on Mud Island now. This is the images we see. These are the concerns that we have. As you see at the bottom, move forward. Again, more the addition of the island itself. This is a beloved park. We all love it. The association presidents here all love this park. We hate to see that it is in the condition that it is. Move forward again. Move forward again. And go ahead and keep going until we stop. All right, forward. Go back. Sorry, go back 2 slides. And as we see here, like I said, these are just concerns. This is why the committee was formed overall, because of the track record that we've got. And so us neighborhood presidents are concerned about the park and its future. When we're looking at the track record, as Carol Coletta, the CEO, president of MRPP, said, we see these images and we see these stories and we have these concerns. Move forward. So here's our plan. Move forward. So our vision is we aim to save a piece of Memphis music history that's unlike any other music venue in the state. We also seek to create an experience for Mud Island and downtown focused on the venue and its music and past future. We were committed. We were formed after a viral positive feedback of the conceptual idea that was shared through Memphis 1,500 times, reaching over 88,000, as you can see there on that image. In 2019, the CEO and President Carol Coletta spoke to the commercial appeal and stated that someone smarter than them would have to the Mud Island Amphitheater and the river park itself, and even left the interview saying, and the future for the river park as a whole that's the open question. With that in mind, investors, concert promoters, and local businesses stepped up to start sharing ideas about how we can save the beloved music venue. The committee is now working on an analysis and a review of the study that was ordered by MRPP a few years ago by a national concert music venue named Venue World. This study will help us lay the groundwork and the plan to bring the right people to the table that have the funds and the experience to run a concert venue and get it back into working order. And to host the concerts once again. We are aware that MRPP has started kind of a review for the Mud Island, but this didn't come into fruition until recent media coverage and concerns. Move forward. We're building a pyramid. Basically, we're in the planning and development stages, which is the base of all planning. We are working on analyzing the report that was ordered by MRPP, by Venue Works. We will basically put together as MRPP has stated, and as we've reviewed, we know that the cost is going to be anywhere between $2.5 to $4.5 million to get it up and going as a venue that can host concerts and be a competitive venue once again. Once we create this plan and finalize it, get an operating cost and a business plan together, we would like to present that plan and the details of that plan to the city council for consideration. We believe that this is a great opportunity, guys. This particular
Mr. Price, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your time is one that has ended, and I wanted to see the ideas that you had and the company that you had that was interested in it, and just the things that you all wanted to present as ideas for Mud Island. But you'll need to forward those to us now because your time has ended, and I need to recognize.
I think a lot of the different aspects went over schedule. I mean, we would like to finalize because we sent this presentation to you guys to review and it was approved to be on the agenda. Just if you'll give us just a few more moments, please, because this is very important to 5 different associations that are presidents that are here today.
We'll give you 2 more minutes to wrap up, and then I have questions in the queue. And if you would just please kind of restrict it to the ideas that you already have and you've had someone to present that they would love to fund your ideas for the Mud Island project.
Here, go back one slide. We can go back a slide, please. All right, so here's the conceptual rendering. The developers that we're working with are proposing that they feel that the biggest improvement that we can do and what will make this a return on investment for the city of Memphis and Mud Island and tourism is going to be the music themed hotel out there, even maybe some condos and restaurants and bars. The developer is, as he said, putting together a plan that we can present for that. Having a music hotel out there close to the venue is something that we see in Nashville, something that we see in a lot of venues across the nation. Creating like an amphitheater district that we've got in mind for out there. And I think it would be for great revenue and for great return on investments with the hotel, the condos, and the restaurants. We've shared this idea through the public. It's getting quite large support with this conceptual idea. Move forward one more. Upon entry to the north side, there will be parking available that's already there. We will incorporate the former space that was the Mud Island Museum and event spaces that are there into the hotel if we get this off the ground. It's easy to walk from the hotel to the amphitheater. And then, creating music themed notes or music themed attractions and details will be something that will be put right in line with our music history in our city. Upgrading, of course, the amphitheater, they know is going to have to be done. And the developers and the concert promotion companies are very much in line with doing that. Go ahead and move forward again. So yeah, that's basic. We basically have two big developers. They've developed quite a few hotels here in the city. We have business owners. We have and the music promotion company that used to manage the New Daisy and several other concerts throughout the nation. But they're very excited about being able to put their minds together and be the pieces of the puzzle that will be able to put a plan together to get the money, create the experience that's needed to run a successful music venue, and then enhance the space out there into something that can be a great district or a great added base.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I want to recognize Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move quickly as we are behind. First and foremost, to my colleagues, full disclosure, I served on this board. I was an outsider with the same misunderstanding and complaints as someone whose family has been invested in downtown for over 40 years, who's put a significant amount of investment in the downtown area to improve it. What I found through the process is that there's a lot of misunderstanding about how the RDC, now the Memphis River Parks Partnership, operates. They are not a developer. They are a conduit and a facilitator of contracts and construction for things like Beale Street Landing, which while architecturally may be up for some issues and some contractor work as far as cracking, the dockings that occur there are wildly successful and drive revenue and is paid for the investment for the city. As far as their financial reporting, it is a quasi-governmental agency in the sense that they do receive city dollars. They do annual audits. Their meetings are open to the public. Those are facts. We have a Councilwoman Swearingen sits on that board as our council liaison, and she was amazing in shepherding a management agreement that they could go out and raise money off of. We pay them $2.9 million a year to manage 5 city parks along the riverfront. I forget how many miles. I know the Carol Clutt is probably mad at me. The reality is we've actually never upped that figure in over a decade. We pay them the same amount of money every year. And as far as cracking and the issues that were pointed out on Mud Island, that's actually the council's fault. And I don't mean that to be point fingers at the council. They are a manager of the park. They are an agent. And so a lot of those issues are whether or not the city wants to appropriate dollars for capital expenditures to fix things like HVAC, cracking of broken sidewalks, the obsolete Mud Island amphitheater. So those are things that we control. And if we want to see those things fixed, then we can appropriate the dollars, but it usually comes down to priorities. Not that Mud Island is not a huge priority for the city, but it needs to be done in a very thoughtful process, which is what I believe has been going on since Carol Clutt took over along with the partnership. And so I guess directly to this presentation, why has this group not reached out to the partnership and wants to come directly to the city council? Mr. Price, you can answer that if you'd like. You're muted, sir.
Sorry about that, Chase. We actually have reached out to the partnership. Several of us have, of the presidents, voicing concerns or ideas even to how we move forward with everything that was in the presentation that even got skipped over. And that's why we were bringing it before council, and we even sent this to everyone that we needed to present to. The thing is we understand that there are $2.9 million that go to it, as you said. But even beyond that, we've got issues that we see are not being prioritized versus spending hundreds of thousands on new signage and River Park signs. So basically, we're concerned as a group of citizens that represent several neighborhoods downtown as to the prioritizing of the funds that are allocated, where it's being spent and how it's being spent, and whether public input is being received. Because I know a lot of people that we've spoken with, and the private presidents that are here with myself would speak to. I mean, we've got flagpoles that the city council approved at the last meeting at 117,000, but 171,000 was spent on marketing and new signage by the entity. Public input, I think, is the biggest thing that we're concerned about, and what we're asking for a better relationship between the public and the MRPP. And the city, that they also provide that information to the city council. I know last city council meeting, Carol was asked by 2 or 3 council people what they spent on maintenance, and those figures she didn't know off the top of her head and couldn't. And I'm wondering if she's even answered council and Colbert and
Mr. Price. Mr. Price, I hate to interrupt, but the time has passed. I appreciated you all coming to share your ideas and thoughts about Mud Island. We appreciate the fact that you all are concerned as we are, and have a love for our city and our city parks. I do encourage you to reach out again to Ms. Coletta, and you all to share your thoughts. I appreciate you all coming to share your thoughts with us and for forwarding the information, and any one of the council members that would like to have further discussion, you all have the information to reach out to him. I'd also like to, I think there's someone from Memphis River Parks on the line. If you'd like to say anything, any last words, feel free to. I think I was told that someone was on the line. If not,
Councilwoman Logan, this is
Yes.
Tyree Daniels, chairman of Memphis River Parks Partnership.
Okay.
Mr. Price, we heard your concerns. We'll be glad to have a conversation with you. I think you can reach Ms. Coletta. Thank you for actually pointing out things that, as an organization, Memphis River Parks is always cognizant about hearing from our neighbors and our fellow community members that are concerned about our parks and helping them grow and get developed and get better. So we'll be glad to have a conversation with you.
Thank you, Tyree. I'll be reaching out.
Great. Thank you, Tyree. Also, is there anything else from any other council member concerning this issue? Anyone else want to speak to this? If not, we appreciate your time, and this meeting is adjourned.
Council members, if we can have a moment to transition into the
September
Councilwoman
1st.
Swearingen is gonna, oh, okay, thank you.
The September 1st, 2020 meeting of the Public Service, Arts, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhoods Committee from the City of Memphis is now called to order. Mr. Whitney, would you please conduct the roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Colvette,
Here.
Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Chair Swearingen.
Present. Item number 1 is resolution for Youth Services Training Program. Same night minutes have been requested. May we move this item to the table, please?
Say that again.
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, Easter Thomas made the motion and Smiley seconded. I'm going to turn this over to you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. This is your resolution, and please give us a brief synopsis of what it is.
Thank you, Chair, also for assisting today. Bryson, can we get the resolution on the screen?
Yes, I'll do it now.
So, colleagues, this was initially presented after a long and arduous council meeting last 2 weeks ago. However, it was tabled for this week, and I think that even more so, we'll see the need for this. So this is a resolution of the Memphis City Council funding a youth services training program related to computer literacy. Bryson, if you can scroll down to the last whereas, the last recital. So in conjunction, youth services with library services, there is a program that has been formed, been in the process since this summer. I reached out to Director Griffith, and as you all know, I'm an SES employee who works inside of one of the largest high schools in the district. And so we're constantly seeing these issues before they arise. So knowing that we are coming to an end, this is day 2, of virtual school year with SES, we just know that we're gonna need all the help, assistance, support, and resources as needed. So now, therefore, it be resolved, the Memphis City Council hereby supports the funding of an Office of Youth Services training program related to computer literacy in conjunction with assistance from Memphis Public Libraries. Assistance from Memphis Public Libraries, known as the Office of Youth Services Virtual Scholars and Parents Computer Literacy Program, by way of CARES Act funding in the amount of $250,000 to directly assist the youth of the city of Memphis, including youth who are considered juveniles, visually impaired, and hard of hearing, English language learners, and their parents. I know that my colleague, Councilwoman Swearingen, is also a SES employee, but if you have not been in a school environment recently, or in the past 5-6 years, it's hard to fathom the amount of discord there is between what's being asked currently of students and their parents and their matching abilities. There is a definite gap, there is a definite break that will not only determine their success in virtual schooling, but determine the type of employee pool that our employers have to choose from, the type of citizens that we are rearing and supporting and wanting to be tax supporting and job going citizens. This is one of the main connections from how we support success for people in our city. Let me just give you I know Councilwoman Swearingen just told me to get a synopsis, but I just want to let you know how this virtual school year is going on day 2 and the things that parents and teachers are really having to do that they need support with. So one, SCS is using a platform called Microsoft Teams. So Microsoft Teams makes you, one, have an email address, and that's the way that you have to communicate with your teachers. A lot of our students and parents do not have that much experience even crafting and sending a basic email. Also, on that Teams, you have to know how to navigate certain notebooks, your Microsoft Calendar, your Microsoft Outlook, just in order to view an assignment during a class period and also submit that assignment in. And then not only with just that Microsoft Teams, but the teachers, and they're doing their best, as I coach teachers in SCS, when you're given a slew of links and internet resources and online platforms to use, but you have no idea in how to navigate them, you have no idea in what's a reputable source and what's not, and then you're now at home with your child doing that with them when you maybe have never done that yourself. Our parents need as much support as possible to support the over 95,000 students who are at least in SES who are going through this transition. So as I put in here, I would like for that to come by way of CARES Act funding, talking with Director Griffith and seeing the amount of support and build off that they'll need to get this done, the employees, the platform, and especially, I just want y'all to look back in here, not just for students, but keeping in mind, we have visually impaired students. I've had visually impaired students in my class before, fully blind students. These are also students who are needing to use these virtual services, and their parents, and we are required, SES is required by state to be able to provide that support. And I think that we as a city need to support SES and our parents as much as we can. So I would like for my colleagues to support this resolution, especially after seeing our CARES Act updates and what's been processed and what's not been processed, also what's been paid recently and what has not been paid. I think that we can get $250,000 from the CARES Act funding. So I would like for us to support this resolution. I am open to questions. I'm not sure if Director Griffith is on this call. I am. But I would like to. Okay, awesome, Director Griffith.
This is Councilman
but I'd like to
Ford.
support that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Ford, can we allow her to speak on this resolution, and then you'll be the first one I recognize? Is that okay?
Right, because that's what I need, because I think I have the solution to it all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilwoman
Because I
Easter
told I
Thomas,
was gonna help her.
recognize your guest. Could you please announce your name and your position for the records? Is she on the line, Councilwoman Thomas?
Director Griffith is on the line.
Okay. Could you announce your name and position, Director Griffin?
Yes, my name is Ike Griffith, Special Assistant to Mayor Jim Strickland for Youth Services.
Thank you very kindly. You recognized.
Well, one of the things I want to say, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. One of the things I really wanted to be supportive of were the students that we serve in Shelby County schools, because these are the same students that I have within my program, the MAP program, and also the Employed program. And with the new norm that's being created with our virtual component, I saw it was a need to be a support to our students. And when Councilwoman Easter Thomas brought it to my attention about computer literacy, I thought that would be a unique idea. Now, we have some form of computer literacy, but not on the standpoint of us enhancing it the way that we're going to do now. So I call this program that I have created, along with my staff, Virtual Scholars and Parent Computer Literacy Program. That will be within the Memphis Office of Youth Services. And this is just to lend support of our young people while they're having to dive in to really understand the computers more so now than ever. but also to help parents to be able to navigate, to help their students in the process of their school work. It's very important to the Memphis Office of Youth Services that parental involvement is a key component in helping our young people finish their high school journey. And we really want to make as many parents aware of what's going on since we are doing this new norm of virtual communications with our students. Now, we have support from other entities, other vendors that will be helping me with this, mentoring youth through technology. We have some retired teachers that we're going to bring on board with us, the Memphis Urban League, the Memphis Public Libraries, not only to support the students in this program that I'm in, but also offer opportunities for those students who are not in my program. We're also reaching out to Hope Academy. These are students that are in juvenile detention. We had several programs over the summer that really was a benefit to a lot of our young people who were not selected in our program, but to give them an opportunity to do something positive, as the mayor always says, when they are not in school. And we really wanted to make sure that we included those individuals in the process also. We want to make sure that we include those individuals in my I Am Included program, the blind and visually impaired, the deaf and hard of hearing. We are getting ready to roll out support from our Down syndrome community and also autism. So we really want to be a support to all those entities also. But with our blind and visually impaired, there will be special equipment that we will need to have for those students. And I've already made contact with Clover Nook to get the necessary information that we need for their special computers, which runs about, I think they say about $2,500 to $3,000 a piece to help those students. So we really want to be a support. I know the Shelby County school system has something in place, but I'm trying to be accommodating to some of the parents also by having different time frames that we can work with those parents and getting them up to speed to be a support mechanism to their student or their child. So that's where we are on this program now. We're in the process now of getting an application process of those individuals who would like to be a part of. You know, I know for one thing that, you know, children now, and I hope they don't get computer fatigue. And I saw a news story this morning about, you know, how this computer being on it for so long, 6 and 7 hours a day, that can have some effect on their eyes. But I just really want to make sure that we had a portion of being able to be that support to our students. And really, you know, in my opinion, I'm just going to throw this in for just good measure, you know, trying to combine all this work into a regular school year, to me, it would be a grand opportunity to look at year-round schooling so we can spread some of this work out so it won't be so much on our students, our teachers, and our parents in a short period of time. But that's not to have anything to do with what I'm trying to do here, but I am looking out for the well-being of our students, making sure that they are well prepared and finish their coursework as they transition into adulthood. So that's all I have on this particular program. It's called Virtual Scholars and Parents Computer Literacy Program, and that will be a part of my MOYS Institute.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, I think I asked you to hold this for about 2 weeks where we could try to find this money. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, I believe we have it, but as a friendly amendment, where you go down to the whereas, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, that where it says $250,000.
Bryson, can you pull that up?
You know, while she's pulling it up, you know, I tell you, let me check and see different places where things wouldn't change. I know it's a lot of CARES money here, a lot of things that we're trying to do. But I'm glad that you brought this particular item up because it's needed very much. Okay, and I appreciate you bringing this up. That's one reason why I wanted to see where we could find this money without trying to go through some different changes. But where it says 250,000 as a friendly amendment, can we put, instead of just that amount, up to $250,000? If so, and Doug, Shirley, are you all on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yep. And if we could do that, plus not only that, because I think we have the money there, right? Up to that 250,000.
Yes, sir. If it's CARES Act money, that's less than 0.2% of the overall allocation. I'm quite certain we'll be able to manage to that, given the allocations that we have.
Good enough. And if we could do that, and then as sponsors of all of this, I would like to, each council member, if it's their wish, to add their name as sponsors, where we could get this money and we could do it for the same night minutes tonight, where we could get this passed, where we can get everything started. Is that okay with you?
Can I ask a question?
Go right ahead.
Chair? Okay.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman, for just keeping this on your mind for the past 2 weeks and doing as you said and identifying.
Well, I'll cut you off for a second, but I've been trying to keep it on my mind, and I've been asking a lot of people, and nobody wanted to do anything. So I had to try to make sure. I don't want to come back today and disappoint you. That's why it's been taking me a while. Okay.
I appreciate that. I don't need any more disappointments today.
But this is very important what you're bringing. That's why, hey, it's very, very important.
So I guess I have a question for Chief McGowan. With the terminology up to versus a clear amount, what's the difference?
Well, since what I indicated, Councilwoman, is I'd be managing to this amount. So if Mr. Griffith needs, say at the beginning to get this off the ground, $100,000 for the materials, equipment, contractors, and then as he goes, he continues to incur cost. What we'll be doing is looking for any under execution of the programs that we've already allocated money for. And so let's say we end up and the total cost ends up at $210,000. I won't have to go ask for a reallocation of that money, the remaining balance. It's just he has the full authority up to the 250. And it will just allow Ms. Ford and I to look for those under executions of other allocations up to whatever amount he has. And it just saves us on the back end from having to reallocate the money to something else. So it's just an efficiency measure, really.
So yeah, we put it up on the screen. That's the language in all of the CARES Act resolutions.
Right.
That's the language in all of the CARES Act resolutions?
What's on the screen is the final CARES Act resolution from July, and they all say an additional amount up to.
What about the ones that are city-owned assets, economic support and relief?
That's what's on the screen.
Up to as well?
Yes, you can't see it, but if you look, there's a little arrow, and I'll put some else there too. But that was the language that we got from the finance team when they met with legal. So
I would say, Councilwoman, since this will be executed by the Office of Youth Services, and those other ones have their own individual budget approval items, this is internal to the city. And so it just keeps us from reallocating money from at the end back to a different division. So it's inside the city through the Office of Youth Services. It gives us the authority to allocate that much money to the program in the Office of Youth Services.
I guess I'm confused. I guess because it seems as though if you say in the amount up to, and that allows you to go find funding from unused resources, if that process is going to happen anyway, then why say in the amount up to?
Yeah, I guess I'll have Chief Ford weigh in on this. So Well, I'm going to say what we've done in the past with the city budget, when we're down to the wire in previous years and we had something that was around $1 million out of a $700 million budget, we've taken the position that certainly we could manage to that. That'd be 99.9% efficient execution. But in order to have a balanced budget, so this would be effectively a budget change. And if I allocate the 250, I have to take it from somewhere else right now. So if we're managing to it, then that gives me the ability to, the budget is still in balance. I have an authority to expend up to that much. And when I find the opportunity to allocate, we will. But this will in no way slow down the implementation of the program.
So do we have an opportunity? How much right now do we have the opportunity to allocate?
I'll have to talk with Chief Ford. Do we have, I think we have allocated all $113 million, and we just appropriated some more money today. So I would have to take an allocation from one of the programs that has been unexecuted at this point.
Yes. No. So what, based on what we know today, what's an amount today that we can say has the ability to be allocated? Just because, as I stated, we're in day 2 of it. So it just needs to be done as expeditiously as possible to get off the ground.
I guess just the basic terms, we just did 7 million of the 12 million from testing. So there's 5 million that hasn't been appropriated yet. And of the contact tracing, we did 2.7 of the 8.6 million that has yet to be appropriated, that additional balance. So I guess what I'm saying is there will be no delay in implementing this. We'll be able to do that because I'm forecasting that there will be, there will be some under execution of other programs or another. So we will begin to do that immediately to put the program into place.
And if I might add for you, also Chief McGowan and for Councilwoman Easter Thomas, in other areas, if we have projects,
Can you give us your name and
looking at the amount that is being allocated to our project, and we have some cost efficiencies on those, or if we have some cost efficiencies on personal protection equipment that we have projected out through the year, it just gives us the flexibility to use those funds without having to come back with a specific resolution saying, I want to reallocate money from this particular initiative to another initiative within the same CARES Act allocation. It just gives us the flexibility to do that efficiently and timely so that we can move on things as we see that is necessary. And as Chief McGowan said, I mean, we do this with our operating budget. We have to remain in balance. I obviously cannot spend any more than 113,607,812 or whatever our number is there. I can't spend any more than we have. But if we get into an area where we have some flexibility to use different funding sources, for instance, if there's an additional funding from CARES, that just gives us some flexibility to move within this allocation to execute quickly on something of this matter. And again, $250,000 out of 113 million, if we can manage to some of that, I think that would be the most efficient and effective thing for us to do. And that is, I think the recommendation to do it up to 250,000 would behoove the program across the board.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Carlisle, I'd like to recognize you in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, very supportive of this program. It's a very good idea. We discussed this when we were talking about the digital device divide. Even though we had a different opinion, this is one of the things I think the city should do. And so I laud Councilwoman Easter Thomas for taking the initiative and making it happen. What we're talking about is a mechanics issue here of the program isn't even defined. Director Griffith is still getting it up and running. No one is trying to shortchange the program. And if you want $250,000, and this is really to my colleague, if you want $250,000 in the bank today, then you're going to need to make a motion to cut $250 from somewhere else. What I believe Councilman Ford Sr. is asking for and is mechanical and makes sense is to say, as we go through these programs and as Mr. Griffith needs to draw down, as the further we get down the road, the more a clearer picture of what is and is going to be spent towards on-the-job injuries or contact tracing, those funds will be able to come from there versus saying we need to allocate and appropriate and cut from somewhere else today. Very common in budgeting processes and appropriations. No one's trying to shortchange the program. Furthermore, and I'm sure he's going to need all 250, but there's no point in allocating 250 if we get to the end of the year and he only needed 230 and then we had 20 left over in that account. So this is just I see this as a very simple mechanical need to make this work. I see Councilman Smiley's got no less than, but that's Councilman Smiley, that's the exact opposite. That means that we're going to spend 250 no matter what, and we just don't know that yet. Today, we very well may could. Yeah, we very well maybe could, but this allows the flexibility to pull from other accounts and appropriate within the CARES Act funding without having to make a direct cut today. So if Councilwoman Easter Thomas is not going to accept that as a friendly amendment, I'll second it, but I hope it's accepted as a friendly amendment. And I would love to be added as a co-sponsor as amended, but I'll let my colleague respond to that. But it's a mechanical issue.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Warren, did you want to be recognized? Okay, Councilman Smiley.
Okay, thank you, Chair Swearingen. Councilman Carlisle, we both know, I know what it means. The reason that I was suggesting potentially using different language, it seems to me that Councilman Easter Thomas was concerned about whether or not the funding would actually be there for her program. So what I would suggest, what I would want to know, is there a minimum amount to get started? And what I would want, and if there is a minimum amount to get started, I would want it to be, let's say hypothetically, the minimum amount to get started, the program started would be $50,000. The language would be no less than $50,000. Then you can, right after that, would be up to $250,000 to make sure that there will be dedicated funding to get the program started. If we just leave it open-ended, I believe there's a potential that no money could be there. I just want to make sure it's a definite situation where whatever money is required for the program to get started, that money is allocated, and then for the duration of the program, if there is more money needed, we have language specifically saying that. And legalese, I think I do that for a living, and it matters. So I just want to make sure that the language is specific enough so whatever money is required to start the program, it is there definitively, as opposed to a situation where we just say at the very beginning up to where we don't know what the amount is. So that's my question. I guess the question for the administration would be, what amount would it be for the program to get started?
Well, this is Chief McGowan, and I'll take a step just to address your concern. So how mechanically this will work is Mr. Griffin is in the executive division, and he has operating money today. And so he has money in the bank today that he can write a check to whatever agency wants to do the service from his existing operating account. What this will effectively do, just like everything else, will be reimbursing his operating account with that CARES Act expenditure. So we have the money today in the executive. He can enter into a contract for this. We have the money available today for him to begin doing that. He can speak to what the minimum amount is to get started, but as we are doing with many of our CARES Act allocation, we're essentially reimbursing our operating fund for authorized expenditures. So I don't know if Mr. Griffin can tell us what the minimum amount is, but I assure you that we have the money today in our operating budget. And since we're at the very beginning of our year, what we're doing by this action is saying that we understand there will very likely be a 0.2% room of under execution in the CARES Act budget to reimburse ourselves. But we can issue a check tomorrow if we had the program ready to go. So I don't know if Ike wants to give us the minimum amount or if Shirley wants to reemphasize what I just mentioned.
Chair, can I respond with a clarifying question?
Certainly.
Okay. When they do make these purchases or expenditures, do they have to come to us for approval? Or does this just serve as the overall approval and they can just go forth with what they need to do?
The contract comes with the mayor.
I can answer that for you. Is that it?
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say this. What the resolution does is gives us authorization to implement the program. So no, we do not have to come back and ask you if we can spend $50 for you know, an IT tech to help a parent. This is authorizing the implementation of the program and the proceeds of CARES Act to be allocated to the program. I'm sorry, Chief McGowan, thank you.
Chair.
Well,
I guess I'll wait because there's other people in the queue.
So can someone answer my question, please? Anybody?
Can you restate your question, Councilman?
Okay, it was a pretty simple question. I think it's pretty simple. I think Chief McGowan stated that Mr. Griffin has the capacity or the funds available to get the program started, and I think Chief McGowan referred the question to someone else. But my question was simply, what was the minimum amount to get the program started? I think he said Mr. Griffin could speak to that if he's still with us.
Mr.
Yes,
Griffin,
I'm here. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to do 2 of these virtual calls at one time. But to get our that's no problem. You know, to get our program started, we can probably get it off the ground with 65,000, 70,000 starting out. This is going to be a year-round program. I want to emphasize that also. This would be year-round, not just for a certain period of time, but year-round. That's going to be inclusive even during our summer programs too.
Okay. And then I guess, you know, at this point, we know it's going to be $70K to get started. I guess the question would be for Councilwoman Isha Thomas, and I do believe that this council wants to see this program get off the ground sooner rather than later. And language matters. I think we have assurances from the administration that the language as it is currently written or proposed will work. But, you know, my suggestion, and, you know, I think either way, I think it should happen. It probably will happen. I would suggest that it would be, and it's totally up to you, it's not a form of emotion, would be something along the lines of no less than 70K up to 250K. That way it will be ensured that the 70K would be in place, as opposed to a situation where we kind of leave it open-ended and say up to. But I mean, we have assurances from the administration, so I'm not necessarily sure that would be outcome determined. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have 2 things to consider as we go further in the queue, whether you're going to accept the friendly amendment and the recommendation from Councilman Smiley. Next in the queue, we have Councilwoman Rhonda Logan. You're recognized.
Just want to thank my colleague for bringing this resolution, and it is a great resolution. I hope we can quickly resolve the semantics and the logistics of it and get it going, because the parents and the students do need it. As we heard, a lot of them were not able to pick up the devices. Some of them today, some of them are just having problems navigating. So I'm grateful for your foresight and love to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you very kindly, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Robinson, you are recognized in the queue.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, and I think I heard from our conversation and from the questions and responses, that we get the money for the program. We have one program that we've already had this summer that we are now trying to make sure that Mr. Griffin gets back into his budget. Let's make sure that we get this done efficiently and effectively. I appreciate the care and the persistence of the council members around this resolution, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. And in the near future, I'd like for Councilwoman Easter Thomas to have I. Griffin to come back and tell us how the program is structured, how many students and parents they plan on working with, and then from that point, some kind of data dashboard or report card about where they are. For our programs moving forward, I think council members, it is imperative that we ask for in our resolution some kind of reporting feature so that we can get some feedback and the citizens will clearly see what we're doing and the progress that we're making. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Next in the queue, Amy is a sponsor. I see where Councilman Smiley would like to be added as a sponsor. We will.
I think I'm next in the queue.
Yes, ma'am. I'm headed to you now. You're recognized.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for explaining it and then also supporting it. I just want to make sure that things are taken care of as we always do up here. I do accept Councilman Ford's friendly amendment, but I think with the counsel of not our official counsel, attorney Councilman Smiley, I think if Ike Griffith says that 70,000 is probably the check that they're gonna have to write off today. I know that he mentioned special technology for our visually impaired, that saying no less than 70,000 up to 250,000 would be appropriate. So I do accept those amendments. And I see that more people in the chat saying add as co-sponsors. I think the children and parents of Memphis would love to know that as many people on the council support their success and longevity going forward. So thank you all.
I'd like to add, I would like to be a co-sponsor as well. Councilwoman Thomas. I see Canali as well.
Can we just get everybody to raise their hand or say, and we'll add whoever is willing. Okay, we see hands raised. And so we'll double check the members.
Councilman Ford, hey, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, I appreciate you doing that. You know, I spent 2 weeks on this, trying to help where we wouldn't go through issues. I went from the county side to the city side, okay? Nobody wanted to budge. I even tried to go into the council money. I got some negative vibes and I just stopped, okay? So I had to go other places to try to find this, because what you brought here is worthwhile, should be in place. And that's what I was trying to only do, you know, and I just had to say that because didn't nobody want to do anything. I was trying to get it from the council money, that 150, I was trying to get 20, 25 from each one. Then I started out, I quit because nobody wanted to. But at least we got it, and we need to, hey, like I said, same night minutes, let's get it done. And then you got Ike Griffin, oh, he's gonna take care of the business. And I appreciate you. And the school came out of you, didn't it? You're a teacher. So, hey, I can understand, I appreciate that, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford.
Thank you very kindly. Is there anybody else that I missed in the queue? If not,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
Councilman Carlisle.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I think just, again, I want to clarify with Chief McGowan, because we may have to make, in order to, the way the ordinance or the resolution is written, I think we're going to have to make a cut right here, right now, because we've appropriated 113 million. Is that accurate? If we say not less than and up to, or are we okay? Chief McGowan or Chief Ford?
I apologize. I'm pausing for a second because we haven't quite had a resolution like that in the past. I think we're still going to be okay if you allow us to manage up to the 250,000. You have our commitment of the 70,000 today for sure. Perfect. So went back and looked at our executive budget, so I know we have that in there. If Mr. Griffith doesn't have is liquid cash today. We certainly have in the executive budget for, those kinds of M&S things that we need to do. So we are liquid and we can make that commitment verbally to you today. And I think the way it's written, Shirley, you could just back me up. I think we're going to be okay if we manage up to 250. We just haven't had one quite like this before.
Fantastic. Thank you for the cooperation. Thank you to the Councilwoman Thomas, Councilman Smiley, and everybody else. Look forward to it.
My apologies, Chief McGowan. I'm kind of weird about language. Sorry.
No apology necessary. This is an interesting one, but I'm glad we're all behind it. I think it's going to be, I'm glad we were able to get this worked out.
Okay, we're ready to take this item, accepted as amended, the friendly amendment, as well as the change of verbiage, no less than $70,000 up to $250,000. Mr. Whitney, could you please take us through our voting?
With
Yes, ma'am.
same 9 minutes.
Excuse me?
With same 9 minutes, Chair.
With same 9 minutes. Thank you very much. Mr. Whitney, could you do an individual call for the voting?
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. I didn't get in.
yes, ma'am. Councilman
you.
Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye, co-sponsor status, please.
yes, sir. Chair Swearingen.
Aye. Does any member of the committee have anything that needs to be addressed? If not, this meeting stands in adjournment.
If we could get one moment to transition to the Housing Community Development meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it me or is the internet today just awful for everybody?
You don't mind with that come from
Madam Chair,
Yes.
is it imperative that we
Thank you. It is September the 1st, 2020 at approximately 12:38 p.m. The Housing and Community Development Committee is called to order. Ms. Perry, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Covette. Councilman Easter Thomas. Present. Ford. Morgan. Logan.
Present.
Robinson. Thank you.
Present. Present.
Jones. Smiley. Swearingen.
Present.
Present.
Warren.
Present.
Chair Johnson.
Present. Today,
Council.
colleagues, we have two items. The first one is a resolution to transfer funds into the established nonprofit organization Advised Fund of the Community Foundation of Greater Memphis in support of a new trust fund for affordable housing in the city of Memphis and HCD community development grants. The individual coming to speak to us today on this issue is Ms. Maria Aberson. Would you please begin? Ms. Aberson.
Yes, good afternoon. Hi, I'm Mari Albertson, the Deputy Director at Housing and Community Development. Director Young had a speaking commitment that he had to jump on, but essentially this is a resolution to fund the balance of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that was established for fiscal year 20. When the budget was originally appropriated, there wasn't enough to get to the $1 million that was always intended that the first year the program would be funded. So HCD identified this alternate source to make up the difference between the $1 million and what was appropriated, which is that $795,000 amount.
Okay. Are there any questions on this resolution item? Seeing no questions, can I have a motion to move it and vote on
it? So moved, Councilwoman Robinson.
Second, Dr. Warren. May I have a roll call, please?
Chairwoman Johnson, may we add this tonight with same night minutes? Would that be okay?
That would be fine if no objection.
Are you ready for a roll call?
Yes.
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Covette.
Yes.
Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Jones. Logan.
Aye.
Morgan. Robinson. Excuse me.
Aye.
Did Morgan speak? Robinson.
Aye.
Ollie. Swearingen.
Aye.
Warren. Aye. Chair Johnson.
Aye. That item passed. The second item is a resolution transferring allocated and appropriated funds from the CIP project number CD01101 Raleigh Vehicle Repair to CIP project number CD01100 Cossack Library, Fourth Bluff, in the amount of $345,000. This applies to District 6, Super District 8, and is sponsored by administration. May I have someone to move this item, please?
So moved,
So
Warren.
moved. Second,
It was-
Carlisle.
Moved by Warren and second by Carlisle. Again, Miss Marie Everson, are you here to speak on that issue as well?
I am. This one is simply to correct an error that was done when the funding was originally appropriated back in January. There was just a number transposed. So the project, the funds were intended to go to CASA, the first appropriation, and instead the project number that was used on the resolution and the documents was the Raleigh inadvertently. So this is just to put that money where it was intended to go.
Seeing no questions, let me ask for a vote on this issue. Roll call, please, Ms. Perry.
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Covette,
Yes.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan, Robinson,
Aye.
Smiley, Smiley, okay, thank you. Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chair Johnson.
Aye. Are there any other issues that need to be brought before the Housing and Community Development Committee today? Seeing none, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
If you all will give us a second to switch over to the next committee, thank you.
The September 1st, 2020 meeting for Public Safety and Homeland Security is now being called to order. Please conduct a roll call, Ms. Keplinger.
Councilman Canale, Carlisle,
Present.
Covette,
Here.
Mr. Thomas,
Present.
Ford,
Present.
Johnson, Jones,
Present.
thank you.
Jones is here. Jones is here.
Logan,
Present. Present.
Morgan, Robinson,
Present.
Smiley,
I'm here.
Warren,
Here.
Swearingen.
Present. Item number 1 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds in the amount of $200,000 for project number FS 02034, security cameras, all council districts. This is sponsored by the administration. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item? All right, if there isn't anyone to represent the administration, I'd like to entertain a motion and second for this item number 1, please.
So moved. Yeah.
Was
Second, Carlisle.
Was that Councilman Warren and Councilman Carlisle second? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Keplinger, can you give us an individual roll call for a vote, please?
Finale. Carlisle.
Yes.
Covett.
Yes.
Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Logan.
Aye.
Morgan. Robinson.
Aye.
Smiley.
Aye.
Warren.
Aye.
Chair Swearingen.
Aye. This item passed. Item number 2, a resolution to accept grant funds in the amount of $37,500 with city match of 25% and the amount of $12,500 from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year 20 Port Security Program grant. All council districts. This is also sponsored by the administration. No one is present from the administration. May we please take a motion and second this item, please?
I believe Councilman Carlisle is in the queue. Chairwoman Swearingen.
I need to motion and second this item.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
So moved by Smiley, second by Warren. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councilman Carlisle, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take an opportunity to say we just approved some funds for security cameras. And just to my colleagues and the general public, I find it irreprehensible to have seen the amount of break-ins that have occurred against our fire department over the last several days. These men and women serve us fearlessly and put their lives on the line to protect others. And so to those in the public that would break in and steal from those men and women, I think is just an awful, awful thing. And I wanted to say that from this platform and know that the men and women of the city council are behind our fire department. And we apologize that things like that are going on in our communities. So I just want to say thank you for your service. And I'm glad that we can appropriate this money to try and catch those perpetrators. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Is there anybody else that would like to be recognized? All right, Ms. Keplinger, if you please conduct a roll call vote.
Finale. Carlisle.
Aye.
Covett. Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Logan.
Aye.
Morgan. Robinson.
Aye.
Smiley.
Aye.
Warren.
Aye.
Swearingen.
Aye. That item passed. Item number 3, a discussion regarding police transparency portal requested by Councilman Smiley. Who's here to speak on that item? Could you, if so, please give us your name and your position for the records.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Ursula Madden, Chief Communications Officer for the City of Memphis, and I'm accompanied by Chief Sink with the Legal Department. I just want to give a brief overview of where we're going toward the accountability board that the council is wishing for the Memphis Police Department to put together. Is it possible, Brooke or Lakivia, to get some control if I wanted to look at a couple of websites? I'm sorry, can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and get started.
Chief Madden, who needs control?
I was wondering if I could show you my screen at some
Okay.
point. Would that be possible?
Sure.
Thank you. Wonderful, thank you. So I just wanted to just start off by telling you all that the communications team, along with legal, Memphis Police Department's Inspectional Services Bureau, and the Office of Performance Management are working to create a dashboard to provide the public with easier access to information and data on our police department's use of force and excessive force complaints. The public does have access to these records currently. It's just a little bit slower now. You have to file open records requests. So where we are now is the Reimagining Policing website. It's reimagine.memphistn.gov. We created this in June. Some of the features on there, if you can see my screen, I hope you can see it, but the first thing that's on this site is we want to hear from you. So we've asked people to go to this website, and if they would like to comment on what they would like to see, how they would like to see our police department improve, or to even share what they like about our police department. There's an area to tell people how to file a complaint against an officer, either by phone, in person, or online. And it breaks down the 8 can't wait. These are things that nationally have been asked of many people, by many people nationally, of police departments to create 8 can't wait. It describes where our department is on all of those issues, outlines our demographics. It also has a link to our CLRB site, or Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board. And there's also a resources page. Oops. There's also a resources page here, if I can pull it up. But on the resources page, it tells our police policies. It has our ISB reports going back to 2016. And when I say ISB reports, it gives data breakdown, a data breakdown of the complaints that were made and what that looks like. Also some of our police reporting. And I apologize because I can't seem to get it on my screen here. But the resources page is there. And we plan to add to this going forward. So where do we plan to go with the accountability dashboard? We do have a site right now. It's called our Data Hub, and it's data.memphistn.gov. We have all kinds of performance data here that is listed on this website, including our public safety page. And part of that website, the public can look at crime statistics that are posted daily. It updates every 24 hours. You can click on and find out what's going on with crime and other information. But this is the type of dashboard that we would be proposing for our use of force and excessive force, so that people will have immediate access to that type of information. With OPM's help, we can create this dashboard. It can live on this site, but it can also be linked to the Reimagine site, our city site, and our CLRB website as well. We expect to have a framework of this sort of made out within the next 2.5 weeks to give us an idea of what it would look like. And then we anticipate that we'll have some form of accountability dashboard that will be presentable to the public by early next year. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
I have Councilwoman Robinson. You're recognized in the queue. Did I miss you, Councilman Carlisle? Or was that you're recognizing the police officer, the fireman? Councilwoman Robinson?
Yes, I just added in the chat function. Please add the whistleblower information so that citizens will be able to call a number if they do not want to be identified. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Smiley? You're recognized.
I was talking and I realized my microphone was muted. Thank you for recognizing me. There was, I think, I just want to be sure, in addition to use of force and excessive force information, we also include the misuse of body-worn cameras in the information that is presented for public view. And so, I mean, is there any plans to include that information?
So I apologize, Councilman Smiley. I could not bring up the resources page on the Reimagine policing, but our body-worn camera policy is listed on the resources page of Reimagine Policing. It also has all of our police policies on there. And it explains, it explains the policy itself and how many hours, there's a report that's on there of how many hours of body-worn camera footage there are, and also in-car camera video.
Councilman, this is Jennifer Singh. I think you're asking about complaints that are being made that an officer had.
Yes, that's my question.
Okay.
Yes,
So
thank you for clarifying my question. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. So that is something that that I can work with ISB to identify those types of complaints as well, in addition to excessive force and use of force. And if there are other specific types of complaints that that you are looking to be added, just let me know. Specifically, we're trying to identify what we think people want to see.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question, because I want you to know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Chicago Police Department's accountability dashboard, and I think I've referenced it a few times. They don't have it exactly like this, but when we talk about complaints, what I would like to see going forward, and it's not just, you know, how many complaints we're having. I want to make sure that the citizens of Memphis are able to track the process. So if I file a complaint on September the 1st, I'm able to follow it. Okay, now that your complaint is in this division, it's currently being investigated, researched, and I check again on, you know, October the 15th, and now your complaint is resolved. And this is the outcome. I want people to be able to track the complaint process so that they know that their concerns are being taken seriously. I just want them to be able to see where we are. And I think I just want to read you this, and I think it's really on point to, you know, my overall goal, which is, and I'm just going to read this, the BIA mission statement on the Chicago Police Department's accountability website. It says the BIA understands that misconduct undermines the Chicago Police Department's relationship with the community. When misconduct is reported, the goal of the BIA is to come to a resolution and correct any behavior that is contrary to the department's mission. So basically, I think we need to acknowledge that, you know, misconduct as it relates to excessive force, as it relates to misuse of body or cameras, you know, disrupts our ultimate goal, which is to build trust and transparency among our police force and the citizens at large. And the way that we address it is being as transparent about the steps that are being taken to address some of the complaints. And for me, giving citizens the ability to track complaints will go a long way to building trust and ultimately bridging the divide between the distrust or mistrust between the citizens of Memphis at large and the police force. So my big thing is being able to track the complaint. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Councilwoman Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. My question really is back to your item number 1, but since no one was there to address it, I'm gonna bring it up now. How do we actually monitor our cameras? I mean, how often is that done? Who takes care of that, please?
Are you talking about the maintenance of the camera or?
actually monitor what's taking place, what's being recorded on the cameras? Or are they only looked at when a situation arises?
I think that's monitored through our real-time crime center, but I don't know if there is someone from MPD who is on the call who can answer that question. It might be a subject matter expert in that.
Director Rollins, could you please address that question and give us your name and position for the records?
Director Rawlings, Michael Rawlings, Director of the Memphis Police. The cameras earlier are for fire stations. And so that's a different camera system. And fire would have to advise what the plan is. That's probably managed through IS. But I can just tell you with over 2,000 plus cameras, and it's only a handful of cameras that are monitored most of the time. Cameras are normally, retrieved for digital evidence after an incident has occurred, but there is some critical infrastructure that we monitor on a routine basis.
Okay, I guess I was thinking, I'm just wondering how beneficial are cameras? Is there any way to track that cameras really helped in solving any crime issues, and how often does it work?
I can tell you, Councilwoman Johnson, that we use the cameras every single day, and they are extremely beneficial when there's so much digital evidence that are out there. Digital evidence from cameras is probably one of the most widely routine sources where citizens can submit evidence, or we can retrieve from businesses or citizens or our network of cameras throughout the city.
Okay, thank you for that information. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Smiley?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that Chairwoman Robinson, you spoke to police. Are you requesting that the transparency portal, accountability portal include information as it relates to how many, the resolution of complaints? I'm not really sure what you mean by police, and I'm not sure if you spoke to that, because I know you mentioned whistleblower protection information.
So your question is what?
So your very first comment in the chat is please.
Oh, I put it in the next one. Please add the whistleblower.
Oh, please add. I thought you were talking about like whether. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's all.
Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think part of the thing on here is there's should be a spot for complaints about cutting off body cameras. I think that may be a point where people want to have, that'll be a category. He came and they cut the body camera off, and then all the other stuff happened, the body camera came back on. So is there a way that's tracked, and how do we make sure that someone can complain about that on the site? Just be an addition. Thank you.
Is there anyone able to address
I believe Chief Madden addressed it in my earlier, well, actually no one addressed it. I made the statement, but actually no one addressed it.
So this is Jennifer Sink, the Chief Legal Officer. I think, well, Councilman Smiley, I tried to address it by saying, yes, we can incorporate, if we have complaints, we have a body worn camera policy. And so if we have complaints that pertain to either inappropriate use or misuse of the body worn camera, then those types of ISB investigations can be included in addition to the excessive force and use of force type of complaints. So it would be kind of a broad, I recognize you're requesting a broad umbrella of complaints that might pertain to essentially improper use of the body worn camera.
And since we're speaking on it, will it be a situation where we'll be able to track, like I'm assuming you make a complaint, there's a number generated, will the citizens of Memphis be able to track, where MPD is in the investigation process? So they know that their complaint is just not sitting on someone's desk.
So my understanding, and I'm not as familiar with this particular question, Councilman, but but that when the person who has actually made the complaint is notified, certainly once the investigation is completed, the person who has made the complaint is notified that it is completed and the outcome of that complaint. What you're asking for in terms of a general public availability to track a complaint, I would have some concerns about some legal issues that would arise from a pending investigation, and how do you inform the public about that when there are legal protections afforded as well. So that's something I can look at, but there is information provided to the person who makes the complaint, and they are notified of the outcome of the complaint when it's complete.
Okay, so I was trying to think through it. I'm not really sure if we're not providing pertinent information, we're just saying the complaint is being processed, or your complaint is being reviewed, is under review, and your complaint is moving along the process. We're not providing any pertinent information or any, just letting them know that it's moving, through the process as opposed to just sitting on someone's desk. I'm not really sure how that would, I guess, impede or cause problems for any legal matters, especially if we're not providing any pertinent information. But just thank you for looking into it and seeing if it's feasible for us to implement. And thank you to Director Rollins for your willingness to see that this comes to fruition.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I did want to respond to an earlier question.
Certainly.
This is back to Chairwoman Robinson's question. The anonymous tip number is posted on the website, ma'am, where you see, if you go to the website, it tells you if you want to file a complaint anonymously, it gives you the 901-636-4979 number. So that request you made is already there.
Thank you. However, a constituent called me and said that when he called that line, it kept taking him in and asking him to wait, and then it would disconnect. So maybe we just need to check the line.
Yes, ma'am, I'm checking it right now.
Okay, thank you.
You want him to finish checking the line before we proceed, Councilwoman Robinson? He's calling it now.
He can send me a text message. Let's move forward.
Yes, ma'am. Does any other member have anything that needs to be added or addressed in
Yes.
this committee?
One last question. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Swearinger.
You sure?
Yeah, this is it for me. I'm done.
You can recognize, Councilman.
Thank you. Timeline for before this becomes public or the completion of the accountability or data dashboard of this particular website.
So, Councilman, the data dashboard, the data hub actually took us 2 years to compile. It will not take nearly that long for us to add information. I believe I said earlier on in the presentation, but we hope to have something up in the first part of next year. So in a few months.
Okay, thank you.
You're certainly welcome.
Is there anyone else that I'm overlooking that would like to be recognized? If not, we will stand in adjournment.
Chair Robinson,
We ready to proceed?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay, it's 1:13. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, Transportation, and General Service Committee to order. We have 3 items on the agenda. Ms. Hyman, can you call roll?
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Colvett,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilman Ford,
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Canali, Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilman Jones, Councilman Warren,
Here.
and Chairman, well, let me revisit a few people, Chairman Smiley, Councilman Jones,
Jones is here.
as well as, I believe did Councilman Easter Thomas answer? And
Brooke, did
Councilman
you-
Canali. Yes, I heard you, Councilman Jones, we have you as present. Okay, and Chairman Smiley.
President, Councilman Jones and his bad internet today. But item number 1, a resolution
Motion to
requesting to
approve.
repurpose residual funds from various projects to provide additional funding to cover unexpected needs in GS 18-202, FY18 City Hall Rehab Modernization, and GS 19-106, FY19 Major Mod Contingency, all council districts. This item is sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second for discussion purposes?
So moved, Warren.
Second, Carlisle.
Moved by Warren and seconded by Carlisle, I believe. Is there anyone from the administration to speak to this item?
Yes, Antonio Adams, Director of General Services.
Director Adams, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. What you have before you is a list of projects that we've fully executed, and we had some residual cost savings from these particular projects that came in under budget, fortunately. And so what I would like to do is to repurpose this funding. All of this money is appropriated, repurpose this funding to go towards continued maintenance of City Hall, and then of course for our major mod contingency line. And the contingency line is just a break fix. If something occurs throughout the city, we can dedicate this funding to go ahead and appropriate money for some type of emergency repair. The total is $385,000. $385,000.
Is there anyone in the queue to speak to this item? Ask questions about this item for Director Adams? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Can we take a vote on this item? Brooke, are you still with us?
Yeah, we're ready for a vote. Thank you. We're voting on item number 1. Councilman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman Canali, Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
and Chairman Smiley.
Aye, this item passes.
Thank you.
Was there, I don't see a request for same night minutes. There's no request for same night minutes on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Item number 2. Thank you. Item number 2, presentation on speed humps and sidewalks requested by the Public Works Committee. Is there anyone from the administration to speak to this item? And can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren,
Second, Robinson.
seconded by Robinson. And is anyone from the administration to take us through this presentation of speed humps and sidewalks?
Yes, sir. This is Manny Bland with the Division of Engineering. During, I guess I want to first kind of explain. So the first item here is the speed humps. So we're going to be discussing and presenting each individual separately. So we'll start with the speed humps first. During the budget hearing earlier this year, we were asked to present on the overall speed hump program. Subsequently, this discussion kind of led into equity and the distribution of speed humps throughout the various districts. Since then, my team was asked to review and evaluate ways to address those concerns. So today, we're going to talk about the speed hump programs. Hopefully, our council staff have distributed a memo related to various concepts and scenarios that my team had went through. And if not, I can bring it up on the screen. Brooke?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to present it?
Yeah, you can bring it up. And then if you can bring it up, and then I'll turn it over to Randall Tatum to kind of go over the scenarios and begin the discussion.
Thank you, Director Belen. Good afternoon, members of the council. This is Randall Tatum, City Traffic Engineer. As Director Belen mentioned, this discussion is a follow-up to the speed hump presentation provided to City Council back in June. In the time period since providing the presentation, we've been working on potential options for improving equity within the speed hump program. We have provided this memorandum that presents these options for City Council consideration. I will try to briefly summarize the information in the memorandum and then open the floor for any questions. So the first part of the memorandum provides a general background on historic speed hump statistics related to requests, installations, and rejections. Under the current open request format, there is really no way to control the number of requests that will come from various council districts. With this being the case, reasonable equity would be represented by the percentage of installations being proportional to the percentage of requests within each district. From historic stats, we see that the percentage of installations is almost directly proportional to the percentage of requests in all districts with the exceptions of District 3 and District 5. District 3 has a much lower percentage of installations when compared to requests, and District 5 has a much higher percentage of installations when compared to requests. To address these equity concerns, we present the following options. And Brooke, if you can move to page 6 of the document.
The correct page, Mr. Tatum.
It's number 6 of our document. Thank you. So option number 1 would be moving to a model that would require an equal number of speed hump installations in each council district, each budget cycle. This option would require a phased approach to adequately address active requests and the disparity in the percentage of installations in District 3. A phasing approach will be discussed shortly. Option 2 would be establishing a system that would require all speed hump requests in underrepresented districts to go through a second review process. This would allow traffic engineering to take a closer look at the rejection reason and potentially overturn rejections that were based on roadway width or low volume. This second review would also consist of a resubmittal to the fire department so they can take another look as well. Option number 3 would be establishing a system that would temporarily eliminate rejections in underrepresented districts that were based solely on traffic study criteria. Under this scenario, all requests would forego the traffic study phase of the review process and go straight into design after the fire department approves. The only requests that would be rejected under this scenario would be those that fail to produce an approved petition, those related to higher classification roadways, and those that are rejected by the fire department. Option number 4 would be creating a new variance to the speed hump approval criteria related to excessive speeding. If the traffic study reveals that the 85th percentile speed exceeds the posted speed limit by 5 miles per hour or more, the request would satisfy the traffic study requirements regardless of the roadway width or the roadway volume. This would allow us to overturn requests previously rejected based on low volume and/or roadway width. With these options, the goal with option number 2 and number 3 would be to increase the percentage of approvals in underrepresented districts so we can better equalize the distribution field. Now we'll discuss our phasing approach. In order to move from this first come, first served model currently used to an equal distribution model, a phased approach will be needed to address active requests currently in process and to address the disparity in District 3. Our proposed phasing approach is as follows. In FY21, we'll install all construction-ready locations with the approved budget, as we're currently working to do. Starting in FY22, we would process the remaining active requests in the system, reevaluate rejected requests in underrepresented districts, and then allocate 50% of the construction budget each year to the most underrepresented districts. The other 50% of the construction budget would then be shared across the other council districts. This process will continue through FY24 to level the distribution field. Under this scenario, we may have to consider a substantial reduction in the approved installations in District 5 if the goal is to truly get all districts to a level ground prior to moving to this equal distribution model in FY25. And at the end of the memorandum, we provided some additional information on alternate traffic common measures for council consideration. And with that, we will open the floor up to any questions.
Okay, I believe I have Councilman Carlisle in the queue.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the engineering group for doing a review of this. not to do a pun, but this seems a little over-engineered. And really, I just want to make sure that I understand. It seems like there's only two disparity. You keep saying equity amongst districts, but it seems like the only real issue is District 3 has not gotten their fair share. Is that accurate? Everybody else, it seems to be working pretty well. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir, that would be a fair statement.
So again, is it necessary to over-engineer an entire program where there's only really one issue that we need to address, which is getting District 3 up to speed? And do we just focus on that and let the market play? Or I guess let me ask it a different way. What is the reason in which District 3 has not received the amount of speed humps like other districts and District 5? I guess how is everybody else basically pari passu and then District 3 is so far behind?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, and I was just going to mention that historically, District 3 has been probably our lowest represented district as far as the number of requests. So you would anticipate them being the lowest in the number of installations. But the issue that we're seeing is that comparison between the percentage of requests to the percentage of installations is still well below where it should be and well below what you're seeing with other council districts. There's various reasons why a particular speed hump request may not make it all the way to the construction phase. Of course, we got to get fire department approval. There's a traffic study element, and then also there is a petition element. So any of those factors, if the requester fails to meet any of those criteria, the speed hump request may not move to the construction phase. So I think maybe a combination of all of those factors have kind of contributed to that. So that's why we kind of presented some options that would make it a little bit easier to have requests approved in District 3 since it is greatly underrepresented.
But it doesn't seem, and again, I wish I had it back up in front of me, it doesn't seem like it's underrepresented because of the amount of rejections. It seems like it's underrepresented because it's not in line in the right spot. Maybe I'm seeing that wrong because all the other rejections track, everything else tracks almost in the same trend line. That 3 seems to be an outlier on its own. And I guess I'm just beating the point here. I guess I don't really have a huge objection to this. I'm just wondering if it's absolutely necessary versus just going back and addressing District 3, because every other district seems to be running just fine. But I want to hear from everybody else. I'm not sure that this seems like a broad, grand program for one issue that seems like with a little bit of focus from engineering and the council's back, and we can get it taken care of. But I want to hear from everybody else. Thanks, Chair.
No problem. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I think that just to add to Councilman Carlisle's thought, I think that when we did first discuss the speed humps, it was about equity of placement, but also noticing in that we had applications that also were related to school zones, thinking about alternate traffic calming, different particular places. So I think, I guess it kind of all goes together, but I do kind of agree with what you're saying. Seems like most everything else works well. However, for the options and different things that you all just presented, Director Belen just presented, or Mr. Tatum, can we do or implement more than one thing at the same time? Or are those just one and done options of how we're going to move forward? So for example, can we do equity in all districts with an equal amount while prioritizing school zones, those who've been previously rejected, and then also for those who've been previously rejected, that option that you had about looking at other traffic calming devices? Can we do more than one thing at the same time, or are y'all just having to choose one?
Yes, ma'am. All these options are available and open for council consideration, so we can absolutely use any combination of the options presented here.
I would also like to add, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, that within our current structure, there is prioritization given to school zones right off the bat. So anytime a request comes in where it's near a school, those are given high priority in terms of approval.
Okay, because I just put in one that's near a school zone, and and a constituent also just messaged me on one today. So as far as the one about looking at how to be equitable with each council district, would that start this fiscal year or next fiscal year?
This is Chief McGowan. Could I jump in real quick? When we did this in the budget committee meeting, the direction that we had from council and what we agreed in the discussion was that in order to ensure that we had a plan forward, there were three things. Number one, to clear out the backlog, and that's what you funded with nearly $1.7 million this year. Number two was to not just start equity, but to rebalance that. And so that's what they're hearing in phase 2 and 3, or phase 2, excuse me, is to do some overemphasis in areas that are underrepresented. And then the last part is to maintain equity going forward. So I guess what I'll say is we're clearing out the backlog in FY21. In FY22 going forward, we will rebalance so that everybody is back into balance. And then the next phase is how do we maintain equity going forward? And that's what I asked the engineering team to do. And that's what they're essentially proposing today, is to clear out the backlog. It would be a little inequitable across council districts in order to catch those up that are short in the next 2 fiscal years. And then the year after that, we would have an equitable distribution. And your point is noted, as Director Belen talked about, within each district, you're prioritizing those high utilization zones where there's school zones and those kinds of things.
So what if there are those most recent ones from this year or after our budget season that will be at a higher priority than some that are on the backlog?
This is Chief McGowan again. I'll talk to Manny about that. I think that's something that council can discuss, but I think what I heard from everyone is that in order to make sure that people who had their applications in for many years in some cases, to make sure we cleared all of those out, the ones that have already been approved for installation, and then we could move forward from there.
Thank you. Can I just ask Director Belen to take that into consideration If there are applications that are at a very high priority, to still look at that in comparison to the ones that are on backlog. Not to push anyone even further back, but to just bring priorities up more to the forefront. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
There we go. Thank you, Councilwoman Lisa Thomas. Councilman Warren, the floor is yours.
Thank you. You know, as we proceed forward with this, I'm living in District 5, so I see we've got a lot of speed humps here. But to like take one district and say for 3 years, you know, no matter what your needs are, we're just not going to put anything in there, may be a little draconian to catch up. So as the priority issues that Councilman Eastern Thomas mentioned, I think we ought to have something in there that says, okay, if we've obviously got this bag cut through during the school and people have started using it inappropriately, we got to let engineering be able to maybe jump in and take care of those things in 5 in those areas. And with the idea that we're going to weigh where we're putting this in the more underrepresented areas. I'm looking at District 3 and I'm wondering, is there a reason based on density and population and traffic that perhaps 3 has not requested as many of these speed humps in the past? Has it got to do with something like the geography and also the transportation in that very spread out district?
That certainly is a possibility, Dr. Warren. I think if you look at the data as a whole, it's pretty straightforward in regards to the number of requests that are made in District 3, and it equals the amount of total installation in that same district. So it's a equal equation to the number of requests that the public makes.
So you're saying essentially, percentage-wise, they're getting a sort of average amount of requests approved compared to other districts, with the exception of, and did 5 get that way because they had so many more requests? Are they in a more congested part of the city, more traffic? Is that an issue? What's going on with 5 having so many?
Yeah, I can certainly see that. Yeah, there is a definite increase in the number of requests in District 5 versus District 3. So it's depending upon the number of citizens that call in and make that request. And that could be attributed to the fact.
Anything to do with, I mean, I'm thinking Walnut Grove, I'm thinking Poplar, I'm thinking Jackson, and I'm thinking Lamar, you know, all the ones that are around 5, those are big, heavy, you know, routes, you know, are they places where you have more people cutting through neighborhoods at lights, or is it something else? I mean, does that account for part of the reason there's more there?
Randy, can you talk on that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility, but I think it ultimately boils down to just the number of requests that are generated. I can't really speak to why the number of requests in District 5 are so much higher than the number of requests in some of the other districts, but the data shows that is the reality. So I think that, if I'm not mistaken, historically going back to the inception of the speed hump program, some of the initial requests were actually processed in District 5. So I think it might have been where more residents in District 5 were aware of the speed hump program, and therefore they submitted more requests than maybe some of the other districts, because they may not have been as familiar with it. As you can see from the data, going from, you know, historically from the beginning of the program to FY15, and then switching over, looking from FY16 to present, we see that the percentage of requests in District 3 has gone up substantially. And I think that's primarily because more residents across the entire city have become more familiar with the speed hump program.
I don't know if you guys have this, and this will be my last comment. If y'all have actually got a average traffic flow map that sort of in color codes or whatever shows our city with the amount of traffic volume in each part of it, that would be a very interesting thing to look at, and then overlay our speed humps on as a way to sort of look at this as a public safety issue, and we can figure out there may be parts of the city with horrible traffic flow through neighborhoods that haven't never requested a speed hump or any traffic monitoring measures to slow down traffic, that we may want to actually go and try to put it in there for them. So at some point, if y'all have that data, I'd like to see it. Thank you. I yield back.
There we go. Okay, Dr. Warren, thank you. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Yeah, Dr. Warren, I think you're exactly right. Just on the geography of District 5, this would be my instinct, that you've got major streets running east-west that are parallel to each other. You've got Jackson, Summer Avenue, Union, Walnut Grove, Poplar Avenue, Central, and Park. And you've got all these neighborhoods in between on these little smaller side streets, and people are cutting through the neighborhoods to get between Poplar and Walnut Grove, Poplar and Park. And once one street started getting speed humps, everybody started wanting to get speed humps. So it was more of it was a snowball effect, I think, in District 5 as traffic started getting displaced from one cut through street to another cut through street to another cut through street, instead of people taking Mendenhall or Goodlet or East Parkway. I don't control the number of applications that come in. None of us do. We also, as council members, we don't control the parameters in terms of what gets approved. That's been up to engineering and fire for a while. I was as surprised by anybody to see these numbers and the number of approvals that that District 5 receives versus other districts. But I think my main priority, and I wanted to hear back from the administration what their ideas were on ways to address this. I think, but my number one priority at the end of this is always that it's a fair process. And if you have a fair process, you're going to end up with what I think is a fair result, or at least a result that isn't kind of gimmicked or manipulated or anything like that. And so one question for the presenter here. There's part of this that says this plan would mean that District 5 wouldn't get any more speed bumps until FY25. Is that the plan that y'all are presenting for approval?
No, sir. I mean, what's being presented are different scenarios that in order to meet the equity distribution as was outlined for us to review, there's 4 different scenarios that's been identified. We've looked at the data associated to the percentage that each district gets in terms of installation. And what we saw was there's a distinct difference between District 3 and the other districts.
In order to have a fair process going forward, your recommendation is that there be no speed humps in District 5 for the next 4 years, no matter what.
This is Chief McGowan. Hang on, Manny. Let me weigh in. The proposal, and again, there's a number of options here. When we had the council discussion during budget was, number 1, clear the backlog. Number 2, address the inequity. And then number 3, put a program that would maintain equity going forward. What I heard the city engineer say, one of the proposals is to put 50% of the speed hump funding into the areas that need a boost in equity. In other words, a disproportionate investment in those council districts that need the additional boost. Then 50% of the speed hump would be divided amongst the rest of the council districts, which does not equal no speed humps in any one particular district. That is an option that I will tell you, that's the option that I recommend. It's 50% in the lowest areas, so District 3 and anybody else who needs a boost, and then 50% across the rest of the council districts, and then we will catch up and eventually have a program that will be equitable.
I thought, it doesn't sound like as fair a process as what we've all done, I think, most of our lives, where basically you get in line and it's first come, first serve. And anybody is welcome to get in line at any time that their neighborhood is ready to. And that if they qualify, the city of Memphis will pay for it. And Now we're going to be telling citizens that the lines can be different for them based on political lines on a map. Nothing to do with their neighborhood, nothing to do with qualifications or the timing of it, but it's more of a city hall issue rather than an engineering issue, rather than anything to do with anything else other than politics. So I'm gonna have to kind of chew on this a little bit. My first instinct when seeing the numbers was maybe there was a federal process that could be implemented, that could be come up with. I was willing to listen to it. I haven't heard it today. In fact, I'd be pushing back pretty hard against this as presented. But maybe we can talk a little bit offline. Thanks.
Okay. Chairwoman, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. First, let me share that District 3, I have represented District 3 since 2001 on the school board. It has changed tremendously over the time that I have represented this district. One, the city has annexed into the city two major areas, one off of Tullahoma and Shelby Drive, as well as Hickory Hill into the district. So we would not, because of those two areas, have as many speed humps because the people have just been added to our district in the last 10 years or more. It's within that time period since 2001. So that's one thing you have to keep as a reminder. When I first got on the city council in 2016, we had a similar presentation about where speed humps were placed. And I did bring it to the staff's attention that District 3 seemed to me to not have as many speed humps based on the numbers, and we're still in that same place 5 years later. Now, they may not have applied for because they didn't know what they needed to do, but I do know of homeowners associations that have personally contacted me to say that they asked for speed humps and we were denied. So what I'm going to ask the staff is, will they go over with me the applications that you have? I will ask my neighborhood associations to send me a copy of when they sent them in, because we may have a disparity in that. But it's my understanding that most of our applications were denied. My district has over 42% of our industry. So I have a lot of trucks going through my district, and I know that we probably wouldn't put speed humps on Elvis Presley, Shelby Drive, Winchester, Holmes Road, Airways. I understand that, but the people use our communities to go from, especially my own street, from from Elvis Presley over to Mill Branch each and every day. The reason that some of the streets around me have gotten it is because children are being picked up for buses in that area. But I do believe that we need to have a little deeper dive into District 3 and what's really going on. Because if the fire department say they can't get to us in a reasonable time, and then we have people who are coming through our communities where we have small children crossing the street, and I would never allow my grandbaby to walk down the street because I see trucks flipping over, and when they get to Butterworth and Whitworth, because they're going too fast. I mean, it's just unimaginable that we can't look at this and be a little more fair. I understand what Worth Morgan has stated. It has nothing to do with politics. It has all to do with where we are, why we have been denied, and is there something else we can use? Some of the residents say we don't need speed humps, we just need other traffic calming devices, but we can't seem to get those either. I would like to have a conversation around with the staff. Where are your applications? Why did you deny? And let's see if we can't get those concerns taken care of. As I keep getting the same messages from the same community members over and over again. And in 5 years, we should have been able to resolve those issues. Council members, when you're looking at equity, I'm not talking about being equal, I'm talking about equity, in that the community itself has changed over time because of annexations. And I have worked diligently in this community to keep everyone informed about what's going on. So lately, we've probably had more people to apply because I try to make sure they have the information that they need. But equity says is that if you're at a place in life, and I'm just going to give an example, and we're peeping over the fence, and one person is 4 foot tall, another person is 5, and one is 6, and the fence is 5.5 feet tall. To make sure that that's equitable, 2 other people have to have something to stand on. Please be sensitive to the fact that my district has not gotten, if you look at the numbers, we are falling far behind, and we need just a little more attention in this area. We have taken care of all the businesses in our area, but the citizens say they need some care as well. Let's look at this a little more closely. Let's be equitable and let's support all districts. But don't forget, we have been waiting 5 years in District 3. Thank you.
Sure, can I add on to Chairwoman Robinson's analogy? Because it's one of my favorite ones that I use in the classroom.
I feel like I know where you're going, but go right ahead.
You probably do. Just to add on to that, equity would just be removing the fence. So we don't even have to do any of that. But I just wanted to add on to that. So I'm in agreement with you. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Robinson. Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Jones, I do want you to keep in mind that we didn't get a lunch break today, so I just want to remind you of that. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for that. And colleagues, as Chair Robinson indicated, this issue was raised when we were first elected to the school board. I'm sorry, when we were first elected to the Memphis City Council. And I would say that our roles as elected representatives of our community is to advocate for the equitable distribution of resources. And that when I first got on the council, this was a glaring inequity of resources here because so much people may not come down to city council meetings. They may not tune in on television to it. But if you see the street 1 block over to you that has a speed bump, you'll stop at that neighbor's house and say, hey, how did you get that speed bump? And they get on the list. What I felt was a disservice to our entire community. There didn't seem to be any provisions. If you had 3 little children who were struck by cars and somebody requested that they wanted a speed hump, well, they got down to the bottom of the list. So that is not a fair, that's not an equitable, and it sure is not a safe way for us to be addressing this thing. So I'm pleased that the administration has at least heard this 4 years later to come back with a plan to address this. But to say that, we can't allow a system where a glaring inequity is allowed to continue. So this is a start. I don't think that we're being asked to vote on any of them. These are recommendations that I think that everybody wants to review this information before we make a decision. But I just felt that, and it is my opinion, that we could not continue down the road that we were on as far as the distribution of these traffic calming devices under the system that had been in place in prior administrations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Carlisle.
I'll be brief.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to say, first off, I wasn't on the council the last 4 years. When you look at the data, it is relatively equitable, except for Chairwoman Robinson's district. And I will say I really appreciate her words, and I'm committed to finding solutions, whether it's in these recommendations today or sitting down like Madam Chair was and trying to understand why denials occur and figuring out how to get District 3 the appropriate amount of resources to where that when we look at the data, it's equitable across the board. Other than that, the data suggests it is, but I am just as curious, and I know there's a variety of reasons, but for District 3 in particular, I am just as curious to know why those denials have gone down. So, Madam Chair, if there's anything that I can do, I'm happy to help as well. With that, I yield back.
Councilman Carlisle, we appreciate you. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, I also appreciate the work that Director Blaine has done and his team have done. And I definitely want equity and would love to see Chairwoman's district get what they deserve. I do have a question or a comment that looking at the districts and how they've changed and the rate at which some of them have changed is a concern as well. Even though I know you said that it's taken 5 years, but in some areas of our district, there has been such a drastic change, and there are, people that have been hit by cars and speeding, and the demographics has changed. And I would love for that to be considered as well as we look at maybe some of the numbers and consider the numbers in all of this. Not to say that we don't need the plan that they've given us, but I do feel that it's important for us to keep all things equal and look at what's going on in the districts and in the neighborhoods that are requesting these speed calming devices. And as I stated when requesting the presentation, it may not necessarily mean that we have to have speed humps in every community. The constituents that I've spoken with, they're open to options. So, that may be something we need to look at if we have options in different neighborhoods, as opposed to just thinking we have to put speed humps in every neighborhood. So I'd like for, all of those things to be considered as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Is there any further discussion as it relates to this item? Director Belen, could you come back in 2 weeks? And I feel like this discussion is one that we need to continue to go through and ultimately get to a decision where this council is satisfied with what the direction we're heading going forward. All right. And can you present on the second part of this item?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Again, this is Manny Belen with the Division Engineering. So the next item on here is a presentation related to the state of sidewalk in the city of Memphis. So if I can ask to put that up on the screen. While she's getting that ready, I do want to introduce several of the team members related to just the sidewalk program as a whole. We do have Nick Euler, who's our bike ped manager for the city of Memphis. We do have a representative with our legal team, Mr. Prince Chambliss, as well as our construction inspection administrator, Ms. Bonnie Good, online. So we're going to try to tag team this presentation.
And Robert Connect's here as well, Manny.
Oh, thanks, Robert. Yes, Director Connect is online as well.
Let's not forget Director Connect.
Brooke, are you able to get that up?
While we're waiting, I just would like to compliment Attorney Chambliss' background. I'm loving every bit of it.
Mr. Director Belen, which presentation, what page would you like?
I'm not quite sure what page you're referencing. I'm not seeing anything on the screen.
Brooke, it's in the same.
I mean, I got it. I just was asking. I'm sorry. I have it up. I just didn't know where you wanted to be on the on the presentation. Mr. Tatum gave me a page number. I'm on 10. How much further should I go?
It's not on, keep going down. It should be the next presentation.
Yeah, it's got its
Oh, the
own
whole
cover
full,
slide.
okay.
Yeah, it's got its own cover slide.
Here.
That's it. Perfect. Great. All right. So what we're presenting to you today is the City of Memphis state of sidewalk. Next page. So the outline right now is we're going to cover kind of a discussion about the sidewalk conditions overall. And then after that, we'll discuss about our current City of Memphis ordinance. Beyond that, discuss about citation and lien process, and then eventually our sidewalk assistance program. So with that, I'll lead Mr. Nick Euler to talk about our current conditions.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon, council members. Again, I am Nick Euler, the Bikeway and Pedestrian Program Manager with the Division of Engineering. I'm going to briefly talk to you about our existing conditions of sidewalks in the city, as well as our existing ordinances. The data that you will be seeing on the next few slides comes from the city's Pedestrian and School Safety Action Plan, which was a data-driven planning effort and study undertaken about 5 years ago with the Division of Engineering, the purpose of which was twofold. One, to determine the extent of the deficiencies in our sidewalks and pedestrian infrastructure. And two, to determine the extent of the issues we're facing with pedestrian safety in general in Memphis. So in terms of some of the key takeaways from the study, we found that anywhere from 80 to 95% of all sidewalks in the city of Memphis are in some degree of needing repair. About a third of all sidewalks are in need of immediate repair, meaning that they are not passable or are not compliant with laws around accessibility. So it's a significant share. Next slide, please. In terms of measuring the need, and that is, how many people does this really impact on a daily basis? We don't have a hard number of how many people use sidewalks every day in the city, but there are some different data points we can look at to get an idea. So, for example, we know that around 11,000 Memphians use a MATA bus every day to go to and from work. Pedestrian infrastructure is transit infrastructure. Almost every bus trip starts or ends with walking to and from the bus stop. Some other data points we can look at. Around 150,000 Memphians are below the age of 16 or non-drivers. So these are individuals who likely are walking as a means of transportation to get around their communities. 65,000 Memphians are over the age of 65. Again, another demographic that's less likely to drive and more likely to walk or use transit. 50,000 Memphians require a mobility device, such as a wheelchair. And about 12.5% of all Memphis households do not have access to a car. So again, some significant shares of the population that are likely using sidewalks on a daily basis. Next slide. To give you an idea of the geographic extent of what we're looking at, this is truly a citywide issue in terms of the deficiencies with our sidewalks. But as you may expect, most of the issues are concentrated in the older neighborhoods of Memphis. They were built a longer time ago, so the infrastructure has more time to age. But again, most parts of Memphis are impacted by this. So the map you're seeing is the recommended projects from the Pedestrian Safety Action Plan, the recommended sidewalk repair projects or improvement projects. Next slide. And similar here, same idea. These are the recommended intersection improvement projects from that same plan. So again, seeing citywide, but mostly concentrated in older neighborhoods. Next slide, please. In terms of quantifying the cost, if we wanted to replace all sidewalks at all degree of needing repair in one swoop, The estimated cost for that would be about $1.1 billion. If we only wanted to address the about 1/3 of sidewalks that are in need of urgent repair, immediate repair, we could budget about $19 million a year for the next 24 years. By the end of that 24-year period, we would have taken care of that 1/3, but by then yet another third will have fallen into that same category of immediate need. So in other words, if we wanted just to maintain our basic, our existing sidewalks, we would need about $19 million a year to do that. Next slide. In terms of the existing ordinances, by existing ordinance, it is the property owner's responsibility to maintain sidewalk. So sidewalk is within the public right of way. It is publicly accessible, public property, but by our ordinance, the adjacent property owner has the responsibility to actually maintain that. Next slide.
How many more slides do we have left? Can anyone speak to?
The whole presentation is 20 slides.
20 slides, and we're on slide what? What slide is this?
It could be around 8 or 9.
I think we're about halfway.
So we're halfway. So I don't want to rush over this. I do think that this was a particular concern for me, and I believe some other council members. I'm going to ask a couple of questions and see if any of my colleagues have a few questions they want to ask directly. I see we have Councilman Carlisle. Sorry for cutting you off. So I'm going to go ahead and note, could we come back next council meeting and try to address the concerns of the council members directly? I think we're getting there, but I do know that we're about an hour behind. So sorry to cut you off, Nick. My apologies, sir. Councilman Carlisle, I believe Councilman Carlisle is the first one in queue on this item.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I had a chance to look through this. Colleagues, I've been digging into this for several weeks since we brought it up as well. I know it's near and dear. I understand our ordinances and they likely need to stay the same. I think the biggest travesty, and I just want to go on the record about this, the biggest travesty that's in here is our program for assistance for those that are in need has 65 years and older doesn't really work, right? Just because someone's 65 years and older doesn't, there may be somebody that's 40 years old that owns a home that doesn't have the means to fix the sidewalk in front of their house, like as far as our assistance program. So I'm going to try and dig in, and I appreciate Chief McGowan for having multiple conversations with me about this program as far as how the city helps those that can't afford to fix their sidewalk. So we're going to dig into that. And then also, and I know it's later in the slideshow, but there are major areas of need. I know Chairwoman Robinson has Chulahoma, she mentioned earlier. I have been down there many a times. There are some areas that are set up to be dangerous that we can fix. So since we're running out of time, I'll yield back, but I really want to dig into this further because I think there's a lot of opportunity here that I want to talk about, federal grants, all that stuff. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. The floor is yours, madam.
Thank you, Chair. I also just wanted to add, and hopefully we can discuss this when we bring it up next, but I've had discussions with constituents on the issue of sidewalks being noted to code. Code sends that to engineering. In some way, a tax lien is placed on the property, and those seeking to get land and houses for cheap in particular areas are able to get a hold faster of properties. And however or whomever is looking to see how we can rectify these situations, in particular, for example, I know Uptown, they have a program within their neighborhood that's funded through CRA that is helping fix the sidewalks in the neighborhoods. However, one of their issues is that they can't get to fix them because tax liens are placed on some of them because folks who are scoping out areas in order to whatever they're trying to do with the area or the property are already getting to them first and taking them to code, and then thus they don't have the opportunity to fix them and get the citizen out of this situation. So what can we do as far as about sidewalks while we're waiting on how we're gonna rework it through the city? Is there a way that we can stop certain enforcement penalties as it relates to sidewalks while we're trying to consider the resolution to this, or what can we do?
So this is Manny. Brooke, can you move ahead on the slides? There's a slide that kind of shows the process relative to, keep going. Right there, that's good. So obviously the best approach here is once we get notified, the city gets notified, under the ordinance, I have to send my sidewalk inspectors out there to evaluate the condition of the sidewalk. Our best approach obviously is to enforce the local code and then get compliance from the residents to make the repair. That's our first best approach, is to get compliance. If we don't get compliance, then we'll work with the property owner to determine how we can get compliance within a certain period of time. So if they need additional 30 days, if they need additional 120 days, we'll work with that property owner. If, however, we do not get compliance, then we are forced to go into the legal process, in which case then we pull in our team members from our legal team and go through that aspect. So I would defer to Chris to kind of talk through that process.
Can you, Director Berlin, can you go back a slide where it says common code violations for sidewalks?
Brooke, can you pull back? There you go. So what you have here is actually a pamphlet that often when we attend town hall meetings and you invite us, my team and I will typically hand these out to property owners and kind of giving them notification that when you do have common sidewalk violations, we do have contact information on there. And these are some of the examples of what we see out there currently. So we hand this out.
Is there a way, I don't know if Alan Wade on the line, if I even can ask this now, but I'm asking anyway. So is there a way that we can, while we're thinking of ways to help citizens with these sidewalk violations, it looks to me like the only ones that can be done with minimal resources is trash and yard debris and overgrown violation. Everything else looks like you're gonna have to have some money to put some concrete down. Is there a way that we can do like a moratorium on sidewalk legal proceedings, or what? I'm just thinking because, like I said, these constituents keep calling me that their houses are being targeted because of certain sidewalks, and a lot of places all over Memphis, we used to be, top for trees, and now these trees are causing sidewalk issues that a lot of folks can't fix. So I'm just putting it out there to see if that's a possibility.
Okay, I was gonna speak and try to move on, but I see Councilman Morgan is in the queue. Councilman Morgan, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick question. Thank you. Is it the case that Bartlett, that in order to sell your home in Bartlett, that the sidewalk has to be inspected and meet standards and up to code? And if we consider doing something like that here, where every time there's a home transaction and now you have, equity that would be available for repairs, either the seller or the buyer would have to figure out who would be responsible, and that would be part of the negotiated price of the home. Is that the case in Bartlett that I understood it? And is that anything that we're considering here?
This is Manny. So I'm not aware if that is the case in Bartlett or not, but we certainly look into that and let you know.
Okay. Just in terms, I mean, maybe a requirement that we could put in place that would begin to get the city of Memphis back up to code on sidewalks is tying it to home transactions. Now, the realtors would, they throw a big fight over that because they would be afraid that it would possibly slow down any transactions and just be another thing to negotiate. But it is the homeowner's responsibility. So, all right, I know we're short on time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Carlisle suggested everyone look at page 74 on our docs. We need to fix this program. Yeah, so just to kind of piggyback off of Councilwoman Easter Thomas, so I have some serious concerns about this program, and one of the reasons I would like to hear from it again, and I'm just not so sure the ordinance as it currently stands, or the law as it currently stands as it relates to requiring property owners to, I guess, fix a sidewalk that they don't necessarily have control over is the right thing for us to be doing. Whether we make an immediate shift from that, or whether we do a, I guess, tiered program, we slowly phase into a situation where we take that responsibility of homeowners. For me particularly, I checked my camera while in my law office, checked my home camera just the other day, and there were people in front of my house on my sidewalk, and I don't have dominion and control over the sidewalk. I have dominion and control over my home. I can keep folks from going in my home, but I cannot keep and control what transpires on the sidewalk. If a tree falls on the sidewalk from across the street and hits the sidewalk, I'm not necessarily sure the homeowner should be paying for that sidewalk. If someone comes and carries something heavy and drops something on the sidewalk, I'm not sure the homeowner should be paying for that cost as well. And then another thing, I've had the opportunity to represent a homeowner who was going through this process. I believe Mr. Chambers was on the other side of it, and I was frequently emailing him about, ways that we could address this. And I think it was, the cost was, a couple thousand to have the sidewalk prepared. And the property owners simply did not have the resources to address that. And just literally 2 blocks down the street, well, not even 2 blocks, a couple houses down the street from her, the sidewalk was in bad repair, and there were no complaints filed. That property owner was not in court. So it just seems to be an unfair process. So my question, and what I would like to see, what it would look like if a phased approach, if the city somehow, whether the city is paying 50% of the cost and we slowly address it, or the city begins to take full ownership of and implement an approach that we slowly begin to address the damaged sidewalk. Because we need to take the burden off of homeowners. We shouldn't be putting any impediment in place to prevent people or from buying homes. Because if you're a homeowner yourself, you know that there's so many additional costs that comes with homes. Why add an additional cost to repair the sidewalk? It just doesn't make much sense to me, especially when the homeowner doesn't have dominion and control over the sidewalk. But with that, I have nothing else. It doesn't appear, I take that back. I thought all hearts and minds were clear. Councilwoman Logan, you're the last person in the queue. The floor is yours.
I just wanted to see, based on what you were just saying about taking an approach, a tiered approach or a phased-in approach, maybe we can even add in to where some of the pilots that are given to a fund for infrastructure across the city. And so as we issue these pilots, some of, creating a fund that would assist with neighborhoods and the infrastructure in neighborhoods and around neighborhoods, maybe could be a part of that, as well as them giving into our youth workforce development program through Mr. Griffin's program. So those are a couple of things that we might, consider in developing a program. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Isha Thomas. So I guess can we have, Director Belen and Director Connect working together? Can we put together a plan, not necessarily a plan, I guess a proposal of what it would look like to take the burden off of the homeowners, and just could you present something else, different plans in terms of how to address this going forward? Because I think we have competing proposals from several different council members. One side, whether it's addressing it via pilots, whether it's the city addressing this in a layered or transitional plan, but something needs to be done to deal with sidewalks in the city.
This is Robert Connect, and so we could bring you back a financial strategy plan. It would be a part of our capital budget, Chairman.
Okay.
So if you go back to slide 7, they've already identified it's $19 million a year if we were to take ownership of all the sidewalks and to develop a program to start repairing sidewalks citywide. That'd be $19 million forever. So just as an equity, we spend $20 million a year just to pave city streets. So, I mean, that's already 25% of our capital budget goes to paving streets. So this would be on top. So that'd be another huge capital demand. And if let's say even 50% of that, that's still a pretty significant, $9.5 million a year capital expenditure. And we already have a very, very tight capital budget. So we're open to obviously discussions on this, but you can see it is a pretty significant capital demand.
So let me ask you this question. So you're saying $19 million would that address all the bad sidewalks throughout the city?
No, that would be $19 million a year forever. And that, because you see it's $1.1 billion to replace all the damaged sidewalks that are out there now. This is just based on our estimates. So you're already looking at a pretty significant need. And so you'd have to start spending so much. You just have to take a program like you do with street paving and start a life cycle. Most of your sidewalks should last you about 50 years if it's in decent shape. So this is just developing a sidewalk maintenance program. The city would take ownership of it and have to spend so much every year. You couldn't do it all in 1 year. It would be an ongoing forever situation.
So I understand that we couldn't do it in 1 year. I was just trying to figure out, I just have a hard time with the idea that anyone is responsible for something that they don't have dominion and control over. And we just have to come up with a way. So could you present multiple options and alternatives as Attorney Wade has suggested, and let's see where we end up. And Councilman Carlisle asked the question, and I don't mind if I read it. How much money is currently in the sidewalk assistance program?
I can answer that. Yeah, so annually we have been allocating $200,000, and that's usually run through our operating budget. Most of the assistance program cannot utilize CIP money, capital funds, so we have to account for it in our operating budget for that.
Okay, let's move on, and I look forward to hearing from you all again in a couple of weeks. And thank you so much for putting this together and being prepared to go forward, and hopefully we come to some type of resolution on how we will proceed here forward. So thank you so much. I appreciate you, and see you in a couple of weeks. All right. Item number 3. Discussion on matter bus routes requested by Councilman Ford. Is anyone here from MATA to discuss? Okay, Mr. Roosevelt, the floor is yours unless, hold on. Councilman Ford, is there anything you would like to say prior to the presentation?
Thank you very much. Okay, we have been talking with MATA, myself, and then my son Edmund Jr. on the county side. Bus routes, things like that. Boxtown, you had North Memphis, you had Firestone, those particular ones that did stop the bus route. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because my screen then went to something other than what it should be. Okay, I appreciate you. But we've talked, and as of September 14th, and this is for Easter and for Logan, hey, we've kind of got those routes being started over again. And, for North Haven, Firestone, and for Boxtown. And plus, we're going to keep on meeting where after, September, well, no, November, there will be some other routes. And I'm going to now turn it over to Matter where he can show some of the things. And I don't want but 5 minutes of this, okay? Because I know we're running late, everything else, but I really want him to show y'all what will be going on later at Brooks and Third and a few other little places. Okay, that's all I have to say right now. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Ford. Ms. Rosenfeld, go ahead. The floor is yours, sir. Ms. Rosenfeld, we cannot hear you if you are speaking. Hey, Brooke.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. There we go.
Sound is on now.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I'll go through this fairly quickly. Councilman Ford has already tipped my hat and given away the big award. But we can't get started and talk about transit without looking at funding. The Strickland administration through the years, last few years, has done a good job at keeping us current with funding up until this last year, definitely COVID related. But I just wanted to point out that the funding issue will continue. Yes, we did receive some CARE Act money, but it's being depleted quickly because we have increased costs to deliver service during a pandemic, as well as reduced revenues. Like the councilman said, we will reinstitute these three routes, 6, 31, and 38 on September 14th. These dates are picked because of requirements of our collective bargaining units and such. But just to give you a picture of where we were at when the pandemic hit, we reduced service by about 70%. In June, we increased service by about up to 80. We were back to about 80% of where we were pre-pandemic. And then in November, we will be back to pretty close, probably 98% of where we were prior to the pandemic. This map outlines our service footprint before the pandemic hit. Each one of the lines on there, the dark colored lines, represents a bus route. And then the shaded area outside of those lines represents the 3/4 of a mile that we use to determine eligibility for paratransit and such. So we call this our footprint. And then during the pandemic, we contracted our footprint. You see here in this map where we did our best to try to be in all of the community, and in many cases we reduced frequency and we certainly reduced the span of service. The reason why we had to make these reductions is because we had social distancing guidelines to adhere to that were addressed by the CDC and the Shelby County Health Department, as well as our own organizations that we belong to that work hard to give us data and help us to manage. That'd be the American Public Transit Association and the Tennessee Public Transit Association. So when we came to June 21st, we were able to increase our footprint a bit and add back some service. And basically we went from a core service designed around a Sunday schedule to a core service designed around a Saturday schedule. Like I said, we made it to about 80% of where we were, and that's been in place since June 21st. The good news is we've seen ridership increase over that time. The bad news is we're not back to 100%. Now, we still have many routes where we're having to add additional buses to lines in order to address the social distancing. On 50 Poplar, for example, we used to carry 2,000 passengers a day. We're still carrying close to 1,000 passengers a day post-pandemic. and we're doing about 50% of our ridership, but we're only using 20% of our capacity, because a bus that could have carried between seated passengers and standees 60 passengers is today carrying 12 passengers. Then lastly, in November, on November 8th, we will institute this footprint, which is, like I said, about 99% of where we were, maybe 98% of where we were prior to the pandemic. And as you see, the parts of the map that are not shaded in green did not have a lot of transit service running through them to begin with. We also have a demonstration project. The Transit Vision calls for up to 6 alternative transportation projects to help address parts of our community that are underserved, but also do not generate any type of ridership that would warrant traditional fixed route service. So the first area that we'll be deploying the service is in the southwest area of our community, and this will come online in probably just after the first of the year. This is an on-demand system, shared ride system. It will be somewhat like an Uber or Lyft type service operated by MATA, and the fare will be the same as if you were riding on a traditional fixed route bus service. But a passenger within this zone, if you will be able to call for service, will come to the curb in front of their house, pick them up and take them anywhere in this zone directly. And if they wish to travel outside of the zone, we'll take them to a transfer point where they will have access to the entire bus network. Other service improvements we need to, we're going to be bringing online a new on-street transit center at the intersection of Brooks and 3rd. There will be 4 bus bays will be installed, and our friends across the street at Shelby County have contributed $1 million to help with the construction of this project. And I'll show you a couple different concepts here. Here's what it might look like from the air, where 4 buses will serve the community. As you may recall, we shared with the council the BRT bus stops in the design, and you can see that these bus stops will look a lot like the BRT bus stops. They will have many of the same amenities. The nice part about this particular location is there will be food and beverage available close by, so that passengers can, if they have time and desire, that they'll be able to grab something to eat while they're waiting for the bus. But as you can see, these concept drawings have just been prepared. We received them Monday morning and put them into this presentation. And here's a different view. And these bus stops should be in place sometime. The traditional schedule tells us the fall of 2024, but as you can see here, that's a pretty long date. We should probably be into this bus stop by 2023. A little bit more in depth on the scheduling. Other service improvements, this on-demand microtransit project, which we've already discussed. But the important thing that we need to remember and look at is that the funding at the federal and state level for doing things the way they've always been done is rapidly disappearing. The percentages for local participation keep rising, and the amount of money in these pots keeps going down. On the other side of the equation is discretionary grant programs, where MAT has been very successful over the last couple of years. In 2018, we were one of 6 transit agencies to get a consulting free technical assistance from the Shared Use Mobility Center. In 2019, we received $394,000 integrated mobility integration project to help us with the microtransit project on demand that will be starting in the southwest corner. And then just this last week, the FTA announced MATA's award of $483,000, almost $500,000, to help us integrate our new fare collection system and mobile app into alternative transportation projects, so that people will be able to go one-stop shop for all things transportation, whether it be bike share, ride share, this new project, or any other alternative forms of transportation that don't exist today. But there's more funding available for these types of projects than for the traditional, this is the way we've always done it type service. And then in the future, part of this change in November will affect the design of Route 38 and Route 69, but I'll leave it at that and quickly take any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions related to the presentation? Councilman Jones, that was extremely quick, sir. You in the queue. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Mine is not necessarily related to this presentation, but I know because of COVID-19, we've had some meetings that haven't taken place in person. What would be helpful, Mr. Roosevelt, is if you could provide for my new colleagues the I forget the official name of it, but it was a transit plan, because I think at some point we're going to have to make a decision how we want public transportation to look. Memphis covers over 300 square miles. And so based upon, thank you, Transit Vision 3.0. But with us covering so much space, we have to have a reckoning to decide, do we want to be a high frequency type of transit company, or do we want to cover every square nook and cranny of Memphis, Tennessee? And if we do the latter, that means that we're going to be looking at, and I noticed that one of those routes, the bus is going to run every 90 minutes. And so someone who may work in Boxtown, but may have a job in the northeast part of Memphis, or the northeast part of Memphis, it may take them forever today, have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning in order to be at work at 9 o'clock. So I think what would be helpful for my colleagues is for us to have that presentation and us to have that discussion of how we want public transportation to look in Memphis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, this Councilman Ford, let me finish it up, because we kind of ran out of time. This is the beginning. We're planning on having other meetings. We wanted these few things restored because, hey, the people did not have any way. Councilman Jones, I understand exactly where you're coming from. You're looking at the 90 minutes, but hey, we're going to be meeting very frequently to make sure all these different things are happening. But I just wanted this to be brought to let Easter Thomas know, Smiley to know, Miss Logan to know that these areas that, hey, they had stopped, especially when you get Firestone, North Haven, all of those places, this will be restored. This is just the beginning. Then we're going to come back to the council again. But I just wanted this to be shown that, hey, we have done something right now. I mean, yeah, we got down the road where we can kind of critique, with the bus routes, everything else. And not only that, for the city side and for the county side, because the county has put money in to try to get some of these things done. Okay. I appreciate you. And I thank you for what matter for coming to us. It was a hard time to try to get y'all to come to us. And I'd like to thank the administration, because, hey, the administration had a lot of part of this to make things happen. Okay, sometimes you have to, because I was trying to have a meeting quite a few times. Nobody wanted to have a meeting. But you have to sometimes go a different route to make things happen. And this is just the beginning. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman, we definitely appreciate your diligence on this matter.
Yep, and we're kind of behind right now.
And we're glad to see Commissioner Ford Jr. here as well.
And he won't have to talk with him tomorrow, because he's here today, because they're talking about the same thing what we're talking about today.
Absolutely. We appreciate his work on this body, as well as the commission as well. I think all hearts and minds are clear as it relates to the Public Works and Solid Waste Transportation General Service Committee. And with that, meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Councilman Colvett, if you give us a moment, we'll be ready for your committee.
Winner. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is September 1st, 2020. This is Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council. Go ahead and get a roll call, please.
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Thank you. Councilman Smiley.
I'm still with us.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Colvett.
I'm here. Okay, Chair observes a quorum. Anybody not formally named to the committee is, of course, always welcome to the table. We have 2 items in front of us, and in the interest of times, colleagues, unless there is objection, the way we're going to do it is I'll ask for the case to be heard with no recommendation be sent to council, and we'll save all our questions and comments and answers of Josh until the full council meeting. That being said, case number 1 is Z20-04 Lamar Avenue between Bellevue and Prescott. Can I get a motion of no recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Second, Warren. Moved by Smiley, seconded by Warren. Josh, we'll go ahead and get a presentation, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, Josh Whitehead with the Division of Planning and Development. This rezoning is the culmination of about 2 years worth of work by this body, the City Council, and the Division of Planning and Development. That began in August of 2018 through a series of moratoria with regard to auto-related vehicles on this stretch of zoning, Lamar. Based upon those moratoria, and more specifically a March 3rd City Council resolution directing the division to look at the zoning, we have looked at it. The screen before you has on the left the area in from Parkway, on the right is out from Parkway, and in red on both maps are the parcels highlighted to be rezoned. Most of the 200 parcels in red will be rezoned from CMU3, our most intense commercial district, to CMU1, our least commercial district. So what? Well, I've created this little use chart. In the middle, you have the permitted uses by right, which are current in CMU3, and in the future, what would be the process for if this rezoning is approved. Crematoria would no longer be permitted. Auto repair would only be permitted by individual action by this City Council through a special use permit. Same with bars. Self-storage would not be permitted, and gas stations and used tire shops would require a special use permit in a few months, assuming we proceed with our annual text amendment to the UDC, where I am proposing that change for gas stations and used tire shops. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Josh. Colleagues, as we said, save your questions for full council. Also, I have a request on this one for same night minutes, colleagues, same night minutes. All right, I have a motion on the floor. No recommendation of this case, same night minutes. Motion moved, properly seconded. Assume you're ready to vote. Voice vote at this point. All those in favor of sitting with no recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Hearing none, it's opinion of the chair, it is unanimous, goes to a 3:30 meeting with no recommendation. Item 2, Z 20-06, East Shelby Drive and Malone Road. Can I get a motion to send this with no recommendation?
So moved.
Second, Carlisle.
Been moved by Warren, seconded by Carlisle. Josh, can we go ahead and get a presentation, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This item is a much more conventional approach to rezoning. This is an applicant filed rezoning, as most of our rezonings are. This is at the southwest corner of Shelby and Malone. If this area, Shelby and Malone, seems familiar to this body, the areas that are currently zoned agricultural, identified by that CA on our map, are slowly giving way to a light industrial zoning classification, the EMP, or employment zone. This carries that theme. This is the third of 3 cases we've looked at for the last couple months. And of the 30+ acre parcel here, 10 at the corner would be rezoned EMP if approved. The balance would be reserved in the agricultural district until such time it would be ready for development. With that, Mr. Chairman, this, as was the case with the last case, receives recommendation of approval from both staff and the Land Use Control Board.
Josh, was there any opposition on this one?
No, sir.
All right, and land use was unanimous?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Again, no questions. We'll do that in council. Let's go ahead and go to a vote, voice vote. All those in favor of sending this to council with no recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Okay, the chair, it's unanimous, goes to 3:30 with no recommendation. Colleagues and staff, let's please make sure we remember that item 1 is a same night minutes request. And also item number 1 on our agenda, which is the PD 99-362. Item 1 has been hold 2 weeks. Please can we make sure that Chair Lady knows that and staff knows that. There being no further business for this committee, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
Give us just a couple minutes to switch over, please.
Welcome to the executive session of the Memphis City Council. Today is September 1st, 2020. There's one item that was added to the, well, it's actually 2 items added to the executive session. And I would ask that Vice Chairman Covette to take over for me while I present the 2 items. Councilman Covette.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Item 1, you are recognized.
Thank you. Item number 1, Brooke, will you please bring it up? This item is pertaining to the incidents that we have on our interstate. Currently, 50 interstate shootings have happened this year, and it's only September 1st. We're asking that the governor and other related bodies, as well as our lobbyists, to assist us in this resolution. And I'm going to drop down to, this is a resolution seeking state action to replace local police with state officers patrolling and protecting drivers traveling along Tennessee interstate. Got down to the last whereas, and now therefore be it resolved, whereas the council anxiously awaits the findings of the Public Safety Ad Hoc Committee as they continue to meet and offer an additional topic that should coincide with decisions with the governor's office and state representatives about pulling our local MPD officers from patrolling interstates and utilizing Tennessee Highway Patrol units to patrol these state roads and allowing our MPD officers to return to the neighborhoods where they can more effectively handle crime. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that in evaluating the duties of our local police officers, conversation should commence with our lobbyists to determine how the governor's office and state legislators can support local efforts to redirect the Memphis Police Department officers from the interstates and replace our officers with Tennessee Highway Patrol officers to patrol Tennessee interstates and put our MPD officers back in service within the neighborhoods and working the streets of Memphis. And I so move.
Second, Swearingen.
It's been moved by Chair Lady Robinson, seconded. I think I heard Swearingen. Chair Lady Robinson, this is your resolution. So why don't you share with us some thoughts on it?
So first of all, I met with the mayor and Deputy Raul, and they said that they had already talked to the governor. But I asked them, is there anything we can do? And they asked me to ask the council to share in this process so that we can have some support and provide some additional, I guess, pressure because we need our police officers in our community. I got a message today from our own police director, Rollins, and he said that the governor said they do not have enough officers to police our interstate on a full-time basis, but we need to have that conversation and press forward. And what was so heartwarming is that the state is experiencing the same problem we're experiencing right here in Memphis, Tennessee, not having enough officers. So this is not just local to Memphis. It evidently is throughout our state, but we need to work to some resolution of that. And I ask for your support.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I see Councilman Warren, you are on the queue.
Yes, I think this really makes a lot of sense. If you've been driving the interstates or the Beltway recently, it's pretty amazing. You can be driving 65 and speeding, and someone's going to blow by you at 90. I think it's definitely, it's not just shooting, just traffic out there that is dangerous. So we need all the help we can get. And that is an interstate highway that goes around our city. It definitely warrants a state patrolman, probably more than 2 on a regular basis. Based on the number of highways and the amount of traffic, I bet it qualifies that through any sort of data that determines how they put people out. So I would like to co-sponsor this with you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, staff, let's make sure Councilman Warren is added as a co-sponsor. I see no other members in the queue.
Vice Chairman Colvett, sorry, you skipped over me.
I didn't see you. I apologize. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm just going to see Chief McGowan on. I know that this is a point of consternation on his part. We've discussed this before. I know a lot of people had issues with the speed down Riverside Drive. And Chief, if you don't mind, would you just, for my edification and everybody else, explain a little bit about how our relationship with the State Highway Patrol works in and around Memphis and our interstate system as it is today and what we hope? Because I agree with Chairwoman Robinson. It would be great to get our officers back into the actual neighborhood streets, but I really don't know enough about the roles and responsibilities.
Sure, I'll just give a very brief overview. First, I'll say that Tennessee Highway Patrol is responsive when we request additional help, and we request additional help quite often. You'll hear oftentimes that we have the Operation, quote, Grizzly Bear, and they'll send a contingent down here. Those are usually short-lived and very coordinated actions, but I think Councilman Warren mentioned it. The responsibility for patrolling is, in fact, the Tennessee Highway Patrol for those interstate highways. The police director has done a wonderful job of putting folks out there to try to address the freeway shootings and the speeding, but I think as you all are recognizing, that's an opportunity lost in our neighborhoods for traffic control inside the city of Memphis and additional policing in our neighborhoods. And so it was characterized right by the chairwoman. They plead they do not have enough officers to put Tennessee Highway Patrolmen to put on all the interstates. But we believe that, we're not getting our fair share of Tennessee Highway Patrol down here in Memphis, Tennessee. It would help complement the work that we're doing here. And one quick way to boost the presence of police officers in neighborhoods is to get them off the interstates and put Tennessee Highway Patrol there. So I don't want to say that they're not responsive. They are, but they can only come for short periods of time right now for focused patrols and for focused kinds of activities. When we saw an uptick in freeway shootings, they were responsive and came down with a presence, but again, had to go back. So we had to pick up the slack again on the interstates. So we're doing everything we possibly can think of. People have suggested, speed kind of cameras on the highways, and obviously those are prohibited by Tennessee statute. So our folks are frustrated and doing as much as they possibly can, but we really could use a lending hand, a hand from the state of Tennessee. We've made this request to the commissioner and to the governor as well. I do want to say on a positive note that, we had the same issue last year and the year before about cutting the grass on the highways, which is a different issue. But after we made them aware of the issue, they have been responsive, and this year they're stepping up to the plate. So I'm optimistic that they'll hear our pleas and that we should be able, with this concerted effort between the administration and the council, that we should be able to get their attention and ask, and hopefully they'll deliver the help that we're asking for.
Thanks, Chief, and thanks to the chairwoman. I'll say two things, and I know we've got to move on. One, to go back to the treasurer or comptroller of the state, Justin Wilson, we are the economic generator and lead horse for the entire state. It shocks and surprises me that the state of Tennessee and the Tennessee Highway Patrol can't recognize that a significant amount of that is our distribution along our interstate system. And to keep those interstate systems safe with state resources seems like an approach to do from just an economic development standpoint, let alone just life safety. I hope they receive this message and understand that we not only deserve our fair share, but it's in the state's economic interest to help us protect the interstates and the lives on those interstates. And indirectly getting our officers back into the communities where they can help. So I would love to join as a co-sponsor as well. And certainly anything that I can do on a personal level, as far as lobbying the state, I'm certainly going to do. It's quite shocking to me that we continue to run on these problems. I can't remember the last time I saw a state trooper anywhere in the city that wasn't near I-40 and Arlington, somewhere out about there. So thank you for bringing it to the attention of the council, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Very good, thank you. Seeing no other council members in the queue, also staff, please note, of course, Councilman Carlisle wishes to be added as a co-sponsor. Seeing no other members in the queue, it's been properly moved by Robinson, seconded by Swearingen. Assume you're ready to vote. Can we go ahead and get a roll call?
Finale,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Ovid,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Origin,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chair Robinson.
Aye.
That motion
Chairwoman,
passed.
is this following the normal course, or would you like to add this on tonight?
Add it on tonight, please.
Thank you.
And did I also hear you say same night minutes?
Yes.
All right, it will be added to same night minutes on tonight's agenda. That item passes. Now we're to item number 2. I recognize Chair Lady Patrice Robinson.
Okay, item number 2 is a celebration. Today is 901 Day. Brooke, will you pull that resolution up?
Kavia, thank you. Or Ashley, thank you for pulling that up.
So I'm just going to go to the last whereas, and now therefore be it resolved. Whereas on this 901 Day, let's continue moving our 901 forward and continue working to make the homes of more than 500,000 citizens a better and safer place to live, work, play together. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Councilwoman Patrice J. Robinson, on behalf of all citizens of Memphis and the entire Memphis City Council, do designate September 1st, 2020 as 901 Day. And I so move.
Thank you. It's moved. Can I get a second?
Second, Warren.
Moved and properly seconded by moved by Robinson, seconded by Warren. Seeing no members in the queue, obviously we strongly support this. I guess we still need to do a roll call quickly, please.
Sally,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Covet,
Yes.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
That motion passes. Thank you. Chair
Mr.
Lady
Chair,
Robinson.
can we get same 9 minutes?
Amy is the co-sponsor as well, Chairwoman.
And one.
Can we get same
Smiley.
9 minutes?
Smiley.
Chairman?
Staff, do we have same night minutes yet? Wait a minute. You're referring to same night minutes on this item too?
Yes, yes, yes.
I apologize. I understood that to be an item to be added to our agenda with same night minutes. Just making sure I clarify for all our colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you want me to read the same night minutes? Add on? Okay, I'll do that. For this afternoon, we have item number 30, item number 31, item 32, item 33, item 34 is planning and zoning. Ask for same night minutes. Am I correct? For 2-2004?
Yes.
Okay. 36 is state action that just went over. And item number 30, that should be 35. And item number 36 is the 901. Are there any corrections, staff?
Chairwoman, the add-ons have been emailed to everyone. We did go ahead and put the 901 resolution on there. We didn't bar any opposition, so that's listed as item 33.
Okay, thank you.
Move it.
Need a second?
Jones seconds.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? None. That item passes. I don't have any other items for the executive session. Do you have any other questions and concerns? All minds are clear. We are out of here until 3:25. Please come back.